All right, well, I will say the pin looks nice, but... Oh, millipedes? Yeah, no, millipedes have a billion legs. Centipedes, you can see the legs. If you can count the legs on the side of them, then it's a centipede. Anyway, instead of a millipede. Chad, it's time for you guys to say, hi, YouTube. Let's play some Dwarf Force, shall we? It's time to get back into Heatstone, which, by the way, I named the playlist the wrong thing for this series. I named it Heatstone, and I haven't gone back and changed it yet. I've had some people saying, I love these episodes of Heatstone. I'm like, I need to fix that. Whoops.
Hi, YouTube.
Look at No Bro going all in with the YouTube hellos. Get the text-to-speech, hi, YouTube. So, this fortress needs, well, maybe not better defenses, an extension on the defenses, I think, and we're going to be continuing from where we left off. For those of you who missed where we left off, fire alarms. For those of you who missed where we left off, we've got quite a bit going on. We're doing a lot of fort beautification. We just got through a very long and hard-fought siege against a lot of necromancer experiments. It was a pretty rough siege, but we did make it out, so we are still alive, and I'm going to unforbid a whole bunch of this, just so that we can, you know, start getting this stuff claimed. But the thing that we really need is we need to make it to fall. That is the goal right now, is to make it to fall. If we can get to fall... There's a camel in my fort that isn't mine. I don't have any tame camels. I do, however, have a lot of tame beak dogs, and they are lovely. I haven't named any of them, but maybe we should name some of them. I don't know. We have many different locations scattered around the fort. We got this beautiful unconstructed bronze statue from the bronze colossus that was just killed in the corner. We've got this like tavern. We've got or taverns here and here. We've got other spaces down here, including different dining halls and a barracks that I need to assign squads to, and different throne rooms. We've got our beautiful forges, and we've got more stuff that we got to do. Unexpected camel. It's pretty expected. I keep running out of stone. Like, I'm actually manufacturing my stone faster than I can use it. I need to get more food into barrels. And out here was where we killed the bronze colossus, who I think is still next to an echidna that's overcome by terror. So there's an echidna here, and we're building the bronze colossus statue. You can see that clip over on the YouTube channel with the true stalemate. Actually, I put that bit up on YouTube, which people seem to be really enjoying. Down here is where we are like mining out more boulders so that I don't run out of stuff. We absolutely love that clip. People have been liking the clips, and I think I'm gonna keep doing them because they're not too hard to make, and people seem to be watching them quite a bit. Spectre, I hope you're doing well. Good day. Can beak dogs be war trained? Good question. I don't actually know. I don't think I've looked. I've just been eating them. No, they can't. They cannot be war trained. I guess I do have a grizzly bear though, a single grizzly bear, which can be war trained. I just need more of them. So we got this one from the humans. I will be trying to buy more grizzly bears as soon as possible. Part of the reason I'm kind of starting up slowly today is because I'm trying to remind myself of everything I was doing this for, because I haven't played since Thursday, and it's Tuesday. So first off, we have a tame goblin in the fort. I don't know. A devilish potato, a shady necromancer, Baka Glass II, Big Sparn, me, the king, obviously, Casual Tea, Corn, Darius Cardrin, Dr. MacDaddy, Dr. Nashthe, and Elfie Bean, and in Fragrance, as well as Fight Attack, Ghost Bat, Gimli, Goat Swarm, Jangles, Jerry Gord, Lanix, Levistek, and McJerby. If I scroll down even further, we have Merlin Buff, MMO Junkie, Nariv, Net Hazard, Nutty Wombat, Nutwick, Pandasaurus Rex, Paul Harvey, Ray Britt, Raging Cave, because there's two Raging Caves. We effed up and made 2 Raging Caves. There's Pissed Off Raging Cave and Happy Raging Cave. Ryo Shinkat, Ranger Rick, Red Nass, Safe Keeps, Shark Jumping Walrus, Sneed posting, as well as Swedish EOD, The Ben R, and the Squoid, aka Darren Trimkoff, True Freak, Fire Alarm, and Tyler. So if you didn't hear your name called and you'd like to redeem a dwarf, keep an eye on the dwarf redemption thingy because it's going to pop up as available in a few moments here. Bear on the bus, what kind of dwarf would you like? Also, there's probably some other dwarves that are still alive. I think Rolf is still alive. Ryoshin, is Tun still alive? Yeah, Rolf is still alive as well. Any non-bearded? I will give you the happiest non-bearded dwarf, who is the second happiest dwarf. God dang it. So there is a bug in the experimental build where hotkeys stay active sometimes. It's very annoying. I don't like it. I want them to fix that one. Like, if they could just fix... If they could fix that, that'd be great. Okay, so Baron de Bus. She is 54 years old and has 5 children. 2 of your kids are here, and your older half-brother has visited here, and we killed him. So your older half-brother had some weird hobbies. Was a necromancer, and deuce him. And, yeah, we had to kill him, unfortunately. Your niece is also dead and was here. So sorry to your niece. And, sorry about your older half-brother. And, at least your kids are still alive. Anyway, she desires little for herself in the way of possessions and can be very happy and optimistic, and she is sloppy with her living space and very slow to anger. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. She often acts with compassion, and she can sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She tends to consider what others think of her, and she is quite polite, and she is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. The clown... Oh, wait, was... What... I was about to ask if you were the person who posted that circus shot on Reddit yesterday, but I'm not sure. Regardless, though, I mean, there's worse things that could happen. Cold-Blooded, what up? Good to see you. Hello. Hope you're doing well, Cold-Blooded. But, I think mostly what we're going to be doing right now is just kind of biding our time until... We're just mostly going to be biding our time until spring. Or until fall. Because we need to trade. Bad. Like, bad. Like, really, really bad. You're indeed doing well? Hell yeah. Ray Britt, hello. Hi, chat. Get blind. It's like, I know that was a typo, but it's like a weird sideways compliment. It's blind. Get him. He's gonna say things that don't really make sense. But he's gonna say it like he means it. Right, so we gotta get all of this armor out of here. It's gonna take a lot of time. Because there's a lot of stuff to haul. Also, apparently there's this... Whoa. Okay. This is interesting. We have a human keeper of the seal, a goblin baron Eresh Odmanson. Theater Razors meets with a human keeper of the seal, Kazmisen. Thek Kasmisen. says, "Greetings, noble dwarf. There's much to discuss." Goblin Keeper of the Seal, hey? Such a pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves. Here's updated your maps. Well, thank you, Goblin. Need to make 3 large gems and a bucket. Queue those up. Forge copper buckets, just 1. Make rock gem. Make large rock gem. 3. Referring to the human as a dwarf? Well, at least he's not saying you're stunted kind or something. I would say that this goblin is being pretty, Okay, no, this is very much not a goblin. It's very much a human. So, why did it state that this person was a goblin? When they're certainly not. No, it's a human civ. Is this person like a baron of a goblin location, maybe? Yeah, they're part of the Kingdom of Fire. They're also a member of the Coalition of Roasting and the Keeper of the Seal of the Kingdom of Fire. Polyjuice potion? I don't think that exists in this universe. But I digress. I don't know. Refers to another human as a dwarf? I mean, who am I to judge, right? It's their life. They can live it. Welcome back, Orange. Well, I mean, isn't that just anybody who's part of a goblin civ, though?
Over here, he has a sword!
No, he doesn't. I mean, Orange does. I need to read a story. Hold on, chat. You guys can stare at the tavern while I read a story to the tavern. How's the music volume, by the way, chat? Still scrolling up here. Okay. It always bothered me, but it always blathering with dismay. Ponytail and Chantilly whine, hairily scantily lurk is absurd. Where the furry faces are familiar, is that where Urists is where creature inspired? Guys, you need help. This escalated quickly, yes. This was always going to Willow when stagnant. Creativity is necessary to vicariously create interesting works out of nothing. Newton loved them when they ascended to motion. This transcendent idea was brought to you by the letter from the new alphabet. Of all the special trinkets in the store, you might find old socks, smelly and priced reasonably. Aardvark men abruptly capitalize everything. This dementia must really be exhausting. Hearts forgotten. Crave only life-saving mushrooms. Coffee. We made it here.
The hardest button to button cryptlick.
Why is it so hard button to button? You button the button pretty successfully from what I can tell. Which is, you know, a challenge in and of itself. But how's things, cutest? Orange, who am I giving a dwarf to? Is it somebody from chat? Brad Pitt? I don't know. Yeah, my Oma has early onset dementia, and it's no fun. No fun at all. Also, hi, Keyframe. How's things? Cutest Ghost, thank you very much for the 32nd month. Zeroy Jenkins needs a dwarf. What kind of dwarf is Zeroy Jenkins? Is this a military dwarf? Is this a clother? Is this a wax worker? Is this a farmer? Is this a doctor? Is this a peasant? A child? I think we as a society should probably stop joking about dementia. You know, honestly, I feel like it's very easy to joke about chronic illnesses when it's not something that affects you. But the second it's something that affects you, it's something that affects you, it stops being funny. And very few people seem to have tolerance for people who don't find it funny. Like, I don't particularly find jokes about dementia funny, right? It's just like I also don't find jokes about diabetes funny at all. Yet people joke about it all the time. Are like, this is how we cope. It's like, well, clearly you have a different coping mechanism than me because I think we should stop joking about it. So, deaf military? Okay. Let's make it into a human. Grumble. I think they made the hotkeys thing worse. Because the only way I've been able to type so far today is with caps lock on, typing in reverse. Zero Jenkins. She dislikes... She disdains even the best advice and associates... She disdains even the best advice of associates and family, relying strictly on her own counsel. This checks out. Very rarely develops negative feelings towards things and forms only strong emotional bonds with others. At times, she desires little for herself in the way of possessions, and she can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. After seeing a dwarf Doosim's dead body in 292, she doesn't seek out excitement, and she's a friendly individual, and she is not particularly ambitious, and she's not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she's somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally values leisure time and doesn't think much about the idea of perseverance, and she doesn't value eloquence so much. She likes orthoclase and nickel silver, honey yellow beryl and jute fabric, the color lemon, and short swords and rings and toy boats, and alligator snapping turtles for their vicious bites. And the words of the style of lace and the sight of the gloss of smiling, and when possible prefers to consume parsnip plants and dwarven beer and tomatillos, and absolutely hates rats. Her hair is extremely long, she is short, and her ears have nearly fused lobes. Her dark blue eyes are narrow, and her head is extremely narrow. Her lips are thin, and her hair is russet, and her skin is raw umber. I was watching a stream last night, and they were saying that I should do, watching a stream last night, and we were talking about mugs, and they said something very similar to what Frog for Hire said on the Discord, where I should make a mug that is themed after every fort. And I'm like, I really need to, like, figure out how to do, like, pins or something. Something small, like stickers or something. Something that's, like, reasonable because, like, honestly, mugs are great. But, like, I feel kind of bad that I'm, like, kind of, sort of, almost expecting my entire community to just, like, you know, own way too many fucking mugs. See, I already have stickers, but they don't sell as well as the mugs. That's the problem. But at the same time, like, I feel bad putting up more than 3 mugs on the store. I need them to put the alcohol in places that it's actually drank, not, like, in these stockpiles. So, gotta get these moved. Like 60? But we're talking about real life here, not Dwarford. Tame is throwing a tantrum, not so tame. Mug Mania. Oh, I'm like, why are they not going to certain portions of the fort? Burrow's still on. That'll do it. Might as well extend the burrow now that it has tool up. Probably chunks of this that I'm missing. Half this person's bedroom. Imagine not being able to get to your bed because it's off limits during a siege. Why not extend that to IRL? Because you guys are going to run out of cupboard space. I don't know. If you guys keep buying mugs at the rate you guys have been buying mugs, I will keep making mugs. But I am a little bit worried that some of you guys are going to have like 50 mugs. I mean, between all 3 of the mugs now, we've sold over 200 mugs. That's a lot of mugs. I'd have to make them, Darius. Which is an option, but would be very expensive. They're my mugs are what we would want, not the used sticker board, which would make sense. Yeah, no, totally. Darius, thanks for the 5-pack of subs. I do really want to get back up to that 1,000 sub mark. So, means a lot. Thanks for helping pad that number. Narrative is still throwing tantrums. At least they're still alive. Wait, what? There's merchants here? I thought they bypassed us. Oh, wow. We do actually have merchants here. Well, it's just the humans, though. I don't need to trade with them. Pint glasses are next. I can't do pint glasses on my shop, unfortunately. And there's a very specific reason why I can't. Is because, like, I work with Fourth Wall to do my merch, right? They do, like, screen printing, right? So they make the merch for me and they ship it. I just market and sell it and do the designs. Ooh, shit, a planter hall. I'll totally take a planter hall. Where was the farmer's hall? I'd like it to be close to the farmer's hall. Just need to find my farmer's hall. Surgeon Guild Hall. Down here. Farmer Guild. Right here. So I can do a planter guild back here. I can't do a beer glass because the only beer glass that Fourth Wall has is manufactured in the UK. So shipping costs for anybody outside of Europe would be like in the $40 to $50 range, and I ain't doing that. The only merch that I will sell is stuff that can be purchased globally. It just feels unfair to do it in any other way. If you want a pint glass, go buy it from Fangamer and the official Dwarf Fortress stuff. I would really like to do pint glasses, but they need one that is manufactured internationally. You were disappointed it was under 900? I've been telling people for a while, and, you know, like, gift subs are great, but they aren't permanent, right? And they're every now and again you'll see somebody who, like, continues a gift sub, and it's great, but they're very much the minority, right? Most people who get gifted subs just kind of go, oh, I got gifted a sub, and then don't think about it ever again. Or, like, you know, maybe they can't afford it anyway, so it doesn't matter. So it's very hard to keep the numbers up. And my views have dropped significantly, so. It means a lot, though, that people are still gifting stuff. They don't have any shot glasses on their store, so I would have to manufacture and ship them myself, and I'm not doing that. What's up, Korab? Those things. This can be our planter guild. Do I have any statues still? Yeah, I do. But yeah, no, go buy the official Dwarf Fortress merch from Fangamer if you want a pint glass. They have pint glasses right now. So this essentially the way Fourth Wall works is it's essentially like running a Shopify store. So yeah, absolutely. I could create, manufacture own, supply, and ship my own items through that storefront. The problem with doing that is, well, I'd be shipping exclusively from Canada. I'd need storage for all of this stuff. And yeah, no, it's not reasonable. Did you just upgrade that tier, or have you been at tier 2, Gloves? I need to like get notes of who's at what tier so I can keep my bot sorted. But thank you very much for the tier 2 and the 6th month. Welcome back. Just upped? Okay, so then I need to add you to a thing. I didn't think you were. I was like, if generally I'm pretty good at just remembering who's on what, but like sometimes I forget. And I was like, crap. Did you just up that? Okay, found you. You should have access to the soundboard now. So exclamation point annoy me should now work for you. I'm just going to make this into a planters meeting zone, and then I will accept that petition. So I don't need to remember.
Cheese
for everyone. You right here. Go new guild hall. Planter guild hall. Water. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Having the high sub count is fun and all, but it's not needed. As long as I'm paying my bills, it doesn't really matter where it's coming from. It's like I kind of understand the way this miller or thresher, butcher, they're organized by skills, which kind of doesn't make much logical sense. I was just looking for farmer or thresher to find it because I knew it was at the bottom of those. You also should have a few more emotes too, Gloves. I think there's like a, I think the coffee emote is tier 2. Crypt coffee. The day league you were in used to do a commemorative poker chips for the end of the year awards. You could do that. Yeah, then it comes back, like, there's a lot of things that, like, I could do, yeah, but it comes back around to, okay, how do I manufacture it and ship it, right? Because, like, believe it or not, like, I shipped I made a bunch of patches to bring to conventions to give to people for free with just, like, my Twitch name on it. And I shipped one to Texas. Because it wasn't paper, they had to classify it as a package. This is a thing that is an item that is worth 80 cents, right? They had to classify it as a package, so me as an individual non-business sending an item for free to a friend through Canada Post cost me $9. So, yeah, they might not be expensive to manufacture, but that's just sending it to Texas. The fuck? That's how shipping works. If you're not a company, it's expensive to ship anything that isn't paper. So, and that's without a tracking number. It's not really, like, cost logical to do stuff like that. So unless, like, I can go through the site and they manufacture it and ship it en masse, then I realistically can't do it. I mean, I can send good vibes all the time. I generally send negative vibes, though. I mean, when am I a positive vibes person? Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Shipping's expensive. So, like, you know, if you live in Canada, shipping to, especially the States, is, like, ridiculous. Your GF wanted her to return her phone she bought from China, and UPS private company told her it would be $200, twice the cost of the phone. Yep. Yeah, no, definitely. That sounds about right. It's like if you're sending paper, yeah, it'll cost you $1, but Canada Post is capitalist as hell. You should try and ship with one of the private companies. Also, subtract 30%, and that's the American shipping cost. So if I were to ship it from the States, it would cost me like $6. I mean, I took one look at the shipping costs for the DF pint glass. And there was two options for me, right, Darius? Option A was ship it via just normal ground mail, which would, I guess, be USPS into Canada Post, which would take 3 to 6 weeks and was $9 and didn't guarantee that I wouldn't have to pay import fees. The second option also didn't guarantee import fees, would do it in 2 weeks, and it was DHL. And the third one was FedEx, and they would ship in 3 to 6 days, and they would cover the import fees, and it was $20 for shipping. That's $20 US, so like $30 Canadian. Yeah, no, I'm not buying any of the merch, unfortunately. It's too expensive. Canada Post is expensive, but your stuff doesn't get stolen, and it arrives intact, and they deliver it accurately, so... You only had standard? Probably because you're in the States, yeah. They're willing to pay for a full semi-trailer to ship 3 boxes? I mean, you would know that. Wow. That seems slightly wasteful. But yeah, no, I just... There's reasons why I won't do merch unless another company can deal with it for me. Unless, like, they are handling the entirety of, like, that portion of it, I'm just not going to do it. So this is going to be a Planters Guild. I'm just going to do a nice long table. I don't know if I'm actually going to put any other furniture into here. I might just do the lead tables. It's $12.97 for you in Ohio. Yeah. No, shipping pint glass is expensive, and that's one of the reasons I haven't done pint glasses on my merch store, because like I know how much it's gonna cost to ship them. So. Oh yeah, no, sure. You know what's something I would really like to do? I'd like to do socks. I feel like socks would be fun merch, because, like, you don't have to worry about people looking at you funny because you're wearing weird socks. Never had a problem with USPS, but with FedEx, one of your packages got stolen? I've had problems with FedEx and DHL. I've never had problem with Canada Post. Canada Post is great. But both FedEx and DHL have caused me some major grief in the past. The Farmers Guild Hall is the Shores of Hailing, or the Planters Guild Hall. Let's call it the Fields? Fields of... Fields of Seasons. It sounds like a Stardew Valley clone. The Fields of Seasons is the Planters Guild Hall. I saw somebody at my community garden in the mud with socks on and Crocs, shoveling manure. So, I mean, I guess for some people it's just full chaos. For some people it's just chaos, permanently. And honestly, I kind of respect it. Like, if you're gonna get messy, you might as well be comfortable doing it, you know? Also, speaking of things that some people might find terrifying, yesterday at the community garden, it was like I said, it was 36 degrees yesterday, right? The entire community garden was dry, basically, when I got there, because nobody had arrived yet, because it was later in the day, but like not late enough that people had really started arriving to start gardening. And there was a small puddle around the faucet because someone left it dripping a little bit, like it was dripping slightly. Because there's a faucet over by... There's hoses throughout the garden, but there's a faucet over by the corner specifically to clean your tools when you're done working. And, man, we need to trade. I really, really, really hope I get a wet trade wagons this fall. If we don't get trade wagons, this fort might be in trouble. But what words? Okay, gates open. It had been dripping, and because the faucet had been dripping because someone had let it like dribble a little bit, it was the only source of water in the entire like park area, right? So this means every single wasp was using it to cool off and bathe in and get water because they're all thirsty. So there was like 30 wasps just like hovering around this little puddle, landing next to it and drinking, taking off, landing next to it and drinking and taking off. So the first thing I did when I got there was I filled up a bucket of water and I put it like, I don't know, 8 to 10 meters away from that puddle, and they all moved to that. So it was like danger, wasp bucket. Avoid because there's wasps everywhere. Gardening, it's great. I don't think I've ever seen somebody get stung at that garden, but it was definitely a little bit anxiety-inducing staring at that. Fire alarm. I don't think you guys can hear it though. Were they yellow jackets? We get both. We get like 4 different kinds of wasps in that garden. We get yellow wasps, which are great, hornets, which are better, and mud wasps. Well, yeah, I've also been stung by wasps, but I've never been stung at that garden. Just give them space. Just treat them like bears, and they're fine. So I'm thinking about making this road here go all the way down around the bottom of this and up to here. Because I've got this mica road, right? And I'm thinking about cutting out a little bit more of this obsidian walkway here and having this road kind of go all, like this golden mica road, go all the way down through here, all the way around the bottom of the volcano, all the way up into here. Because I just think that would be really cool. Both unalive bees. But wasps are extremely beneficial. Like, you need them around your garden. Because they also unalive slugs and many other things that eat your flowers and your plants and your vegetables. So you want wasps around. Wasps are good. No, seriously, like, treat wasps like bears. Give them their own space and stay away from their children. Treat wasps, bears, and Karens the same way. Give them plenty of personal space, stay away from their children, and in case of emergency, run. I suppose. Got so many buckets up here. This is Canada. If you have a gun, you're going to prison. Especially if you shoot a bear. Unless you, like, you know, live in the Northwest Territories and have a gun license and a hunting license. If you shoot a bear around here, you're in trouble. Especially because the only bears we get here are, like, non-threats. They're black bears. They small. Ever run from a bear? I've ran from a bear. And you know what? Sometimes it's the right response. That's Australia. Quit being silly. Also, that's horrible. What the fuck? Darius? Why is that bear chained up? Everything about this image upsets me. Outraged upon sleeping in a poor bedroom. I need to figure out where Jerry Gord's bedroom is. Because Jerry Gord's bedroom isn't good enough. Are you alive? Both of you are alive. You have 2 dwarves. You really are screwed? Of course grandmothers self-identify as Karens. Naturally. Why are you surprised by this? Well, actually, you know what? Let's not do that. Let's do this instead. How did that happen? It's fine. Named a dwarf, we forgot, we named you another dwarf, and you ended up with 2 dwarf. We have Raging Cave with a space and Raging Cave without a space. One is really happy and the other one is pissed, so do you want me to just, like, unname one of them? But yeah, no, you have 2 dwarves. Dr. Mac Daddy, hello. But absolutely run from a bear if bear is distracted with something. And the bear that I ran from was eating a thing, so we ran because it looked distracted, and it was fine. Or like in the case where there was Mama Bear and 2 cubs, I ran from that on a bicycle. Also ended just fine. So yes, sometimes you should run from a bear. You don't always need to challenge the bear. Good morning. It's almost afternoon here. Well, I guess it's 10:44. Sounds like a radio response. What time is it there? 10:04! Speaking of dwarves that are still alive, your dwarf's still alive, Dr. Mac Daddy. I mean, see, here's the thing, right? I don't want to, like, be too mean to your grandma in Fragrance, but think about it this way, right? That's like saying I self-identify as a bitch. You know? Like, I frequently will state, yeah, well, I know I'm an asshole. She's just being cheeky about it. And, you know, yeah, but, like, that's your right? You can be mean to your grandma. I'm not going to be mean to your grandma. I'm going to give your grandma the benefit of the doubt that she is a lovely lady, and I won't say anything mean about your grandma unless she's a member of the KKK or something. You know, it's like, and plenty of people refer to themselves as a mean person. I do that all the goddamn time. So maybe she's just being funny about it. I don't know. I'm giving her the benefit of the something or another. Can't confirm blind is sometimes an asshole. I don't know. Is Volbeat? Volbeat's playing here soon, at some point. I don't like Volbeat that much, but... Also, hello, not Patyrus. Good day. And Super Joshy. Well, it's later in the day for you, I suppose. Later in the day somewhere. This still ain't good enough for Jerry Gord. Really wants a fine pewter sarcophagus and a fine pewter table. How much fine pewter do I even have? I think it's literally just 1 bar, isn't it? Yeah, it's just 1 bar. Are you, Jerry Gordon? So, wait. You know what? I don't want to ask any more questions about it. I was going to ask a biological question about how you function if you're also her asshole. But you know what? I'm not going to worry about that. Like, just biology be damned. Biology be damned. Good long while. Jerry Gord. Like I said, don't ask about it. Discussion over. Moving on. God. Can I just say that Human Centipede is not a good movie and it's also not worth referencing? A diagnoser's been found dead. What? Did Narav, did you kill a man? Chad, I think Narav killed a dwarf. Yep. Tisk. I don't want to boot you out of the fort, Narav. I don't want to kill you either. I think you can go to Steel... Chat, should I send them to Growth Malice, Lover Painted, crowded bridges, brassmiths, die noble. That's a funny name. Passion fences, steel twinkled, ring snarls, or glit clawed. Because I kind of like the idea of die noble. Die noble's pretty funny. But first, we're gonna convict him. Oh, apparently also convicting Jerry Gordon, who apparently also committed crimes. One murder. And a peahen. Although that was probably butchery. That was probably legitimate butchery. Glitclawed sounds like a glittery clotted cream hellhole. Glitclawed sounds like an infection that you'd get if you got too much glitter in your eye. It's like, what's that? Oh, I just have a very serious case of glitclawed, or like some sort of awful disease that you'd get in caves of Cud. It's just like, what do you have? Oh, I'm just infected with glitclawed right now. Are you surviving? No, it feels horrible. Craft herpes is what I've always heard it called. But art herpes, craft herpes, same thing. Oh, true. That or it's like some weird like paint finisher for like Warhammer minis. Fucking hate glitter. I also hate glitter. Glitter and stickers. Well, around adults, not so bad. Glitter and stickers around children, pretty bad. Reminds me of this, like years ago, I went to this Halloween party, which I left early. But friend of mine was wearing this like Disney princess bullshit thing, and she was like 80% covered in glitter and just ran up and gave me a hug. I had glitter on those jeans for like the next like 3 weeks. It took a very long time to get all that glitter off my clothing. No, none of us like glitter. You are on the wrong side of this conversation if you like glitter. We all hate glitter. Actually, chat, press 1 if you like glitter. Press 2 if you hate glitter. Let's see, is this actually a Planter's Guild? It's actually a Planter's Guild. Yay. I guess that settles it. People don't like glitter, chat. Don't care either way. Yeah, that's the true neutral stance. I respect it. But I won't respec it because, like, you know, that's a lot of hard RPG time put into that. Where did my bear go? I had a bear in here. Where'd my bear go? My bear die? Chad, I think my bear died. The fuck? I used to have a grizzly bear and it's gone now. You can't milk bears. Like, you don't milk bears in Dwarfort. I mean, I've never tried, but I'm sure I could mod the game to make bears milkable, but... Also, I don't know if any of you guys have noticed. Do you guys notice that we have a Crabman statue here? It's a horseshoe Crabman. See? He hanging out right there. Right next to a dog and a dwarf. You know, it's the butcher shop, the chefs, and the fishery shop representations. It's very fitting. feel like bear milk would be very high in fat. Problem I see not. I think not. I think not. Baroness of Cave Twig is visiting. Jerry Gord is currently in hospital. Felt loathing after being beaten and is officially haggard. Oh. That's not good, man. Gotta take better care of our former expedition leader. Telenartho, what kind of dwarf would you like? I'm mostly certain you don't have one, but just let me double check. Yes. What kind of dwarf would you like? Happiest child? Don't you normally want to be like child of a king or something? Because we do actually have like the king in the fort. I don't know if I have kids though. Says that as the king. Nope, my only kid is named and also dead. There's some nephews and stuff available, but there are no princes nor princesses. There's also no dukes or duchesses available. Sorry. I don't think I can actually do that. Could give you a baron. Let's see if Dumat as a kid. I could give you Kogan, the son of a baron. God dang it. Okay, I will just turn on caps lock. Telenartho is drinking and hauling a golden goblet to do so. Dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is not readily moved by art and natural beauty, and he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He is very curious and sometimes to his detriment, and he is dour as a rule, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and he is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He is quite polite, and he lives a fast-paced life. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values loyalty, values tranquility and a peaceful day, and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and values nature. Dreams of creating a great work of art. And Kogan likes gypsum, zinc, black diamond, and clear glass, and cavy tooth, and warhammers, and low boots, and cages, and scepters, and water buffaloes for their wallowing, and turnip plants for their edible roots, and the words of the amethyst of deserts, and the sound of the wonder of lilacs, and when possible prefers to consume swamp whiskey and absolutely hates toads. And description-wise, his very long beard is braided, his short sideburns are neatly combed, his very long mustache is arranged in double braids, his short hair is neatly combed, and he has very low cheekbones. He has a scratchy voice, and his nose bridge is concave, his teeth are gaped, and his eyebrows are somewhat high, and his brass eyes are slightly close set, and his hair is golden yellow. His skin is pale brown, and his nose is somewhat narrow. And we've made 50 obsidian mechanisms. And, of course, his mother is... the Baroness of Mistlands. His father is dead, was a peasant. His father was a peasant. Man, I wonder if that was an illegitimate relationship. You know, she's just like this Baroness and dad's a peasant. Anyway, and then you have some grandparents, and then your grandfather was here but died. Rest in peace, Doran. And yeah. Lennox, hello. Chat, can I get a round of beers? I will be right back. I'm just going to quickly go use the restroom. Bah, I return. Man, good timing on the ad, as well as, like, good timing on the, you know, this. But we back. Let's cross your fingers and toes and hope for traders, because we need migrants. The reason we haven't been able to trade is because we've been attacked a good number of times, but we're also we're also a capital now. We have the king, so I'm a little bit worried that we're not going to get, you know, traders. A little bit worried. I don't know if that bug's been fixed yet. The one where, like, you, for some reason, stop getting traders once you have a king. So, you know, fingers crossed, I suppose. But chat, what did you guys do over the weekend? I'm assuming just most of you probably played, like, Legend of Zelda nonstop, so. That's my current assumption, anyway. Oopsies. Played a lot of Kenshi. It's not quite Legend of Zelda. Man, throwing a wrench into my ideals. Rigord still doesn't like bedroom. God, fucking balls. Vile Force of what? Chad, do you see a Vile Force of Dark? I don't. Excellent. They left. Fantastic. We just get the good music and we don't have to fight things. Awesome. You watch cartoons and anime? I mean, sometimes you just gotta watch cartoons and anime. I've had those weeks. I bat, bye bat. I know you're saying shows up and leaves as in, like, you know, Vile Force of Darkness showing up and leaving and not you, but I'm assuming it's you showing up and leaving. Vile gobbles of, not particularly strategically intelligentness. This fort's layout's really pretty. I've been super tryharding with this fort to make it look nice. I think part of it's because, like, I've been doing these community forts, right? And now I'm feeling like, man, people make these awesome forts, and I apparently am the person who's, like, commentating on them, so I might as well, like, actually put some effort into my forts to make them look comparable, if not competitive, with that level of aesthetic purity. No one's going to use this road, but I'm going to make it. I really need to change that command, Shark Jumping Walrus. Because it's Heatstone. It's right there. Oh, Snatchers. Okay, well, I can tell you to go kill this guy. Can go find the other one. Oh no, we have a ghost. Saigon. Even though my squads are, like, basically dead. Oh no, they've got Nil. Chat, they've got Nil. We must save Nil. Save Nil, you dwarves. Go save Nil. He's very heavy and the goblin can't move that fast. Just beat the there you go, we saved Nil. Huzzah for saving Nil. Well done, dwarves. The hero, Dwarf, what was the name of this one? Negozbo? The hero Dwarf goes up to the goblin Nagozbo and begins just thwacking him in the head with a hammer, including kicking him in the right upper arm. Literally just walks up and roundhouse kicks him, and the goblin says, "I've been injured badly. I will not hope. I will not lose hope." I think that you will just not hope. The goblin became enraged, and that was where he dropped the child. The hammer dwarf bashed the goblin thief in the right lower arm with her steel warhammer, fracturing the bone. Through the rummy dress, the force bends the elbow. The hammer dwarf then bashes the goblin thief in the upper arm with her steel warhammer, jamming the bone through the left shoulder muscle and fracturing. Then the fracturing force pulls the left shoulder, tearing apart the muscle and tearing apart the muscle. The hammer dwarf then punches the goblin thief in the right lower arm with his left hand, bruising the bone through the rummy dress. We saved nil. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But the title is in the corner of the screen. Yeah, see, that command is from the era of, like, the name of the fort was in a screen that I had to hit a button. So it was, like, as a reminder. And now I don't always put the name of the fort in the title. So I used to always do that, but I've kind of stopped doing that as of late. See, I don't know. It's a little tricky. But I don't know. We'll figure it out. No proper armor, and also without proper strength training to carry a child. Man, Jerry Gord sunk into depression. I just really want to help you, Jerry Gord. I really want to help you. Nerf Scuddler, what up? It's good to see you. Hello. It's literally this child is too heavy, and then they get roundhouse kicked. Yeah, that's pretty much how that goes. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure what to do with Jerry Gordon. Aside from just, like, improve the quality of living space for Jerry Gord. Which is all I'm doing. Fire alarms are getting closer, which means you guys will be able to hear them soon, I think. We should also go down. Well, no, not too far. We gotta go up. Where's Jerry Gord's tomb? This one is Jerry Gord's. Okay, so Jerry Gord, your tomb can get a couple of statues in it. Elana Hollowvine, the great dingo, will defend you in the afterlife when you go to meet Armok or whatever. Beep, beep, beep. Yes. Finally. Good news, chat. The dwarves have arrived to trade. Rejoice in the mountain home, for it is time for us to trade. Meaning this fortress has hope. Because finally they sent us a squad that was small enough, or a siege that was small enough. So up until, or for actually, let's also sell the armor. For a good while now, we've been getting sieged every year by necromancer experiments around this time, so it was, like, virtually impossible to actually, like, you know, like, trade, because every time we'd go to trade, we would just immediately get attacked. Happened a good number of times. There's nothing that's banned by export mandates. I'm gonna sell all these bins. And I also have a ghost to memorialize. What was their name? The Saigon USHATT. USHAT. Slab engraved, I just need to place it. We'll place it then. Weep, weep, weep. Also, hi, Bob. What's up? Gave up on making pretty forts simply in favor of making working forts, and you're still kind of learning the game. Don't, like, remember that building forts is like playing endgame Warframe, right? Like, endgame Dwarf Fortress is very similar to endgame Warframe. At a point, you stop caring about the fortress that you're building and just try and build cool-looking shit. And it is totally normal to just worry about making forts that work. Don't worry about making cool-looking stuff until you've hit endgame where you know every mechanic to the point where, like, you don't even think about them anymore. If you're still looking at stuff up on the wiki, don't worry about making stuff look cool. Just make stuff that functions. And just about anything will function, which makes things rather easy. So, just make whatever works, and once you find yourself getting bored, that's when you need to be like, okay, I'm gonna make stuff look pretty. Yeah, fashion is the end game, exactly. It's like playing an MMO. You don't worry about, like, doing all the fashion stuff until you finish the main quest lines. Or at least got a decent way through. Like, you need some gear before you start transmogging it, you know? Fashion from level 0 on. Well, fair enough. Sometimes you gotta play like Zakos' wife. I mean, even Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild's endgame was largely fashion. And that's a Nintendo game. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 wagons? Not bad size. I seem to have brought a decent variety of things too. Waiting on a couple hundred more items. Most of them coming from down here, so it's not so bad. What are those bird-like creatures? These guys? These are beak dogs. These are goblin mounts that we have stolen from the goblins. They're like two-legged large dogs. They're described as large dogs with beaks and 2 legs. And they have very brightly colored skin that's blotchy. They're like hairless cats, but dogs, and they also have beaks. Are they domesticated? Yep, they're fully tame. Yeah, no, we've been stealing stuff from the goblins, and that was a bunch of our takeaways was a group of beak dogs. Freaky? Not really. Now, if I got domesticated necromancer creatures, that would be freaky. Just waiting on Pandasaurus Rex to wake up. So they're like hairless chickens, or not? They're featherless chickens. Imagine like featherless chickens. Super Joshy. Which is why I say they're like hairless cats, but birds. Also, imagining a featherless chicken is very easy because that's generally what they look like when we eat them. Featherless bipedal, you mean a man. I mean, if that right there is what a man looks like, then yes. Or just imagine like an emu with no feathers. That's that's basically what they are. But also they're kind of like the creatures from Tremors. I really wish that beak dogs could burrow. In my headcanon, they would be able to burrow. They look like burrowing creatures. You don't want to imagine like an emo? An emu, not an emo. A featherless emo. Excuse me, I'm just gonna go summon some, like, motionless and white fans. According to Greek philosophy... Wait, what? What, that we are a featherless bipedal? Emos can burrow? I mean, anybody can if you give them a spoon. This makes perfect sense. What would a feathered emo look like? Marilyn Manson when he puts on the crow suit. Or the crow, yeah, that too. Let me see if I can find the feather suit that he wears. There you go. Found the answer to your question, Orange. So, you know. Leon has a crow outfit in RE4 Remake? Really? Alright. Ghostly Recruit's been put to rest, finally. We're just waiting on Panda to get up here. Keeping an eye out for Panda. I'm not seeing her. Where's Panda? Hi, Panda. Panda, why are you naked? Why don't you have a shirt on, Panda? Like, genuine question. Why don't you have a shirt on? Also, why are we so short on pigtail cloth? I plant tons of pigtails. I'm very confused by this. Hold on. I got 60 pigtail. Are we not? We got some pretty hefty winds last night, but we didn't really get any storms. But it definitely got really windy at like midnight. Well, we can turn on automatically connect webs. I don't know what they'll collect, but weird. I need to look into that. We don't, like, I'm in a valley, right? Like, the Vancouver area is in a valley. Like, I think I can count on one hand the number of thunderstorms I've had here in the last 3 years. Like, we don't really, it's not that we don't get them, we do. We just don't really get them that often. We'll buy those. Because we're so protected from, like, any kind of, you know, storms of that sort. Buy all of the musical instruments. They've got reindeers. They got a cat. I don't need that. Got all those things. Scroll past all these. Scroll past all these. Scroll past all these. Continue scrolling down. I'm mostly looking for steel stuff. Okay, we'll buy these dresses and coats and shirts and tunics. Might as well. And I will scroll down to here. Don't need those. Do need that. 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 Buy the trousers, might as well. Buy the steel greaves. I think that's about all that we can do for value. Unless I sell them a bunch more things. And then I'm going to... Oh, I can't offer those as a gift, duh. Well, I'm going to grab the last two of these, and I will buy a book. We're waiting on a few more items. You must suck at doing rain. No, we have protection from the thunderstorms because we're in a valley, right? So they kind of go over us. They kind of miss us. So chat room, I realize that this is generally a lot to ask for, but I'm just going to throw this out there and say we're at 887 subscribers. I would really like to get back up to 1,000 at some point, but right now, 900's not that far away. We're going to drop down more tonight, so if you want to help us get back up to 900, even temporarily, check your primes. Just saying. Although I'm looking at here and I'm seeing every single person talking is already subbed, so... Did anybody here pick up official Dwarf Fort merch this morning? Out of curiosity? Because all I really saw was people talking about, like, cost of shipping being expensive. To which I have to say, yes, it's Fangamer. Fangamer's cost of shipping is very expensive. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom here, and we're going to buy all of these books. What, the Dwarf Fortress one? I mean, it's less of a metal shirt than most of the... Like, I mean, it's certainly more safe for work than any of my creator shirts. Like, if I walked into some jobs wearing my, like, Gods of Violence shirts, then... Yeah, I might get some funny... I have 3 shirts from their Gods of Violence tour, because I saw them twice during that tour, and yeah, I've got... they are pretty gnarly. Might make some Christian ladies clutch their pearls. Speaking of pearls, I saw a video on YouTube the other day of somebody pearl harvesting. And all I have to say to that, or not on YouTube, on Reddit rather, of somebody pearl harvesting. And all I have to say is, I don't like pearls. They're kind of gross. Like, I get it. They are, you know, like a piece of jewelry and whatnot, but man, they kind of gross. Did I make that road to get the caravans out of the fort? Well, I mean, the caravans leave this way. I don't have, like, an underground route out of the fort. There's too many forgotten beasts down there right now. It's crystallized clam saliva? Oh, yeah. I mean, like, I know what it is. It's managed to completely cure me of any, like, interest in that as, like, a type of jewelry. Like, I'm well aware of what it is. I've known what it is most of my life, but seeing them being harvested makes me go, yeah, okay, I can just spend the rest of my life not knowing that. Thanks. All right, well, I need more mica. So hopefully we will get migrants now that we've been able to do a big trading session. Mac Daddy, thanks for the 5-pack. Helping us crawl back up to 900 subs. Means a lot. You got an 18-month resub in there, too. Pele's a 18th month. Hey, Brander, what's up, dude? Honestly, harvesting pearls looks weirdly close to pimple popping. But thank you very much for that 5-pack. Appreciate you. Only you could crystallize your saliva and sell it as jewelry. You know, there's probably a way. There's probably a way. Did it go around on Reddit the other day on, I think, damn, that is interesting and oddly satisfying? Because if it was one of those subreddits, then yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. I mean, yeah, they're basically kidney stones. Also, speaking of things you don't want around you or anywhere near you, kidney stones. My dad had a kidney stone once when I was younger, and it was after seeing the amount of pain he was in. Yeah, nope. Definitely gonna be careful to never get kidney stones if I can avoid it. Because, well, women's are cut very specifically, and the vast majority of t-shirts are unisex. So basically, it's like, if you are a shapely lady, you would get the women's one. Otherwise, everybody else can just get the unisex one. The, like, actual fair way to do it would be to have, like, women's specific unisex, and then man with beer gut shape shirts, but seen it in YouTube Shorts, but you think everything gets republished everywhere, so it's all the same anyway. Yeah, the amount of like content theft right now is crazy, like absolutely crazy. You know, I don't know about the Dwarf Fortress community, but I don't think that, like, maternity clothing is, like, a super high portion of the demographic, but I could be wrong. I shouldn't jump to conclusions. I'm going to remove 2 of these tables here and move them, because I'm getting tired of these dwarves just running over the tables. Like, I want them to go this way, but... How do you avoid kidney stones? Don't eat chocolate and a few other things. It's like, it's it's a lot of diet-oriented stuff. Why not just path cost it? Path cost it. You mean like use this tool? Because they ignore it most of the time? That too, frozen tier, yeah. Drink water. Drink water, don't just drink soda. Stay hydrated, don't eat a lot of dark chocolate. There's a few things. Eat lemon. Certain vitamins are important. If you want to, you know, not just get kidney stones constantly. You know, it's kind of funny. I almost can't think about kidney stones now without thinking about the first season of Hell's Kitchen, because I've seen that season too many times. Your mom once put lemon on her lemon. I'm trying to decipher what that means. How do you put lemons on a lemon? Isn't that just more lemon? I mean, like, I know what a lemon lime is, but that's kind of different. Used to get a stone every 6 months, like clockwork. Oh, God, that's awful. I'm so sorry. I think they're on my floor with the fire alarm checks now. It is only 11:30, so they're making good time. I can hear them echoing up the hallway. You guys probably still can't hear it, but it's getting close to the point where you guys will be able to hear it. Still don't know what causes it. I know some people can just be prone to it, which means I'm probably prone to it because my dad's had one. Now this stumbling around obliviously. Merchants will be leaving, so we're in an ad. Yeah, I think it's literally like diet and hydration is the main causes from my research, anyway. Locked him in a room, and now the bastard has been elected mayor. You were just gonna throw him into the lower caverns, but this calls for something else. Yeah, no, you have to do a little more. If they're elected into a position of power, you have to remove them from that position of power. You used to be able to manually remove nobles from their jobs, but you unfortunately can't do that anymore in this version. They got sneaky about it, which is kind of fun, but you know. Kind of fun in its own weird way. Am I currently making blocks? I am not currently making blocks. Let's make them out of mica. Let's just make 500 mica blocks. That's how many boulders I have, approximately. Or it's how many I will have after we're done digging this out. I want to suck your bartered goods and services. I'm trying to comprehend that sentence, but I understand it to a degree, I think. Many people just want to suck. And don't generally concern themselves with goods and or services, but, you know. Well, I mean, that would be more like a vampire being a broker. I want to suck your goods and services. Vampire being mayor is, many times you have to... No, that's what tipping is for, right? That's the goods and services. I think my stream is still labeled 18 plus. Fuck me, I hope it is. I mean, we're humans. I think. Except for the one person in chat is a tree. Well, I mean, you tip over when you have too much to drink, right, Falgi? You had too many necromancers in your current fort who you trusted until one of your dwarves snapped up all of the life juices. Yeah, it's real fun. It's real fun when they just start like summoning everything back to life. Let's also make soap. So I'm going to make an ashery. What an ash hole. We're going to make an ashery with buckets and buckets. And a soap maker shop. Wherever that went. It's right there. Yes. Which I'm kind of tempted to actually throw up here. And I'll make it out of cinnabar. We'll make 2 of them. Needs an empty bucket. Never mind, I have no empty buckets, apparently. Uh-oh. My king, aka me, really wants me to make large gems. And also, what was the other thing? King, aka me, buckets. 1. No, Puphead. Nobody said bucket. No one has ever said bucket. Ever. Like ever. That's a lie. If you think it's anything but a lie, then you've misheard me. I'm actually going to jump up here, and I'm going to go large rock. Diorite cabochons. Oh, great. Rhyolite cabochons, basalt cabochons, dacite cabochons, obsidian cabochons, mica cabochons. Oh, hey, the allanite ones look okay. One for calcium, as in the bot. What kind of dwarf is the bot today? Raging Cave. Well, I mean, Raging Cave selected it, but chat, what kind of dwarf do you think the bot is? A happy one? I was gonna say those don't exist. All right, the bot is a lady planter, it looks like. Grumble. Took a few tries, but always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of her considerations and is conflicted by this since she sees these tendencies as an impotent for the quest for power. She is somewhat scatterbrained and does not trust others and almost never feels discouraged and is not readily moved by art or natural beauty. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She is not a private person and freely shares details of her life, and she tries to do things correctly each time. And she is brave in the face of imminent danger and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind and has a calm demeanor, and she tends to be passive in discussion. She's slow to anger. She isn't particularly curious about the world. She personally sees power over others as something to strive for, and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, sees perseverance in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish, and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and dreams of raising a family, likes copper, white, chalcedony, and the color Carillion, and grizzly bear men for their strength, and the word of the saber of sieging, and the sound of the wonder of lilacs, and the sight of the gloss of smiling, and when possible prefers to consume cave lobster, and strawberry plants, and split beer, and kangaroo's milk, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. Me too. Also, there's another thing that I was working on that I haven't even mentioned today. It's down here. We are going to be doing some water shenanigans tonight. See this area down here? Yeah, we're going to be doing some water shenanigans in a minute. See over here? We've got these. We need to get these hooked up to a lever. I was kind of waiting on them dumping the rest of these out, getting rid of the rest of the boulders from down here, but it looks like they did finally, so. So down here, this right there, it's an aquifer. Not only is it an aquifer, it's a heavy aquifer. So I'm going to go above this. Let's start digging over that so we can get it mined down and into. We're also going to place a lever down here. Swimming shenanigans? Wasn't planning on it. I was going to do manufactured farm plots for higher output farming, and that was priority number 1. Priority number 2 was maybe water cannons, maybe a moat. Maybe drowning chambers. I'm not really planning on teaching my dwarves how to swim. I don't really like doing that. And also power. Power is the other major benefit of this. Van Ori, what kind of dwarf would you like? If you'd like to see the list of possible options, do let me know. Go over to this. Also going to deconstruct this because I don't like where it is. I'm going to put it up here next to this one. You, and you. You can't be that picky on the military because my military is like non-existent currently, but I can give you somebody with a spear probably. I got one spear dwarf available. It was Mebzith, so a lady dwarf. So if you're okay with a lady dwarf, I can give you the lady dwarf Mebzith. Van Ori, and we'll call you Spear Van. This isn't annoying at all. I think it got worse. Like, just hotkeys still working? Like, it was mostly fixed yesterday, or last week, but... Okay. Spear Van Ori is in a constant state of eternal rage, but has 6 notable kills and 16 other kills, so it's probably got something to do with it. Is in a constant state of internal rage, is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, though she wishes this were not the case, she considers altruism foolish. She seeks out exciting and adventurous situations she presents herself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She is slow to trust others, and she is stubborn, though she is conflicted by this part of herself as she... by this part of herself as she's given to flights of fancy. She occasionally overindulges, and she is troubled by this because she values self-control and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. She's rarely... What's that? What's the bit of... Oh, for fuck's sake. Jerry Gore, did you just kill somebody? Man. You're violent? Yeah, you and Nerev are getting expelled. Well, actually, no, you're gonna die. Nerev is going to be expelled. Yeah, I can't, we can't have murderers in the fort. Cannot have murderers in the fort. Goodbye, good dwarf. But no, unfortunately, I can't have you killing my dwarves like that. It's not acceptable. Phrase, I'm living in your walls becomes much less creepy when applied to a medieval setting. I'm not trying to make this creepy or anything, right? I live in an apartment. There's an apartment next to me and an apartment next to me. Technically, isn't there somebody living in my walls? Oh shit, it's a statue of a giant rattlesnake. The Walk of Nerev. Yeah, I mean, I'm living in their walls. Works both ways. Also, I need to finish reading that dwarf's description. All right. She dreams of mastering a skill in this dream was realized. Personally, sees sacrifice the height of folly, and sees perseverance in the face of adversity bullheaded and foolish, and sees introspection be a waste of time, values loyalty and a harmonious existence, and values self-control. Likes cinnabar, silver, onyx in the color green, yellow, warhammers and querns and geese for their formation flying, and giant capuchins for their intelligence, and the sight of the poetic glosses of impossible prefers to consume, flying squirrel and herring and hard wheat beer, and absolutely hates toads. We're all in the walls of someone. I don't know about that necessarily, but Cinnabar, not Cinnabon, but I do like Cinnabon. Cinnabon's pretty good. Okay, so ash. Make ash. Make lye. Make soap from tallow. So we're going to do 100 ash, 100, not 400, 100 lye, and 100 soap from tallow. Is a house not a someone in a way? I would not describe a house as a someone in any situation. Maybe in your universe, not mine. House is a building. It is not. It is an inanimate object. It is not a living being, thus it is not a someone. Like a dog is a someone because it's a living creature. A house is not a someone. So I will never agree with that statement. If this doesn't make Jerry Gord completely happy with their living situation and fix them, then I don't know it will. This guy's never seen Monster House? I have, actually. I've also seen Cabin in the Woods, but these are also, like, fantasy films that are not relevant to real life in any way, shape, or form. Also, I vividly remember the advertising for Monster House, I think more than that movie. It was one of those movies I got from the Swedish Public Library. But the actual movie is like... Okay, House as a last name is... you know what? I'm just going to move on from this conversation because you guys are incapable of, like, realizing that I don't agree with that initial statement, and my statement stands. House is not a being. A house is a thing that you live in, and an inanimate object, and an inanimate object is not a being, does not need to be treated as such. These are two different things. Make a bunch more gold goblets. I've been seeing dwarves drinking alcohol without goblets. All right, we're just going to continue working on the road, I suppose. We'll let that get worked on. Well, if you need to add more lanes, then I recommend you go to a different country and add more lanes there. Go anywhere else. Go to America if you want to do that. Assault. You know, he says that, whereas, like, there are definitely people here with that warped sensibility as well. I'd say it's less Hitchhiker's Guide these days and more just fuck cars kind of way of thinking. You ought to make a green glass surface for it with a yellow brick road. I'm pretty sure that would be quite pretty. Yes, because fuck cars, exactly, Sigil. Also, how you doing, Sigil? I more warp. Nope. Ah, well. Use a scooter a lot? I've come pretty close to buying electric scooters because our bike infrastructure has gotten so much better in the past few years. But also, like, I don't ride a bike because I don't see well enough to feel safe on the road, and I don't think an electric scooter would really change that, so... Every time I think about it, I look at the prices and then kind of snap back to my senses and go, no, this is a bad idea, I shouldn't do this. Extra day off before work? Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, you need that day to rest after a con. You need that day of rest. You need that break. I've been thinking about TwitchCon in Vegas and going like, should I really fly back the day after, or do I just want to stay an extra day in Vegas? But then I'm like, if I stay an extra day in Vegas, then like, it's not going to help me rest up. that's just going to perpetuate this endless issue of constantly needing a break. So, if this right here is where the aquifer is, I can start digging into it. Although I can't actually go that way. Most of the dwarves are transporting stuff currently. Yes, this should theoretically be a heavy aquifer. If it's not, we're kind of in trouble, but also still most likely fine. But yes, it is a heavy aquifer.
Crypt beer.
Disco, thank you very much for the first notification of money in 30 minutes. And for keeping that sub alive for a 37th month. Welcome back, lad. Good to have you around, mate. You're going to need to wean off the Vegas partying with a day of regular partying. The thing is, during TwitchCon in Las Vegas, I'm going to be at a work convention all day, every day. So I'm going to have to be, like, functional. For most of it. Like, it's not just, like, a trip. It's not a... TwitchCon isn't a vacation, unfortunately. What kind of convention? Oh, I'm just talking about TwitchCon. I don't know about what kind of convention Sigil just got back from. I have some guesses, but... oh, look, I'm possessed. Well, that's normal. I guess I should follow me while I make an artifact. What do I do at TwitchCon? A lot of reminding people that I'm not dead. Also, I don't know what my schedule is yet, because I don't have it. I won't know until right before. But generally, TwitchCon is very... Go to this thing, talk to this person, go to this spot, talk to this person, meet up with this person here, talk to this person, go to this thing, talk to these people, say hi to this person, shake hands with that person, say thanks to something for unrelated to this person, organize a podcast with that person, rinse, repeat. For like 3 days. And then every evening, everybody gives you free alcohol. A big fetch quest? Sure. And I'm usually kind of stoned the entire time. I don't think I've actually been, like, sober for the entirety of a TwitchCon ever. Speaking of a fetch quest, let's see what our glorious king's fetch quest ends with. Jet gizzard stones, eh? You've never been to TwitchCon. Also, you're never sober, so it's got nothing to do with TwitchCon. Whiteboard. Unlike you, I'm sober at this very moment, believe it or not. Completely. That's why I said I had some guesses, Sigil. You've talked about the conventions you go to here in the past, so. A gizzard stone from a jet. No, it's a gizzard stone made of jet, but... Okay, so the Grand King is beginning the artifact. Gold bars, sea lamprey leather, jet gizzard stones, diorite blocks, and Sangaro ribwood logs. Any bets on what I make? If I make a throne, I'm just gonna... I don't know. I'll be impressed. Well, that's definitely just a light aquifer. Which actually makes this rather easy. Floodgate. Floodgate would also be pretty on topic, yeah? How far below the surface? This map's weird, yeah, because it's like 28, so what, 3 below the surface? Special effect is in like the... Wait, hold on. Special effect is in like the accessibility for video games group, or special effect is in like special effects? Movie monsters. Okay, gotcha. Costumes and stuff. What, like practical effects? Well, that seems kind of cool. What, that there's gizzard stones in Dwarf Fortress is impressive? I mean, I suppose so. Oh. Well, I mean, I guess I do like buckets. Blind, the king, has created Imen Lokan. Uthramisticas. Ras? A gold bucket. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Unib Backgravel. Yeah, it's time to put that in the well. Because we ain't going to leave well enough alone here. This is a gold bucket. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. I'm just going to throw this out there. You need a hell of a pulley system to pull up a gold bucket from a well full of water. Like, imagine the size of the pulley. That would be heavy as hell. Like, have you ever held, like, a chunk of gold? I have. Shit's not light. It is encrusted with oval diorite cabochons and studded with gold and encircled with bands of lamprey leather, and this object menaces with spikes of jet and Sangaro ripwood. That is...
Golden parachute, but hold it upside down. Crypt L, crypt R.
Golden parachute, but hold it upside. So, golden parachute upside down is bucket? What's up, Cassandra? I wonder if that trains strength. I doubt it. Maybe hauling it would, like a boulder. Also, we have beak dog soap and beak dog soap, by the way. We now have soap in the fort. So, you know, we are making progress. In some regards today. It appears the zombie Tyler's over here making soap. We're actually making ash currently. Who's making soap? Stukos is making soap. Making more beak dog soap. Clean Dwarf time, yes. Dwarves get soapy bath. Dwarf be happy with soapy bath. Just removing this so that we can replace it. I probably have a gold chain I could place there too. So I could do like gold chain, gold bucket, obsidian mechanism. Also, chat, can I get a couple beers for Claiborne throwing $1 into my chat? Appreciate you, dude. What's the best way to catch your kitchens when they are using meat so that you can forbid them from using the lard while they are cooking? I can't say I've ever actually done that. Do they even cook tallow by default? I know they prepare it. I thought that you had to enable it so that they could use tallow. I've literally never ran into a problem of... Yeah, I do have gold chains. Sweet. I've literally never ran into this problem of, like, running out of tallow. Like, never. Not once. You need to disable it in the menu? Okay, well, I mean, that's what you would do then, is just go to the kitchens menu and disable it. I've literally never had a problem with them running out of tallow. You just go to the kitchen menu and you'd go to what, meat? Yeah, there it is. You just click that button. I have 600 beak dog eggs? Holy tits. Wow. That's a lot of beak dog eggs. Dace Base, or Das Base? I'm not sure how you say that. Thank you very much for the 4th month with Prime. Welcome back. Appreciate you. The Forgotten Beast Oozle has come. A huge, hairy scorpion fly. It has 3 large spiral horns, and it has a gaunt appearance. Its mauve hair is very curly. Beware, its poisonous bite. Its bite is very poison. Oh, there it is. It's the 2nd or 3rd bug beast down here. We might get a Clash of the Titans. Watch it fly around for a minute. Baroness of Spear Number. That's a good name. Spear Number. Yeah, the legendary. I mean, it's got no kills, so it can't be that legendary. I mean, why would you need to use DF hack for that? Literally just go to the kitchen menu and click one button. There's so many redundant DF hack commands, it's like kind of hysterical, actually. What, the giant fly is the most deeply terrifying? I guess I could see that. Okay, actually what I want to do is I want to do this from down here. So I'm going to go down onto this bottom layer here, erase all this. And hopefully we don't encounter the heavy aquifer, because if we do, dwarves will instantly drown. Which is fine, but, you know. Jerry Gord, are you tantruming again? I think Jerry Gord's tantruming again. No, it's somebody different. Playing around obliviously, looks like. That is completely incorrect, actually. Nerev, I expelled you. You killed somebody. Sorry. No, yellow jackets are super chill. The thing is, yellow jackets hunt, and they don't give a shit if you're in the way of their hunting area. So if you're in their hunting area, they will hunt on you, which is what people generally mistake for them not giving a damn. So if you're sitting somewhere, like near plants or something where there's wasps, and they're buzzing back and forth, and you sit there and they buzz across you, it's because they don't give a shit. So you step away, move to a slightly different portion of the garden, and they just completely ignore you. I was around like 40 yellow jackets yesterday, and they were totally fine. They were like, I don't know, half a meter away from me, just like buzzing around a puddle because there was water in the puddle, and they wanted the water. If I stood in between them and the puddle, then yeah, they would have gotten all up in my face, but, you know, just ignore them. Go around them. Treat them like a large animal, and they're totally fine. Just give them their space. And it can also dig through this entirely. They don't recognize faces, actually, to my knowledge. I've heard that from a few places, but I think that's false. But from what I've been told is if you've killed a wasp, they release a very specific pheromone, and if you get that on you, it can last for days. So if you've killed a wasp, like with your hands or something, they know that you killed one of theirs, and they will come after you. Well, that's because you're walking around outside with sugar water. My guy. Like, of course you're gonna get wasps. You get wasps, flies, anything else with wings. Naturally, they're going for your soda. Because you're carrying food for them. That's on you. Just kill the rest of them. Good luck. As the band Gnome says, we'll kill them all and scream, "We are alive." I was kind of expecting this to be a heavy aquifer and not needing to do this kind of pattern, but here we are. I really, really, really like wasps. I don't know. I think they are cool as hell bugs. I used to hate them, and now ever since I started gardening actively a couple of years ago, I love wasps. Like, all you need is you just need to see your cabbages covered in, like, caterpillars, and then you just need to see one wasp come and land on that cabbage and fly away with a caterpillar, and you're like, you know what? Guys, we can be friends. We can have a truce here. Massive respect for wasps. Wasps are the best. No, they aren't aggressive. They just don't give a shit. And humans get all aggressive with them, right? Bumblebees are... I've literally pet a bumblebee. There was somebody in the chat a couple of weeks ago screaming about how they're dangerous, apparently. Bumblebees. And apparently they can sting, which I stand corrected on, but, like, I have literally pet a bumblebee. I poked a bumblebee yesterday. Just boop. Gave it a poke. Just kept flying. You've never seen a wasp? Never seen it? Have you never been outside? Wait, or are you just from somewhere where there isn't wasps? How have you never seen a... I could, like, take 10 steps out of my patio and see a wasp. Like... Where do you live that you've never seen wasps? Oh, shit, we found the heavy aquifer. See that? Sudden 7? That's the heavy aquifer. Somewhat friendly? They're extremely friendly. Lag? Game? Dwarf Fortress is refusing to respond. Okay, there we go. Dwarf Fortress, I sent you my Masterworks. Please respond. All right, let's move all this. So we'll just let this fill up entirely, and we'll just pull the lever. Saw a hornet last year. Yeah, no, so we get hornets too and they're like that big or so. They're like the size of your thumb. They are big and they're mean. An item was seen being stolen. A boot was seen being stolen, specifically. I was gonna say, was it stolen by Jerry Gordon? No, okay, so Bookbinder Saigon. We're gonna interrogate you and convict you. And I'm just going to convict Jerry Gordon. So don't kick a wasp's nest. Like I said, like I was so like some people are just so terrified of wasps, right? Like it's that fear that causes you problems with wasps. Just treat them with respect and keep them at a safe distance, and you won't have an issue with wasps. Like they are pretty smart, can be rather mean bugs that defend your garden. So give them space, give them respect, and walk around them. And you'll be fine. And don't go kicking their nests or something stupid. And generally, you won't have a problem with wasps. And I say generally because, like, there's exceptions to every rule, but... This is, yeah. Orpiment. I really, really like the color of it, but I've run out. I found one tiny little chunk of it whilst mining, and I haven't found any more, so... I've been kind of sad about the lack of it, but... You had an artifact gets stolen, and the person that stole it was asked to do so by another person, but that other person is not on your map, and you don't know where they are or how to find them. So that's a half-built mechanic, Ranger Rick. It is the first half of the tracking down, assassination, and interrogation, and plot detection, and all that. So that mechanic is half done. We don't actually have the ability to finish those right now. They're like the half-built quests in adventure mode. It is a half-finished mechanic that wasn't finished because Zach and Tarn stopped working on it to work on this version. And instead of giving us no updates or patches for 4 years, they gave us that, the half-built mechanic. Lawnmower over nest is bad. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. That's awful. Yeah, so there are times where you will be able to find them. It's probably whoever your local necromancers are, or somebody in a goblin pit somewhere. But because we don't have the other half of those mechanics needed for that mechanic to actually make sense, it's just kind of this weird half-built thing that kind of works in some ways and doesn't work in others. So, you know, it's a cool mechanic and will be cooler once it works, but we're just not there yet. I mean, our bumblebees here don't have stingers. Philonitis. Like, straight up, like, they are... Only the queens can sting, and the queens live underground, so good luck finding them. That doesn't make any sense. So that's like saying you had a friend that developed an allergy to strawberries because they ate too many peanuts. How do you get a bee allergy from falling into a wasp's nest? You would just get, like, a venomous sting allergy. That wouldn't be a bee allergy specifically. All I'm saying is we need to stop demonizing bees. Bees are good. And almost impossible to get stung by a bee unless you go try and squish it. I know they have similar venoms. Just stop demonizing bees. Was allergic to stings. That's a better terminology. We need to be nice to the bees, chat. It's this kind of toxic negativity towards bees and jazz that is, like, destroying our planet because people are all scared of bees for some fucking reason. I've had, like, this pretty militant Anti? Is that Is that a word that I can use? I don't know. I've been pretty militant against anti-bee propaganda ever since I had a job in fast food. And one day a bee flew in and everybody screamed, and it ended with somebody literally smacking this poor honeybee out of the air with a broom and jumping on it. Like, I mean, you like jazz, right? Well, if you like jazz, then you like bees. So, you know, naturally. Sorry, it's bee movie memes. Can I? You like jazz? Once had a bumblebee land on your foot. Aw. Aw. That's kind of sad that it wanted salt from your sweat. I'm just saying, bumblebees are the cats of the insect world. Including our coffee. Yeah, without coffee, without bees, we wouldn't have coffee. Right? So thank a local bee today, and don't confuse bees and wasps, and let's stop with this anti-bee propaganda. That is my platform, and when I get elected Prime Minister of the planet, I will ban all anti-bee propaganda, and it'll be the war on anti-bee propaganda. I don't care if you're allergic. If you are allergic, just stay away from them. It's fine. Just walk around them. They're not aggro. They're chunky floof. Exactly. You'd vote for that. But, you know, honestly, I think that there's probably a place in the world right now for like a joke party that's just like the bee party. You know, like make the sale of honey illegal and force everybody to have like beehives in their backyard, but you can't eat the honey because that's theirs. Bumblebees are just, yeah, bumblebees are just like, I don't know, they're just like, they are definitely the drunk bees of the bee world. Gimli is making masterpiece pigtail trousers. Thank you, Gimli. Yeah, well, the Rhino Party's been inactive since 2006, so. We also had the Pirate Party at one point, which lasted 1 year and had 4 people running for them, and their whole thing was we were all going to move to Newfoundland, build pirate ships out of lumber, and invade France. Why? I don't know. If you don't regularly remove honey from the honeybees, they will move out of your hives, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, they have to move to a new hive. It is, in fact, true. It is part of being a good beekeeper. I was mostly just being, like, silly, I guess. I was joking around. I mean, one of my dreams is I've always wanted to have bees. I've always wanted to be a hobbyist beekeeper. I've talked about this before, but like endgame blind IRL is just guy who streams video games on Twitch, you know, 3 days a week or whatever, and then the rest of the time I farm on a hobby farm and take care of bees, and probably have like a couple dozen YouTube live streams of like that sort of thing. I also kind of want chickens or quail, which are like just small chickens, basically. All right, so that's gonna go this way. I need to wall this off down here. Actually, before I wall this off, let's go all the way up here and smooth all of this. Maybe just the walls. Quails are so cool looking. Like they look like. Okay, so you know the design of like characters from Borderlands with like those ridiculous like mohawks and stuff? Quails are like the Borderlands characters of the bird world. Like they look like that. They have like those ludicrous like weird head setups and things. Urban apiary is the sort of thing Sherlock Holmes was into. Really? Or Sherlock Holmes also was a made-up character, so we can't say that he was into that. But the written character of Sir Sherlock Holmes probably was into that, if you're saying that. I don't remember that bit of Sherlock Holmes, but I don't remember lots of Sherlock Holmes. How dare I? More like how dare I? But Mohawk quails are mostly an American thing? I have no idea. To be honest, I know almost nothing about quails. I've Googled images of quails and found various quails that I can buy from local breederys around here for not a lot of money, like in chicks. I can buy chicks. But like, look at these fucking guys. Like they look like they're about to go to war. Like this, look at how, I don't know. Like Mohawk quails are just fantastic looking. My goals align with your household goals? Yeah. Except I'll never actually achieve them because I'll go blind first. They get that cute aggression rising? Yes. Okay, so that's going to be our water supply from up here. Let's hope that we can get enough. Cortnex quails are best for the eggs? I love quail eggs. Oh, good in soup. Your fortress needs quail. Well, even these are cool looking. Like, look at this. Look at this boy's feathers. Hey, look at that. They cool looking. I don't know. Cool burbs. But don't forget, they are government drones, so I am willingly, like, letting government drones live in my backyard if I ever have a backyard, which I won't, so it's fine. If I ever want to actually achieve those goals, I would need my stream to be as big as it was in December for, like, a year and a half, maybe 2. Definitely government drones. Fortunately, government drones also provide a healthy supply of eggs. I could also just make sure that they don't clean their lenses, and then they won't be very useful government drone. Probably the best way to do that, actually. Well, I mean, as they said in that one movie, even I'm eatable, but that is frowned upon in most societies. Anything's eatable if you try hard enough. I mean, that one guy ate a bicycle. I'm sure you can eat a drone. Tame is throwing a tantrum. That's fine. We met with the subject in order to make remarks. Subject was cagey and refused to comply. In retrospect, interrogator may have completely misjudged the subject's character. Well, we didn't find out who told that dwarf to steal that artifact, but we got the artifact back, so. Because they talk to the meth heads. I mean, it's part of their methods of observation. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right, so you right here are already connected to a bunch of things. You right here get connected to this one. And then I need one final lever up here, which is going to be connected to this one. Also, for entirely seriousness' sake here, I'm joking. I don't actually think birds are government drones. Please don't take me seriously on any of this shit because my mom was listening to me talk about this once and got worried. Love you, Mom. 2, 3. 2, 3. 3. 3. 3. Birds aren't real. No, they're definitely not real. You can't convince me birds are real. I've never seen a bird. Have you ever seen a bird? All right, let's go 3 and 3. Damn, Blind, I thought you were one of us. I mean, you can have whatever philosophical or political alignment you want, but if it's dumb, I will make fun of you for it. And I reserve that right. Damn it. Oh no, the photographer is like siding against us now. Or against me, maybe. What is this? Oh, it's a Family Guy thing? I can't even open that on stream. Very happy about all of this Ulanite down here. I mean, look at all this pink. And we're going to be able to do so much with this. Am I getting water to run stuff? Yeah, I'm making a water reservoir and doing a few other things with it. Oh, shit. There's a Dwarf Fortress news email from Kit Fox. It's just kind of a little roundup. Oh, apparently you can download the tabs and music sheets for Strike the Earth right here. If you are a musician, they just sent out this PDF. That's kind of cool, actually. Damn. I need to download this. So Dwarf Fortress is going to be at Gamescom in August. So if you're in Germany and you're close to Gamescom, they will probably be having some sort of meetup. They're also looking for volunteers with convention experience who want to help out at their booth. So I'm gonna go post my team. Poking people who I know are going. And aside from that, it's just they announced the gear is now available. And last week, the experimental variant is stabilizing after a few patches. They should be a way to as well as unlike a max version. I'm just reading stuff. We're having our first meeting about adventure mode sound effects tomorrow. Wasn't that last week? And we'll need to get adventure running around soon for the upcoming artwork, and that's something that's going to be working on. Return of the game log. It never left, but cool. Well, it's more of the same. It's just more of the same in one place. All right, well. There's a ghost. Endok is haunting the fortress. Well, we should fix that. You wish that you still played? It's never too late to start. You know, I never noticed that Water Wheels had like this center structure. Huh. Fascinating. Link this lever to that. Which means I can go up to this, and we can release this. Hello, D. Tyler. Good day, sir. Do I think we'll ever get gifts as sprites? What, for Dwarf Fort? I wouldn't hold my breath for it. Create mod in Dwarf Fortress. What do you mean? Eh? Hey, Swedish. Your dwarf's still alive, by the way. Still alive, still kicking. this dwarf going to go pull it. Looks like it. Plonk.
Jeez,
Have you
for
hammered anyone yet?
everyone.
A couple people. Had a few people get smacked with hammers. I had to actually expel somebody for tantruming too often and actually killing somebody. I mean, for everyone, Spike? I don't think this water's flowing fast enough. Don't know if it'll be able to fill this. I might have to go dig in here and get some more piles worth of heavy aquifer. Just gonna dig up to there. Another dwarf has been laid to rest. A horrendous waste of dwarven life. Claiborne, what kind of dwarf would you like? And this is where I'm lacking. The embark you had to delete was an aquifer stairs filled up with lines to the south and ran east off the map, and all the aquifer down equals restarts. Yeah, it's not so bad. Dr. Adam, thank you very much for the 6th month. Prime, welcome back. Thanks for remembering to click that button, because clicking that button like adds up quite considerably. Beard in the military? I don't have any beards in the military that are not already named. I can tell you that without even looking. Because I haven't added any dwarves to the military today, and there is 2 beards in the military, and they're both named. So, and I'm not adding anybody into the military until I get migrant waves. Because this fort is way too full of children. Also, I need to make me large gems again, apparently. Let's see if I have any unnamed miners. I got an unnamed legendary one. Here, we'll give you this. Clay Dork. I think I spelled his name right. All right. Claiborne. Bourne. AKA Clay Dork, the miner. Praise the Clay Dork. He is inflamed by hatred and develops hatred towards things because he's not in the military. And he is quite the bold flatterer. Extremely friendly, but a little insufferable, sometimes cruel, and often trusting. And before, this is just a perfect military dwarf, and I just add you to the military. He does not often feel envious of others. He's not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he's moved by art and natural beauty, and he's troubled by this since he dislikes a natural world. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He doesn't handle stress well. Nope, not going into the military. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and he has an active sense of humor, and he has an active imagination, and he tries to keep his things orderly, and he is quick to anger. And he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he doesn't really care about anything anymore, or ever, really, for that matter. Dreams of mastering a skill, and the stream was realized you could actually join the military. He personally believes that decorum is a high ideal and is deeply offended by those who fail to maintain it. Thinks that it is of the utmost importance to hold a bold face and never grouse or complain or even show emotion, and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort and respects the law and doesn't care about friendship. And dreams of mastering a skill, and the stream was realized. Likes earthenware, billin, faint yellow diamond, the gray squirrel leather, gems and gauntlets and flasks and alpacas for their jutting teeth, and the sun and sunberries for their inner light, and when possible prefers to consume yak and dwarven beer and garden cress and leaves, and absolutely hates cave spiders. He is thin, but has incredible muscles. His very long beard is neatly combed, his sideburns are clean shaven, and his gold eyes are round. His ears are extremely narrow, and his eyelashes are short, and his skin is his ecru's skin is wrinkled, and his hair is ochre. So I could actually add you to the military, since you would like to be in the military so badly for some reason. Since you have a death wish, I can totally make you the militia commander of this squad. This dwarf will do fine. Aside from the stress bit, but should also still do fine. Which does mean I need to remove you from mining, though. So you are no longer a miner, you're now a major. And you're also wearing a dress, I think. Yes, you are. You look pretty in it. All right, so.
Closest to danger is farthest from harm.
This is not true. This is very, very much not true, in fact, actually. That is a lie. Do not believe what the lady in the text-to-speech thing just said. But what if it was a chromatic instead of a major or a minor? Oh, hell yeah. Vexy, I think is how you say that. Heard what happened, This is the 84 Metacritic. Heard what happened, and it sucks that you didn't get the bonus on that Bethesda promised because of the 84 Metacritic score on Vegas. So I've never played New Vegas, but I'm familiar with what happened. Why am I implicated in this? I'm confused.
Birds are a lie.
Well, I mean, birds don't lie. They don't really talk either, so. This entire stream is just becoming like birds aren't real propaganda. I look like Josh Sawyer. Do I? I know that name. Like, vaguely I know who that is. But that's a new one for me. But all right. I mean, I know who Josh Sawyer is, but like I said, I'm a little bit perplexed by that one because that's a new one for me. Okay, this is definitely a heavy aquifer. Look how quickly it's filling. I mean, hold on. Josh Sawyer, American video game developer. Okay, so as in, you think I look like guy with glasses. That's about where the similarities begin and end. I mean, this is me doing a side-by-side with myself. No. I don't see it. Must be the headset. I mean, like, headset off, even. Here's a picture of him with headset off. Like, yeah. No, it doesn't work. Not even close. Hard disagree. Hair fits and can't see the tattoo. Not to be mean to Josh Sawyer or anything, but one, he's got a receding hairline, okay? Got a receding hairline, right? Hair does not fit. Laddie. I mean, take another look. Okay, so, I think I have more hair than this man. So, by a small margin. So I don't know how much I don't know how much hair you think that dude has. Hair reveal? It's not a new reveal thing. Looks no. Anyway, whatever. This is what it is. Thank you, Quericus. I don't know if I'd call those deep cuts, Paxmac. But deep cuts and Twitch references wise. Just hope no dwarves get stuck down here. No, I've got well, I mean, I'm okay, so for clarity's sake, I'm wearing a death metal band shirt. Right? I have long hair. I haven't had a haircut since 2014, I think. I've trimmed it a couple times, like clipped loose ends and whatnot, but that's about the extent of it. Start moshing or else I won't believe you. Dude, I have so little space back here. I don't feel like hitting my head on a computer. If somebody gifts 100 subs, I will headbang for 10 seconds, though. I really don't feel like doing that. My neck doesn't like me when I do that. You're cutting your hair when COVID ends? Well, it's never going to end. It's here forever. So we fucked that one up a long time ago. We're not going to get a world without COVID. It's going to be here perpetually forever, so. Although I do think that that's part of the joke, Stone. Copper bucket, 2. It's not like it's doing much. At this point, yeah, it's pretty mild. Still don't want to get it, but same reason I don't want to get a cold or a flu. I mean, recently it got downgraded from a global health emergency to like whatever a tier below that is. No, it did get lowered down on like the concern level, but didn't start as a joke. Yeah, well. Thanks for the 5-pack, random dude. Appreciate you. No, I know. Although I've managed to not get sick for, well, I guess since 2019, approximately, so I intend to keep it that way. Getting sick is suboptimal. Dragon Man, what up? It's good to see you. Also, we're back up to 900. It's a nice round number. Cheers, chat. See, I disagree with that. I need to be around the public. I need to be around people occasionally or I go a little nuts. And a little nuts is very much an understatement. Getting sick is a time loss? Yep. Every 5 to 10 real minutes. So, yes, they will do that. But if you look at this, you see how it's red? It's red because I haven't completed it in a while. This one's yellow, which is fine. But and also they're not demanding anything. You don't actually need to make it until it turns red. So you only need to like actually complete what they're asking for once per season or so. Also, this dwarf needs a weapon rack and armor stand. Do I have weapon racks? Sorry. Apologies. Let's do weapon rack and armor stand. That kind of came out of nowhere. Like at a show, people kind of get out of your way, generally. I mean, it's kind of like anything. It's like, how do people dance in a club without getting, trampled? Well, I mean, people kind of just get out of your way. The fire alarm go off? They've moved into a different part of the building now. Or are you asking if me sneezing was the fire alarm? Me sneezing definitely was not the fire alarm. That was me just sneezing. You're going to eat wings? I mean, God, Diamond, what kind of wings? What you putting on those wings? Man, the birds aren't real propaganda's getting real in this chat. There are buffalo wings. True, buffalo have wings. They drank too much Red Bull, obviously. Wings are people. I mean, with Buffalo Wild Wings, it wouldn't surprise me if wings were people. I almost wish I was joking. I've never had a good experience at Buffalo Wild Wings, so probably not a good person to talk to about Buffalo Wild Wings. No, it was chicken, which was grown in a lab, like all meat. Well, let's see what I have the most of for blocks. Yeah, let's just go with diorite. That's worse. Yeah, exactly. I mean, have you ever played the documentary video game Carrion? That's where your meat comes from. Yes, the documentary, Carrion. Just don't forget to carry in my wayward son. Do I even have enough diorite to do this? Wow, I do. Was turned into long pork burgers? That seems unpleasant. Not on my top 10 ways to die. Assuming I had the opportunity to choose. In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. Is that how it's running? I mean, we're not. Dragon Man. We're talking about how birds aren't real. Get with the program. We are not talking about long pork. We are talking about how birds aren't real. Now you have a song stuck in your head because of you? Oh, I mean, I do that all the time. At least it's a good song, though. But no, it's fine, Dragon Man. We're talking about bullshit, so don't mind us. Chat is just, like, settled into its, you know, natural harmony of silliness. If it gets over to this side, it'll fill up. Otherwise, it won't. So we need to get more water flowing. A wine-ish swagger? Wine-ish swagger. Means settling into our own kind of bullshit? Is a wine-ish swagger? Yeah, to those of you wondering about, like, heavy aquifers, they fill up, like, immediately. So if you see, like, if you see somebody dig out an aquifer and it fills up immediately with water, Dwarf, get out of there. You gotta get out of there. Dwarf, get out of there. You're going to start drowning, bomb wreck. You gotta get out of there, bomb wreck. Bomb wreck? Bomb wreck. Bomb wreck. Okay. Bomb wreck. Okay. Bomb wrecked himself, but he checked himself, so we're good. Whew. Whew. Is safe. You saved bomb wreck. Or bomb wreck saved bomb wreck. Crisis averted. Very much so. I almost had to, like, cave in a piece of rock on his head. Well, it seems to be filling a little faster now, which is what we want. Oh, fire alarms are going off again. Tentio, thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back. Maybe they can breathe really well underwater. It's a secret special talent. Well, they weren't actually fully submerged, but it was getting a little close for comfort, shall we say? It was definitely getting a little bit close for comfort. Just goal. Although we may need to expand goal for a little bit here, or in a little bit here. Jerry Gord has slipped into depression once again. And the reason is because, like, we've kind of, like, just gone into all-out war with the goblins here. We've kind of achieved that goal. We've got the hard economy Volcano fort down. It's a matter of what are we going to do in endgame now. He was practicing real quick. Yeah, he was just getting some training in for, like, when I inevitably flood the entirety of the fort with this. Oh, sweet. Video Game Donkey put out a video about Zelda, so I know what I'm doing this evening. Did we get migrants? No, we're still sitting at 140. We're into midwinter. The next round that we would get from... the next round of migrants would be spring. Oh. Fingers crossed for spring. Because we need word of our riches to spread, you know? The word of our community's acclaim spreads. Man, you know, I was thinking about this the other day. One of the best parts about Darkest Dungeon, the original, when it released, was they had, like, a promotional thing where anybody who was anybody, if you streamed, like, more than a certain number of hours of the game, they would record a bunch, they would get the voice actor guy to do a bunch of custom alerts for you. And that's how, like, a bunch of friends of mine all had, like, custom alerts for ages of just, like, this dude reading voices. I really wish they did that again. Because that was super cool when they did that. It was such a neat promotion. Kind of miss that. More barons are visiting. What's the plans for the massive reservoir? So I'm going to be pumping water up into this corner here and making gardens. That's the first thing I want to do. I want to make gardens up here. This is also, once this reservoir is full, going to be redirected this way, and the water's going to flow off the map, and we're going to use this for power, and I'm going to use it to pump things like lava, potentially, and probably water. As for what we're going to do beyond that point, I need to figure it out. After that point, we'll need to figure that out. Custom Wainers? What? What's a Wainer? Glass half empty. Oh, also, by the way, you punched a bronze colossus and got turned into tomato soup. Oh, this makes a lot more sense. Yeah. You can see how it actually happened if you watch the video called a true stalemate, not a two stalemate, a true stalemate. I'm sorry, Nani the fuck? Steam now offers 90-minute game trials starting with Dead Space. You can go play the first 90 minutes of Dead Space for free. Yeah, what? Hold on. Remember how the other day I was saying you should be able to try games without, like, being able to leave a review? This seems wise. How do you try it for free? I'm looking at Steam right now and it's like doesn't show anything. Yes and no. Well, demos, if you think that demos left or if you think demos aren't back, you haven't been on Steam in like the last 2 years. Because there are so many demos on Steam, like it's impossible to wrap your brain around it. It's absurd. There's absurdly large numbers of demos on Steam. The 80% speedrun is 1 hour and 46 minutes and 35 seconds for Dead Space Remake. Well, you just got to do it first try, right, Shinkat? Maybe, so I've had this weird bug with Steam for a bit where it thinks I'm signed out, even though I'm signed in. And like, it's weird. I can't access my, God damn it, Jerry Gord, can you stop beating people up, please? I can't access my wish list, and it's been like this for a couple of weeks. And I've just never bothered to, like, fix it. So I should probably do that. I should probably go in there and fix it at some point, but... well, ideally they wouldn't, right? Ideally there should be some consumer protections in place so that bad companies can't release bad video games. Ideally. But, I don't know. I've also been pretty vocal and blunt about how I just... Like, whenever people ask me to play AAA stuff, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't really play AAA stuff. It doesn't really, like... gel with my ideals anymore and hasn't for a while. Welcome back, True Freak. Oh, so you mean trials, not demos, but yeah. Well, because demos are for sure back and have been back for a while. Like, yeah, demos went away for a long while there, but they are absolutely back at this point. Okay, so it is filling. It's just filling slowly. Company can't be trusted with your truck unlocked. Why? Did something get stolen? Your pillows? Boo! I mean, those probably just got thrown out. To be honest. You remember leaving games open on purpose so you wouldn't lose the free game? I actually, so I never owned a GameCube, but I owned a GameCube memory card, which I bought used for like $10 or something. Because the local McDonald's had GameCubes running Double Dash. The problem was they had no memory cards, but they had memory card slots open on the side of the weird machine console thingy. So if you had your own memory card, you could bring your own saves and save your progress. And because they worked on a 40-minute cycle where every 40 minutes they just did a hard reset and reset the whole console, you'd lose your progress every 40 minutes. So I would literally set a timer and plug the memory card in and play Mario Kart Double Dash right up until the timer would run out. It was good times. Hey, Paul. I'm doing all right. And yourself? Official Dwarf Fortress merch went up for sale today. That's the big news. Not much else going on, really. Although I think tomorrow Mountain Core releases on Steam. I think that's tomorrow. Oh, no, that's day after tomorrow. I did cancel a single tile of floor on the left, yes. I need to redo that. I misclicked it. Do I believe in dolphins? Are you talking about the sports team or the mammal? Because I would like you to know that dolphins are expert hackers. Because I've seen Johnny Mnemonic, and there's a very good dolphin in that movie. So obviously, I mean, how else do you think Anonymous gets so much stuff done without dolphins? They are real and they are evil. Yes, they're a bunch of rapists. I think we can all agree on that. We need to prosecute dolphins for their crimes. Also, dolphins are not a fish, though. They're a mammal. Aren't we all, though, in Fragrance? Let's be honest. Yeah, exactly. The fact that they're mammals freaks you out? Why does that freak you out? You know, you probably freak them out. You're a mammal, and you're above ground. On land. That is truly terrifying. I don't know, I think dolphins are pretty cool. They're pretty cool critters. Obviously, you know, I wouldn't want to be, like, stuck in a enclosed space with them, because I probably wouldn't want to swim with dolphins, but dolphins in and of themselves are pretty cool. Linla, I think is how you say that. Thank you very much for the brand new Prime subscription. Can I get a round of beers for that brand new sub? Cheers. Enjoy the emotes. Orcas are scary because they are smart. You know, honestly, it's not smart things that scare me. It's stupid things that scare me. Smart things can be reasoned with. I'm not saying that you can reason with a whale, but like just kind of on a more general note. Stupid things scare me. Like, it's as somebody who walks on the side of the road, like, smart drivers don't scare me. Stupid drivers scare me. Like the moron who got busted for drunk driving in my building yesterday. Smart things know how to get to you? Yeah, I'm also smart, so I will stay far away from them. If you... I like how you meant to say, like, Walish, but you just wrote Welsh. It's like, if you speak Welsh, you can reason with a whale. That's not how that works. They don't speak Welsh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, no, yes, last night there was a guy who got busted for drunk driving in the building next to mine. He literally pulled in, got out, walked into the pizza place, walked back in after ordering a pizza, got back into his car, and then police showed up. Whalish is what whales speak, obviously. I'm pretty sure the only person I know who can speak whale is Dory. So, although, does anybody else remember like that series? I can't even remember what group it was that was doing these videos, but does anybody remember that group of videos of Megan Fox, as in like the movie star / model Megan Fox, talking about how she was fascinated by dolphins and wanted to try to talk to dolphins, and then it's like this video of her sitting in a weird lab wearing a lab coat, like playing dolphin sounds at dolphins to see what they do. Does anybody remember that? I don't even know what that was an ad for. I just remember seeing no recollection of what they were trying to communicate with it. I just remember seeing footage of Megan Fox saying that she wanted to talk to dolphins. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Oh, it was an Acer computer commercial. This makes a lot of sense. Yeah, if you guys want to skim through it, there you go. I'm not joking. Like, this is a thing that I actually remember seeing. Acer avoid. It's full of bloatware. I now have the Google search of Megan Fox talks to dolphins. Also, it's an ad from 2012. And no Dell either. I mean, just I was looking at laptops recently-ish, and I was like, man, why do all laptops have glued-in batteries now? Like, it's almost impossible to get a decent laptop with a replaceable battery. Why do they all have to have batteries glued in or battery inside of case? It's like battery connected to case. It's like, that's not useful to me, though. I need to be able to remove the battery. Not super thrilled with that. My neighbors are fighting really loudly. Because the tech industry hates you and everyone you love instead of substituting money. Sure, yeah, well. I work in the tech industry and I don't hate you. I do hate me, though, so I guess that makes two of us. I don't hate you, no. Not currently. I could be convinced to, though. Although technically, I would say I don't actually work in the tech industry. I work in whatever this weird industry that I work in is. Well, I appear to have found the edge of the aquifer. Guess it's this way, not this way. Oh, never mind. It is actually still an aquifer. It's just a light aquifer. So that tiny bit of the heavy aquifer was right there. Entertainment industry? I think I just work in the tech gig economy. Whatever that is. Whatever the heck that is. A Dwarf has been taken by a Fey mood. We'll keep an eye on that. Getting into late winter. Finding light aquifers all over the place. No heavy aquifers. The Framework 16, I'm assuming that's a laptop? True Freak? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't owned a laptop in a very long time, so. Laptops for me are currently kind of like something that I've been squinting at a little bit because it would just make traveling easier. Because, you know, like FG and friends are going to Japan and all this stuff, so they're all buying laptops and doing stuff, and I'm like, well, you know, I mean, like, I guess I could see a spot where this is logical. Oh, is the Framework those modular laptops? Because I'm familiar with those. I've definitely seen those a couple times. Just like the modular phones. Frame.work. Can we just stick to .coms like normal people? All this something just makes me upset. Right, okay. Bad that, like, it's like next gen for, or last gen for less. I'm just looking at this going like, man, like a 13-inch laptop would be lovely. I'm just curious, how much are these? Oh, these are affordable. Oh, damn. Damn, those are nice little laptops. Anyway, thanks for the link, I suppose. And then take your old motherboard and 3D print a case for it and make a desktop. See, it's not that easy. You need a 3D printer to 3D print a case. So no, I can't 3D print a case. I do like it when people are just like, yeah, you could just 3D print a case for it. It's like, with what 3D print? Yes, the public library has 3D printers, but they have a 3-hour limit. So you're kind of fucked on what you can actually do. And you have to bring your own plastic, so. I'm kind of against 3D printers. I know that, like, 3D printers are one of those, like, oh, it's great for repairing stuff. It is. But, God, the amount of plastic waste those things create for zero logical reason makes me upset. Because the majority of stuff people are 3D printing are not useful. I'd probably just buy the pre-built version and then upgrade it if I were to do something like that. True Freak. All right, let's go this way. See if I can find more heavy aquifer. No, totally. I mean, it's great for prototyping. I mean, that's what that stuff's for, right? Like, people shouldn't, like... At-home 3D printers need to exist for people who do prototyping professionally. Outside of that, they don't really have any reason to exist. Sure, but then, like, at that point, I might as well just buy the pre-built one, right? And save on shipping. Because I'm shipping 2 separate items. Items that are not necessarily cheap to ship. Also, then you're paying somebody to make it. Yeah, at that point, you might as well just pay the money and just get them to make it for you. I just don't see this as being, like, a better solution. But it's certainly good that, you know, that they make all of the specs available and whatnot. You see, I don't agree with that. Like, I don't if chat, do yourself a favor. If you're a 3D printing enthusiast, I will drive you insane. Don't try and sell me on 3D printing. Don't try to explain to me why you think it's good, because I despise this. Also, we are getting attacked. You're just going to get nonstop annoying disagreements from me, so. There's no changing my mind on this. Man, I kind of want to actually accept the parlay, but nope, we're going to deny it. Let's lock everybody inside. Get inside, dwarves. That's a silver whip. That's kind of scary. What faction is this? It's the Reclusive Ghoul. They are a goblin civilization, but they have a lot of assimilated dwarves. Assuming it's the Reclusive Ghoul. Otherwise, we're in trouble. Yes, the Reclusive Ghoul, a goblin civilization. It is an image of the unthinkable shores, an image of a raspberry bushes. The unthinkable shores, a raspberry bush. Yeah, they're very goblin and dwarf centric. That's kind of a cool sword. What's that? A silver scimitar. I like the look of the scimitar sprite. Because you know what's a really good way to make one-off things? If you want to make one-off things, is use wood. And that's why 3D printers, I guess, drive me nuts. Is because for me, it's like, yeah, if you want to make one-off things, go nuts. But use a sustainable material. If you're just using, like, yeah, you're not really helping. Plastics is a problem that we need to be making less of. Not incentivizing. Yeah, these are from Toe Thief. They are, in fact, toe thieves. Game of Dwarf is not working for you because it's not up? Or someone else has already redeemed it and it's lagging? It's probably somebody else has already redeemed it. If I had to actually bet. We got the drains shut. Those are shut. Those are shut. Okay. But Foul G has redeemed a dwarf. So what kind of dwarf would you like? Obviously not one of these invading dwarves because you'll turn into red like smoke soon. You know, I want 3D food printers. Food 3D printers, and they make them. I want to just, like, push a button, put a bunch of stuff into the top of it, and it'll just, like, shit out brownies. That's all I want. That's all I really want. Truly. Let Diamond have it, please. Diamond, what kind of dwarf do you want it? So you can go to bed. Shit out brownies? Fuck. Exactly! Exactly. Imagine the cojones of taking an invading dwarf. I mean, okay, what kind of weapon is this dwarf using? It's a copper two-handed sword. It's like twice the size of this dwarf. Also, it's a two-handed sword, and this dwarf is also wielding a shield. What a fucking Chad. Look at this guy, dude. Strodono Yell Shells, or Yells Hells. Both are cool. But, like, imagine being, like, look at this dwarf. He's got a big sword and a bigger board. Oh, probably. I mean, like, the only example of a food 3D printer that I've seen was for making little chocolates, like it made pastries. Orange one that is grump and hates laws. I will select this miner and go with the flow. Diamond Destruct is Kumil Belcinch. I read that as Ball Cinch initially, and I thought that was way funnier. Now it says Bell, and I'm kind of disappointed. Bell Cinch is gripped by crippling shyness, never feels discouraged, never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to the detriment and the harm of those around him while fire alarms going off. He is frustratingly sloppy and careless with every task he sets to carry out, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, though he wishes this were not the case. He finds altruism foolish. He is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction, and finds and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and likes to take it easy and doesn't seek out excitement. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, quick to anger, and often acts with compassion. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally believes that it is a decorum is a high ideal and deeply offended by those who fail to maintain it. Values honesty and tranquility in a peaceful day, and finds artwork boring and sees sacrifices wasteful and foolish, and doesn't see the point of working hard and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Wait, doesn't want to work hard but doesn't want to hang around. What? Likes ash glaze, electrum, banded agate, and clear glass, llama wool, shields, and llamas for their jutting teeth, and big tails for their twisting stalks, and the sound of the wonder of lilacs, and the sight of the glimmer of glistening of impossible prefers to consume yellow bullhead and giant tapir cheese, and not wine, and absolutely hates fire snakes. You've killed a gray langur. His very long beard is braided, his sideburns are clean shaven, his very long mustache is arranged in double braids, his medium length hair is neatly combed. His burnt umber skin is wrinkled, and his slightly wide set, round aquamarine eyes are slightly protruding, and his hair is dark brown with some gray. Ball cinch! Yeah, ball cinch would have been so good. But oh well. Can't win, I suppose. Holy shit, this is like a not small siege. Actually, like kind of a lot of them. Well, I think they killed this ibex corpse. So good for them, I suppose. They want to work at like 40% capacity. Yeah, they want to be like, you know, most people my age shouting for the 4-day work week. Except he's like 3.5-day work week. Friday should be a half day. Also, yeah, 4-day work week. Let's go. This dwarf took monkey grip. Is that a trait? Person oven? Not really. It's more like a really long hallway that I can flood with lava. So if you consider that an oven, then I guess. I don't know if I would consider that an oven. It's a feat. Oh. I have 2 of those. Also, I'm trying to confirm whether or not merch is going to sell out, and currently it looks like it's not going to sell out. Peasant's been found dead. Well, I mean, it was your own fault. Did I get a migrant wave and they're just running in and dying? Did I really? Oh man, that blows. We just had 2 migrants, or 2 dwarves found dead, and my population hasn't gone up nor down. That or they were just visitors. They might have just been visitors. Rumble. I think DF Hack lets you do that. The game's not moddable enough to let you add stuff in like that. But that is something that, like, they are working on just implementing in vanilla. But currently you can kind of do that within this screen. If you go to make a custom work detail and say, like, let's just say, I don't know, stone cutting specifically, and you hit done, it'll sort by stone cutting specifically. So, like, the game has that functionality. There's just no way to search by it. Yeah, no, we are absolutely getting a migrant wave right now, chat. What a terrible time to get a migrant wave, eh? What a terrible time to get a migrant wave. Make a burrow outside for the newbies. I mean, no, I'm just gonna wait for the baddies to get inside. The newbies will go hang around down here. But no, they'll just get deaded regardless of where I tell them to go. There's no other way in the fort, so. Does Dwarf Therapist allow you to sort by those right now? I don't know. Like, not all the features of Dwarf Therapist was in Dwarf Therapist the last time I checked, so. Okay, I do need to wait for more of them to be inside. Although on the bright side, it does mean we're getting more migrants, meaning we will get more as time goes, which is good. Always impressed by dwarves wielding weapons that they're not technically like this fucking dude right here. This goddamn Chad. The two-handed longsword and a shield. That is wild. I don't know how you're carrying that, dwarf, but that's impressive to me. Uh-oh. They're gonna go kill the newbies. You bet his muscles have muscles. I feel like most muscles might actually have muscles, believe it or not. Trying to get this just turned on and running. Let's see if these guys get inside first. Oh, come on. Grey Langer's fighting with a hammer dwarf. An item was seen being stolen. Well, there's nowhere for them to go. So now's not, like, a great time to steal items, because we're about to lock the front door. Because this is a goblin faction that has a bunch of enslaved... Did you just go into a martial trance while fighting with a monkey? No, I mean, it's claimed it was a hammer dwarf that went into martial trance. Anyway, maybe... Oh, yeah, no, literally. They're in a martial trance while fighting with Grey Langers. We are fighting with dwarves because it's a goblin faction that has assimilated a bunch of dwarves into their faction. So these are actually technically goblins, not dwarves. Aw, man, I locked them outside. I'm so sorry. Well, how about we pull this lever again and crush you? For our own amusement. Man. Here comes the lava, though. They are getting what they deserve. God. This is not a good time to get migrants. I'm telling you. This is a real bad time to get migrants. Actually, you know what? Let's just cancel this. He'll die eventually. He ain't moving. Hopefully these dwarves and goblins over here will just simply cease to exist. Also, Chad, have you ever ended up in a war against a different dwarven faction? Because I absolutely have. It's kind of horrifying when just like an army of dwarves from your local dwarven faction shows up. War between the dwarves is a brutal one indeed. Although I think humans are the most fun to fight because they tend to ride large animals. No, it's not civil war. It's only civil war if it's within the same faction. There are different dwarven factions, right? It's like, that would be like saying that one human country on Earth fighting with another human country on Earth is a civil war. No, 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 no. No, you can have multiple dwarven factions in each world, and they can disagree on things pretty vividly. Like, one could be, you know, worshippers of a god of death and murder, and one of them could be worshippers of a god of peace and rebirth. Sucks to be this spear dwarf, I'm telling you. All right, well, I can turn this off. This is not filling fast enough. At all. One of them could be mainly comprised of fisher dwarves. One of them could be surface farmers, you know. One of them could be deep underground dwarves. One of them could be mountain dwarves. One of them could be plains dwarves. Some of them like plump helmet wine, and some of them like maggot milk. You know, like, it's all up to the dwarf. Undead visitors keep visiting your fort and then intimidating your dwarves into stealing things for them. Lovely. Yeah, well, I mean, you can't kill something that's already dead, so at least you can feel slightly better about that. Just like we were Volcano dwarves, Ranger Rick. River Dwarves just reminds me of the name of that fort that we had a while back. River Dances. That was a good fort. It's a shame that it ended the way it did. You know, I don't mind kids, chat. I think kids are pretty great. You know what I do mind? Parents that allow their kids to be super loud and obnoxious. Because, man, let me tell you, there's some loud children outside right now. What happened to river dances? It ended to one of the weird bugs that took us a little bit to figure out how to deal with. This is heavy aquifer. That's what we need. That diet has been your inspiration for your current fort's entrance. Diet? Excuse me? But also, like, River Dances was within a few weeks of launch, too. So. I was gonna say, yeah. That fort has been your inspiration for your current fort's entrance. Okay, so River Dances has been the inspiration for your current fort's entrance. I getcha. Man, these filling up immediately, like, that's heavy aquifers. When people are just like, my aquifer is 40 layers deep. That's a heavy aquifer. No, this is a heavy aquifer. Look how quick these fill. It's a heavy aquifer. This will hopefully add quite a bit to the flow speed of this. Because currently, this ain't flowing fast enough. I mean, it's flowing fast enough that I could power stuff with it, but it's not quite doing what I need it to do. Too much water in the dirt right there? Yeah, it's fine. It's pretty controlled. Currently, I think. Accurate, Rev. Lots of water. It's just going back and forth. The slow, methodical digging. Well, I mean, I'm trying to get enough water in here without getting too much water in here, you know? It is a little bit annoying, though, because I need this to actually fill. Need this to fill and then stay full. That part is a little bit annoying. They intimidate me if I'm digging through them, but I'm not digging through them, so. I mean, it's helping. Dwarves are so silly around water. Yep. This is very true. Sacred Goblin, the Sacred Day. This goblin is the goblin on the surface who's a religious figure of sorts. But on the bright side, the siege is done. So that's good. No, it's literally just anything in Dwarf Fortress that has 2 legs and a brain are generally pretty dumb around water. Although I would also argue humans are, like in real life, are pretty dumb around water. I mean, I don't know if any of you guys saw that video that went viral the other day of like the SUV in Hawaii slowly just driving into the water. Like they literally just drove into the ocean. Like they rented an SUV and there was a ramp down to the ocean. They're like, oh look, we can drive up to the water. And they just drove right into the ocean. It was for like, you know, launching boats and stuff. They drove the SUV into the ocean. What's up, Bobble? How's things? People concern you? Yeah. I second that, yep. People can be quite concerning. Oh, visitors are the worst, yeah. Visitors also ignore danger areas and like preferred routes for walking and stuff. Then on the road with this brain? Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can find. Oh, wow. It got on the news. Yeah, this is the video. Like they're in like a minivan. They just drive into the ocean. See? I'm expecting that that video to give me a content strike, but there you go. Nothing wrong. I mean, there's plenty wrong with that video, but pretty much, Disco, very accurate. They thought it was a convertible boat car. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Rich people with their version of dwarf cosplay? Rich people showing their lack of intelligence, I think. Well, it's even like my neighbor, I mean... not microcline. Mica. So I'm out of mica currently, unfortunately. To go dig up more mica. Why are my beak dogs released? You should be in my dinner table or in your pen. One of the two, not both. Oh yeah, it's just like my neighbor. Like he'll give me rides places sometimes because like we both have gardens at the same garden plot, and like I'm pretty sure we ran like I don't know every single yellow light on the way to and from. Like, dude does not give a shit about driving safely. Like I appreciate the rides when he gives them to me, but man, I can't say that I've ever actually felt safe. Please tell me this is a statue of a covered statue. Please tell me this is a statue of a covered statue, because that would be very funny. Usually fine, usually. I don't know if I really agree with that as somebody who walks everywhere, but I'm looking for Micah. I guess I could just dig outside, which is what I was doing. Yellow lights all the way just mean you're lucky? Yeah, I don't agree with that take, but something I have been seeing more and more here, though, are those self-balancing single-wheel unicycle things, and I can't tell if I love them and they feel like the future, or if I think they're extremely stupid and dangerous and they should be abolished. Like, genuinely, I don't actually know. What's the advantage of having one wheel? They go fast? I don't know. But I've seen a number of these guys like going like 40, 50 kilometers an hour like down a busy street on a unicycle. And it's like, you are really brave. Sci-fi, dude? I suppose. It's not flying, so it's not that sci-fi. I mean, we already live in a boring dystopia, so we might as well like add some interesting sci-fi elements into this world Earth fan fiction. So I guess I'm with it on that side, but we have not had bicycles for millions of years, maybe millions of months or days even. Hoverboards come to mind. You know, one of my favorite news bulletins I ever saw on one of the local malls was, as of today, you can no longer ride your hoverboards inside the mall. Please keep them outside on the sidewalks or off of the mall's property. Thank you. It was one of my favorite public bulletins I've ever seen posted. Bicycles are only 205 years old. See, there you go. Probably somebody alive right now whose grandparent remembers the invention of the bicycle. They were wild when they were figuring them out. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like those giant one-wheel tricycle things. With like the really big wheel and the really tiny wheel. Yeah, exactly. But that was because they didn't have chains. Yay! Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Hallelujah. Not even close to 1 million months. Okay, how many seconds is that? We might be close to 1 million seconds. Maybe minutes even. It's weird how all of those isekai stories avoid bicycles as a quick industrialization, but manage to remember how to make penicillin at home. You must read a lot more isekai or watch a lot more isekai than I do. Also, you mold bread. Duh. Eat the moldy bread. Easy. I'm allergic to penicillin, and I know this. Leave bread out, let bread mold, eat moldy bread. It cure tummy ache or whatever penicillin do. Imagine getting smashed on opium and then taking... No, I can't actually, Captain Dwellia. Both were crucial for the change of the penny farthing to the safety bicycle. Right, yeah. You know, honestly, okay, so first off, riding a penny farthing, which are those things with the giant front wheel, right? Looks like it would be real hard on the tailbone. Frankly, that's my biggest concern about one of those things, is like, it looks real hard on the tailbone. Like, my tailbone barely functions as is. And like, could you imagine hitting any kind of bump on that thing? Like, you hit any kind of bump and it's like, well, there goes the tailbone for the rest of your life. Nice knowing ya. It's just gone. What are they called? Penny farthing. I think it's the name of the person who invented it. Yeah. These things are penny farthing bikes. Apparently you can still buy them. Those look really hard to ride. I don't know. Like, nothing about this seems smart. Neither does that. Anyway. Of course, like, one of the first things to pop up is, like, why you should buy a penny farthing bicycle for your steampunk costume. I hate it. Starting and stopping is the tricky part? True, yeah. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I couldn't imagine going back to 1953. Fuck the inventing the wheel part. Like, just straight up, like, I couldn't imagine going back in time to that point. I mean, I'll try and sell you some emotes if you like. It's $5 on Twitch. It gets you some pretty decent emotes on this website on Twitch. So, you know, if you're in the market for emotes, I got some dwarfy ones. Why do I suck? I also have other crap that you can buy if you type in the ! merch link. It's not crap, but you can buy it. Yeah. Just buy the hoodie, t-shirt, stickers, mugs. Mugs. See, that's the right attitude, Raz. That's the right attitude.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. Like shit, stop eating ketchup.
Mm-hmm. What that squeaky voice said. You like your fresh running water and jalapeno flavored potato chips, you're not going back in time. I agree, Cappy. I agree. Whenever people are just like, what if you could go back in time? It's like, what if I didn't? What if I just stayed here? Like, yeah, we live in a boring dystopia, but I'd rather live in a boring dystopia than in, like, a place where entire towns would just get raped and pillaged by vampires? By bandits. Yes, vampires. Historically accurate vampires. By bandits, and no one would notice for weeks. That doesn't seem like a good place to live. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but nothing about that seems optimal. Yeah, the vampires, naturally. I mean, I've seen the documentary Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. We killed them all, of course. Real dangerous. Now we just have, like, data vampires, which are significantly worse. Budgie, can I get a round of beards for Budgie keeping that sub alive for a 4th month? Welcome back, Budgie. At least this dystopia is Dwarf Fortress. This is true. So we can create dystopias in our video games to mimic our own. Would be worse than a bandit? I feel like a vampire would be over quicker. Yes, just like the historically accurate documentary Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. I mean, you wouldn't want historically inaccurate vampires. Just like the historically accurate documentary Iron Sky. Very much not a historically accurate movie, okay? I'm just bullshitting. What are we building here? Aesthetically pleasing entryway. What's my front door? So I'm giving it a support structure. Yeah, it's just it's just a front door. That's all it really is. And we got 20 migrants, which is also real good. Which means we need to go down and see how many of them are peasants. Quite a few. All right, well, let's see who we can get added to the military. Lolar, look at you. You dream of creating a grand work of art. Well, I mean, if you dream of creating a great work of art, you'll eventually make a great work of art. On to the next one. We're all? Oh, you dream of falling in love. Look at you. Also, you've got funky colored hair, lady. And I got what is your description? Her hair is coiled. Like dreads. Her very long hair is arranged in double braids. Her nearly fused-lobed ears are splayed out. It's the hair bit that's interesting. Citizen of the... Former member of the Autumnal Communion and the Lucid Crafts. I don't know what the Lucid Crafts are. Assuming it's just like a local dwarven government. It's an interesting hairstyle that you got, though. Dreams of falling love. Personally sees the whole pursuit of art as silly and thinks romance is very important in life and does not particularly value the truth. There's no sense of vengeance or retribution. She likes a leisurely pace. She finds obligations confining. She's conflicted by this for more than one reason. I think this dwarf should become our, like, tavern keeper. Was there a stealth hair update? No, there's just different hairstyles that are very rare. I don't think that's like an unknown one. I think that's just a very rare hairstyle. There you are. But I've definitely seen the coiled description before in older versions of the game. I just haven't seen the sprite for it. So hairstyles and stuff are specific to different factions, right? So if you ever see a male dwarf without a beard, odds are pretty good they were born in and raised in a human faction. And they do happen sometimes. So if you ever find a dwarf with a shaved beard, it's because they, what's up, Net Fraser? If you ever see a dwarf with a shaved beard that's a male, it's odds are pretty good they came from a human faction because humans shave their beards. So hairstyles and skin color and skin tone and stuff are all action-based. She's slow to anger, isn't particularly. She's often feels lustful, brave in the face of imminent danger. Traits for goblin raised dwarves, generally cruel. Is the one like super noticeable one. No, that's more just the dwarf wanting to fit in. Can't really blame the dwarf for wanting to fit in. Art, right? Yeah, we already looked at BIM. I mean, if anything, I feel bad for the dwarf for having to fit in. Like, kind of sucks, but at the same time, you know, at least they're trying. falls in love, tends to be swayed by the action emotions of others, often acts with compassion, starts yelling whenever she's angry. Huh. That a blue skin dwarf? Do I have a blue skin dwarf? I know I have some. I have some zombies in the fort that are blue skinned. Yeah, I do have a recent migrant who's blue skinned. Vampire. Might just expel them. Sneed posting, your dwarf is in fact still alive, yes. Or at least they haven't shown any signs of dying yet. So what's the name of that dwarf? I nod. I nod, I nod, I nod. It's a metalsmith. Well, found a vampire. Dreams of mastering a skill. What if I get that vampire training and give them a barracks by themselves and then lock them in there? What if we do that? Alrighty, Einod. Go get yourself some weapons. If you eat more than one dwarf in my fort, you get booted. Gonna grab you. Tell you to go train. Oh no. I think I already ate somebody after seeing Sluxel's dead body. Shark, jumping, walrus. Who am I giving a dwarf to? I saw a question that I'm trying to respond to, but I can't see where it's written. That is wild. How do the zombies be when they're a part of your fort? They just act as normal dwarves if they're intelligent, and they hang around and do nothing if they're unintelligent. Can a dwarf change themselves to fit in? If they get assimilated into a new faction, yes. On to Doodle Tones, who has a channel on Twitch. What kind of dwarf am I giving to Doodle Tones? Weird. Where'd your helmet go? Oh, I see, because you don't actually have a location to train yet. Beard or no beard? Walrus. But yeah, I've got plenty of crafts, dwarves. So I'm just going to let this dwarf until they either A, go completely insane, or B, become a legendary warrior. And if they become a legendary warrior, I'm going to go tell them to go solo things by themselves. No beard? Cap. It's kind of all the information I really need. I'm just locking this dwarf up. I would suggest this vampire, but I think that would be a little mean. So let's find a crafts dwarf. Like this bone carver, which is a crafts dwarf's job. Doodle tones. She never becomes angry, and she has a greedy streak and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Is a friendly individual and enjoys the company of others. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she often acts with compassion. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she keeps her voice very quiet when she's nervous. She often snaps her fingers when she's bored. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working out and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals, is put off by family, and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. And this dream was realized. Whoops. She likes native copper, gold, and black, pyrope and highwood, and thornback ray, and parchment and picks, and she prefers to consume snail, squid, and blueberry wine, and absolutely hates blood gnats. Her teeth are tangled, and she has a very broad chin. Her hair is clean-shaven, and her ears are splayed out. Her amethyst eyes are slightly rounded, and her hair is burnt umber, and her skin is dark peach. If you want to make new vampires, you either need to make them really angry, and then tell them to punch a statue. That's one way to do it. The other way to do it is you do kind of what in Fragrance said in chat. You have to put a vampire at the bottom of a whale, stab them repeatedly with a spike, and then force them to drink well water. Which is kind of hard to do outside of adventure mode. But is possible without adventure mode. It's just kind of hard to do. Like I said, kind of hard to do, but not impossible. Kind of want to put lava down here for just a look. Goblin Lady Allen has shared some tales from beyond Heatstone. Alim. Apparently currently listening to poetry. Where are you from? The Lady of the Systemic Disloyalty, and a member of the Systemic Disloyalty, a nomadic group of goblins, I would assume. Member of the Doctrine of Ivy, and a former member of the, is a citizen of the Reclusive Ghoul, and a former member of the Dungeon of Rhythms. So does that mean that they've left the Reclusive Ghoul, who are the people that just attacked us, by the way? Because that would be my guess, is that she's left the Reclusive Ghoul. She dreams of attaining a rank in society, and this dream was realized when she became the lady? Wonder what poetry they're telling. Slowly the sea mourns is an example of the style of lace. The work has no particular subject, and the writing is excessively ornate. It has a stunningly self-indulgent and is stunningly self-indulgent overall. The poetry is not awful, but not very good either. The Sea of Mourns. It sounds like something that Lovecraft would write. The Sea of Mourns. Is how one ends up with burnt dwarves. Only if you don't know what you're doing. Besides, you gotta burn some dwarves to make a cool front door. Sheesh. Speaking of burning dwarves, this ain't working. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pull this lever. Just get this thing flowing. We'll just get power in here. Let's use pumps. Can't make an omelet without burning a few dwarves. I've never made an omelet that way, but that must be correct. Seems to be Captain Kogan and Lady Al-Lim. Or probably both part of that same group because they were friends. Interesting situation, that. Okay, that's one down. Now I just need this lever pulled. And that's going to flow this way. We'll see if she works. I'll find out in a little bit. Should be enough flow. Ironically, I've only ever made that kind of setup with a light aquifer, never with a heavy aquifer. So I'm like questioning as to whether or not it'll work. I am certainly like trying to fancy up this front door though. Even more rumors. Oh, damn. What are they talking about? I mean, they're probably telling us about these goblin factions that are attacking things. Oh, this is interesting. Seems the Dark Goblin Fortress of Bad Season is the one that's attacking us. That's kind of interesting. The humans over here are attacking these Dark Goblin pits of Safe Spider. In the late summer of 297, Studu Prince Scales became the Lady of the Safe Spider, replacing Burr. Well, that's good. May you ask if your dwarf has kids? No. Well, none that are here. I think. No. Yeah, you have a son and a daughter who aren't mine and don't live here. Also, it's party time.
Natura,
Stealth lunch break. Succeed. I made it. I have acquired sandwich. So, sandwich type, I suppose. Kvac, what kind of dwarf would you like? It's a lunchy lunch? Yeah, lunchy McLunch lunch. The best kind of lunch. It's the lunch that comes after brunch. But Kvac, would you like to see the list of dwarves? We've got, of course, you know, miners. We've got some carpenters and bowyers. We got a few animal trainers and some metalsmiths. We got Angie fucking crafts dwarves. We got some farmers. We got some pump operators. We got some people dissectors. We've got other people forceful people dissectors instead of willing people dissectors. We got peasants that'll probably be chucked into the military. You'll take metals? Okay. Metalsmith. Beerb or no beerb? Because I got Mebzith with beard. I got Adil, the metal crafter with beard. I got Etur, the furnace operator without a beard. I got Moral, or the armorer, or the metalsmith up top. Or yeah. I would tell them that is illegal, and they will be fortunately reprioritized to actual dwarven labor within a few weeks of joining the fort. We will import fish, but I will never allow my dwarves to fish, no. You don't care? Okay. Well, I will go with... let's just go with whoever's happy. You're really happy. You're named. And you're okay, so we'll go with the... We'll go with the... one of the happier ones. Let's go with this one, because this one's pretty happy. Kvac 666. You're currently watching a weaponsmith demonstration hanging out in the Weaponsmiths Guild. He would be deeply satisfied if everyone could live in complete harmony, and he would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Also, by the way, sometime probably in the next 30 minutes or so, somebody's going to knock on my door, and I'm going to have to let them in so that they can check my fire alarm. Just saying. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he could be considered rude. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, and he has little interest in joking around, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He is often nervous and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and is curious and eager to learn and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He isn't given to flights of fancy, needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting in masterwork someday, personally dislikes cooperation, and likes alabaster, electrum, and fire opal, and giant mountain goat horn, and spears and figurines, and the sound of silence, the meandering mother, and the sight of the poetic glosses, and when possible prefers to consume guppy, and giant tapir cheese, and finger mullet beer, and absolutely hates ham stores. Because he prefers beef stores, you know. Up here, in the description, we have a very long beard, which is arranged in double braids, short sideburns, neatly combed, very long mustache, arranged in double braids, and his hair is clean shaven. His nose is incredibly upturned, and his slightly flattened eyelashes are extremely long. His slightly wide-set gold eyes are slightly rounded, and his hair is a cure, and his skin is a crew. Well, someone needs to eat the guppies. They breed like bunnies. Also, I think that this tavern's getting a little small, chat. I think it's time to embiggen it a little bit. What do you think? I think it's time to enlarge this tavern ever so slightly. I think this tavern deserves some renovating. I think we'll do something like this. I'm picturing one of those goldfish with huge eyes. Those aren't guppies, though. You know, guppies look like this, and they breed like crazy. It's impossible to have one guppy. You'll have 25 real quick. The testicle eye goldfish are something different. Those are probably koi? Big eye goldfish? Like these guys? With the hysterically, comically, stupidly big eyes? They're kind of their own thing. But they're also really hard to care for because they get eye infections really easily. If you've never seen these, then you've never been in a popular pet store. But yeah, no, they literally have like weird testicles on their eyes. Horrific? I mean, they're quite a popular pet. The thing is they have a really long lifespan. Goldfish like this have like a lifespan of like 15 years. On average, they live for about 6 months in somebody's house. That's what's actually horrifying. Is the fact that their lives are dramatically shortened by being in captivity. Let's just throw in andesite. Like, I remember, like, I had some fish growing up, which I took really good care of. And they lived at home with me for about 10 years. And then after I moved out for an additional, like, 5, and my mom took care of them until most of them died, and then 3 of them were still alive, so my mom took them into the pet store and sold them to the pet store. That too, yeah. It's either poor care or bad fish composition. Goldfish are pretty long-lived. People that take care of them are bad at taking care of them. Cats are far easier to take care of than fish. Far easier. Way less finicky. Don't randomly die as often. I would actually argue that one of the biggest like animal abuses that happens in most homes in the Western world is probably fish. It's probably the most common source of animal abuse. Fish and hamsters? Okay, I don't actually know about hamsters. I've never taken care of a hamster. I actually know nothing about caring for hamsters. All I know about hamsters is that they can drink more alcohol than a human. So maybe I shouldn't have a hamster. But I believe it. Small rodents. Same as betta fish, all you kept them in tiny ass dishes of water when they need way larger ones? Betas are weird. Because for optimal life, yeah, they need a bigger tank. I used to have a beta in my fish tank. I had like 80 neon tetras or something, which are really cool. They school. But I had a beta in with them. And it ignored the neon tetras, and then I had a bunch of bottom feeders. Oh. That's a really good way to scar a child for life, Keyfry. That's horrible. You know, I will say this. As somebody who took care of freshwater fish for years, fish are not a pet. They're an enthusiast-grade hobby. Place 2 of those up there. And because they're an enthusiast-grade hobby, it's really, really, really easy to screw it up. No fetch? No. Go fish, though. They'll play lots of go fish. Well, I mean, you can sit there and say go fish, and they won't respond, but you can say it. And it'll be relevant, if nothing else. Makes your Warhammer look both socially acceptable and financially responsible. I'm not gonna lie. There is some weirdos in the Warhammer community, right? But generally, I would argue that Warhammer, is it a cheap modeling community? No. But if you get both community and personal entertainment out of it, and a game you can play, it's worth the cost. It's expensive, yeah, but you know, if it's also a pastime and a social outlet for you, then yeah, that's absolutely worth the money. Certainly healthier than me going to the pub and drinking. The parts of like Warhammer I don't like are the same parts of like tabletop wargaming I don't like. It's the people that are like, most people that are there are great, right? But for every 15 people that you get in the Warhammer hobby that are super cool, there's that one guy who's there because he's just way into the fascism. At which point it's just a... You need a drink? Well, there's beer at my apartment. Although the fire alarm is going off every 5 minutes. Good thing about Warhammer, though, is you'll know what lives under the bridges ahead of time, so no surprises there. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's the same with, like, tabletop wargaming, right? And, you know, I'm not gonna lie, those memes that are just Alex Jones ranting with, like, his face superimposed on Warhammer characters, very funny, but at the same time... When people take it with what it is, which is stupid, over-the-top, dumb, satirical bullshit, it's fun. But when people take it too seriously, it gets a little weird. Is funny in a tragic way? I mean, it's the same people that seem to think that Starship Troopers is like an entertaining, cool movie in a sci-fi world and don't realize that it's a critique of like fascism or like the books even. You know, like those people exist, right? There are people who don't realize that that thing is a critique of fascism. It's like you can't fix stupid kind of deal. We're just going to keep lowering this down, and we'll fill this up with lava eventually. Then there's stupid, and then there's not knowing. Yeah, I guess there's also there's ignorance, and there's willful ignorance, and then there's just ignorance, and ignorance needs to be educated. Oh boy, Saber. You know, so there was a post that I saw a while ago, NYWRO, Nairo? Is that how you say that? Correct me if I'm wrong. But there was a post that I saw a while ago because System of a Down put out 2 new tracks. They put out 2 new tracks in 2020. I think it was 2021, I think. Which was part of a charity fundraiser to help refugees and war effort, anti-war funds and stuff. And they put out the 2 tracks. And all of the proceeds went to charity, right? And, you know, super politically charged tracks because fucking System of a Down. And somebody literally, I legit saw this reposted a bunch of times. I don't know if it was like just somebody being stupid or not, but like was literally saying, since when did they become all political and shit? I was like, I'm sorry, did you not listen to Steal This Album? What the fuck's wrong with you? Did you never listen to Bring Your Own Bombs? No, that's not a party song. And he's not singing about beer. So yeah, no, definitely all those Rage Against the Machine fans who never listened to the vocals. They just heard "fuck you, I won't do what you tell me" and thought they were talking about their mom. Stupid on the internet? Never! Never! Not once! Boy, oh boy. You know, we can hate people and get annoyed by people, but I can't, like, overstate enough how entertaining people can be when they're being really dumb. It's been a calm couple of years in this fortress. I wonder how that vampire is enjoying their time locked in a room training by themselves. The goblins actually got into a bunch of tuffles with a bunch of monkeys on the surface during the last siege, Baron. So maybe goblins do too. No, you can't hate people. But you can be amused by them. I realize I'm just walking back a thing I just said, but like also, it's best to try and understand and educate instead of hate. Also, this is a good picture of Tarn holding merch. Hate is a really strong word, yeah. Hate really is a very strong word. The word dislike is underutilized. I'm just putting it out there. Dislike is very underutilized. You just order your pint glasses? Because it doesn't look like it's a limited edition thing, I'm going to... Because I confirmed with Kid Fox that they're not limited, so I'm going to hold off for right now. I'm kind of saving for a vacation. So if you want to help streamers save for a vacation, check your Prime subs today. You know, I realize it's just me, like, advertising myself when I say that, but man, it makes me just want to hurl whenever I do that. Also, chat room. This is the biggest Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, bye. This is the biggest channel on for Dwarf Fortress on Twitch that actively streams Dwarf Fortress. So I think right now something I'm going to try and do, and I did this a bit during launch, but I want to do it a little bit more. Don't say a word, but go lurk in this person's stream. Just don't say a word. He pops by and raids us. Don't say a word. Just let's see if we can make this view count go to like 15. Just shh. If he starts to notice, then you can start talking. But just see what we can get the view count up to. While I dig this front entryway hole deeper. I'm also kind of tempted to set the population cap for this fort up to 300 and see what happens. When am I thinking for vacation? End of June sometime. Straight to ad break? Quality timing. Also, you shouldn't get ads. What? You're subbed. Excuse me? You should whitelist Twitch on your ad block if you're using ad block. When he notices do we shout ambush or just post a vile force of darkness? Oh, okay. Following kind of gives it away, doesn't it? Oh, when you joined his channel, you got an ad break. Gotcha. Yeah. I thought you meant my channel. I was like, what? I Dwarf love Triss, frankly. Link again? I'd shout him out, but then he'd get a note of. That's no fun. Got a dwarf that just claimed a magma forge. Change mood. Sitting around, what do you need? You've grabbed gold bars. You need treated life. Bars metal. Do I have wood? I am out of wood. Okay. Well, let's go up to the surface and hack it down to some trees. Some trees. No elves within spitting distance, so we should be fine. Can't multitask on phone. Yeah, if you're on a phone, it's kind of difficult to do these shenanigans. I second you there. Oh, poor Zon. Unable to acquire something for too long. You're unable to practice martial art. You're crafting a masterwork, though. Speaking of martial arts, I haven't checked all my peasants yet. Like Lolar, you're a new peasant. I'm dream of create a great work of art. Competent axe dwarf and shield user. Shameless, not creative, poor analytical ability, but musical. Just filling out this squad. Think suspicion is rising. Well, I mean, if he figures it out, you can say something. Might have noticed something. Well, the best one that we ever did of that was when Claiborne was streaming, and we sent people over, and we were like, okay, so don't say a word, and we got him up to 55 viewers before anybody said a word in his chat. It was very funny. Brought a smile. Yay! I'm a bit technical. I'm a bit technical. What does that mean? It would be even funnier if he was like, fuck that guy. Because I'd be like, yeah. Yeah, screw that guy. All right. So this dwarf right here. Oh, there you go. View count spiked. Gets a little obvious when the view count jumps up. At least he knows of me. You know, this always feels extraordinarily like self-absorbed whenever I say this, but I'm surprised when people don't know who I am in this directory. Like, genuinely, I'm kind of surprised when people don't know who I am. Like, generally, if I pop into a random stream and just say hello, and they'll just immediately be like, oh, you taught me how to play this game. It's like almost always the response I get is, you taught me how to play this game. You know, I wonder that every day myself. I am a flagship of the fleet. You remind me of the cynical fleet. When Dwarf Fortress released on Steam, your recommended got pretty much spammed with my content. I wish it would do that again. It was very nice while it did that. My views have dropped considerably. Like, it's still enough to be worth posting on YouTube, but man. It's kind of rough. Unfortunately. Was that overall training button on the creatures menu? Overall training. Oh, Dead missing. You mean this? Trying to see what button you're talking about. Features. Hold on. Because there's this. Oh, in the pets tab? Yeah, okay. No, they're in my hallway. Can you guys hear that? The beeping? That's my fire alarm going off. But the overall training, it shows like whether or not they're domesticated or not, basically. Nope, that's definitely my fire alarm. Today is fire alarm testing day for my building. So we are getting every single smoke detector in the entire building checked. Mine's like the third to last one to go. Brew. Drink from plant. Yeah, no, during Steam launch window, I was getting like, oh boy, pretty close to like 100 or 80 to 100,000 views per day on YouTube. I'm down to like 18,000 now. Just pretty hefty of a drop, but, you know, is to be expected. It was just kind of fun, and I, you know, kind of miss it. I need a dwarf to go chop down a tree. A dwarf is haunting the fortress! I inspire you a lot when it comes to this game. Well, that's cool. Glad I can be of service. Okay. Dwarf gonna go get something. The slaughtered beak dog is what we needed. Oh, for nerds, Half-Life's fuse, Celestine? Yeah, well, this is what it is. Number go up, number go down. Is part of the world. We'll hit somebody else some other day. Oh, I gotta go let people in. One sec. Firefighter said I had good taste in music. On my shirt. Beeping time? Yes, very loud. Very, very loud. I also apologized for it being so loud and said that if the ceilings were 1 foot lower, they could mute them. Which, that's interesting. I didn't know that smoke detectors had a mute button, but... You only knew about DF from Quill 18, only recently started watching Blind because you look for more DF content? Well, I mean, like, I made content about this game for about 5 years. It was always like mildly frustrating because people would be like I would see people in comment sections like frequently saying, I wish people besides Quill 18 would make content for Dwarf Fortress. I'd be like, I'm right here. Like, I remember seeing this comment, I think it was on a Splattercat video. And it was for just some game that was, you know, trying to be like Dwarf Fortress. So I think it might have actually been Meeple Station or something. And this person was just like, I wish other people would make videos about Dwarf Fortress. Because all I have is Quill 18 and Joel. And it's like, but dude, my guy, like, I'm right here. Just gotta scroll down a little bit. Nookrim's awesome. I like Nookrim. But Nookrim's very much, he's like Splattercat, right? He's variety. Beeping, sorry. He's the He's variety, right? So like he does a little bit of everything. I put this one too far over to the left. So like he jumps between stuff. Like he puts up a video of a different game every single day, right? Yeah, that's fair. Makes sense, Quirkus. But I don't know. It's I'm also like stuck in a really weird niche, and that's kind of a prison of my own doing, right? And also like you know, limits my future potential growth by a lot because I don't do what Nucleum does and I don't do what Splattercat does because I, you know, play games and also don't stray too far from my variety. Like, because of that, I am very, very limited on my potential growth. I'm sorry, what? Who are we executing? Who are we executing? I just want to know who we're executing. Are we really executing my bot? Because we might be executing the bot, chat. That or I'm not sure. Well, I mean, let's find out. Who are we executing? Apparently we're executing somebody. I don't know who. Are they executing Tame? Oh, maybe. No, I think they're actually executing the bot, chat. Guilty after being confined. What did you do? I mean, it's gonna end with this dwarf getting executed. I think it was literally just like a violation of production order. Like, as in, like, I didn't produce it in time. Which is kind of hysterical, actually. Okay, no, actually, never mind. Tantrumed and attacked people. All right, well, I didn't like having you as a bot anyway. Good luck, Swedish. 2 hammer strikes. 1. Whoop. 2. Okay. Well, I was expecting that to be a little bit more dramatic, but bashes the planter in the head with her silver warhammer, bruising the muscle and jamming the skull through the brain and tearing the brain. And are you gonna go execute somebody else? No, just the one. Welp. Bonk. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the bot? Wait, that's funny. I'm sorry that there's like nothing I can do about it. It pops up too suddenly for me to realistically be able to mute it. I'm just making sure that I still have enough coffins. I might need to... Actually, let's just do this. Okay, well, there are some that are not assigned just yet. I feel like I need more coffins. So let's just go place more coffins. It's really loud for me. So, for whatever it's worth. So, like, the knee-jerk apologies are because it's really loud in here. But, is what it is. Like I said, Firefighter had good taste in music because he commented on the fact that I'm wearing a ginger shirt, so... It's fine. They can make loud noises in this apartment. We'll live. Humans are here to trade from the looks of things. Let's also check our cloth supplies. Pigtail cloth is still not as high as I'd like it, but it's increasing. Cool. Dwarf has begun a mysterious construction. Erish Autumn Mazin, Keeper of the Seal. Oh, hold on a second. I understand what's happening here. So, I have a goblin baron who's staying in my fort, who is meeting with the Keeper of the Seal on behalf of this fortress. That's interesting. Somebody from not in my fort is doing diplomacy on behalf of my fort. Oh. You know a few moms who really like firefighters? I don't know what that is. People like people who are in danger. Although I respect the hell out of firefighters. That's about where my take begins and ends. I respect them. It's one of those jobs that somebody has to do it. And this whole fire alarm check thing is just the shitty part of the job. It's like the customer service part of the job. You wouldn't want an elephant seal coming to attack the fort? No, I agree with that. It's not quite symmetrical. That's fine. Because I dug out this side but left this side? Yeah. I mean, I could just get rid of this side. But the idea here is not necessarily to keep it symmetrical. I mean, my forts are very rarely symmetrical. It's going to be a puddle of lava. It doesn't need to be perfectly symmetrical. That's all good. As somebody who doesn't have to deal with any kind of OCD, I can't relate. I have my own brain problems to worry about. But nothing about asymmetry bothers me. I feel that if I couldn't see the beauty in asymmetry, the world would just drive me nuts. So I don't envy that. Because even human faces are extraordinarily asymmetrical. It's like every time you look at somebody and you just see asymmetry, it'd be hell. I mean, this entire fort is asymmetrical, right? It's just like random shapes going in random directions ad nauseum. I mean, look at this. This is a mess. Nothing lines up. This is when everybody starts looking like Picasso. Yeah, no, totally. Although my sister-in-law has severe OCD, and I'll tell you this. She claims that most people who complain about asymmetry don't actually have OCD. They have something else that's similar to OCD. Because OCD just makes you have panic attacks because you think that you forgot the stove on and stuff. And in her case, it makes her, like, slap her arm repeatedly. Beep, beep, beep. But, what do I know? I ain't no expert, so I'm not gonna pretend to be. Let's plop these Twikeys down. Twikey. And a a second turkey, and a third turkey. Bleep, 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 bleep. For whatever it's worth, they are getting to the end of the building, so. You mean I'm not a baby shark? Beep, 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 beep. And every single parent with kids just cried out in pain that day. Not again, they said. Not again. Please, God, no. You know what's funny to me? And I've talked about this many times. That was a song that we used to sing around the campfire in Scouts. You are lucky you've only had to think about that song and occasionally get it stuck in your head in the last, you know, 10 years or so. Also, Mebzit the Planter has created Lelumdashnast, a gold mace. Baby Shark is not new. No. I remember singing it when I was like sub 10 years old, and I'm 28. We had like hand motions and everything that would go along with it. Yeah, it's actually a cover that blew up. Anyway, so that's a mace. Might as well give that to the hammerer, right? I mean, right now they're running around with a silver warhammer. And since we're committing to Dwarven law as it is written, why don't we give that to the hammerer? What do you think, chat? And you don't have kids and I gave you physical pain? Well, I mean... yeah, well, I mean, okay. You know what is annoying is what the fox say. I'm much more okay with Baby Shark than what the fox say. Because what does the fox say is far worse. Far worse. You're sure it sounds like... Oh, yeah, if this hammer doesn't make a comedic when it hits, it's a failure. What? You know, they still haven't answered that question. Anyway, let's read about this hammer, shall we? Or this mace, rather. Lilum Dumnust is worth 14,000. This is a gold mace. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of Sanguro ribbed wood, and this object menaces with spikes of gold and beak dog bone. And, naturally, we are going to give it to the hammerer. Which is funny because they already have the... They already have this one assigned to them. But they've just had it strapped to their back for forever. Which is kind of funny. So I'm actually going to take this off of them and we're going to give this to Captain of the Guard instead. Yeah, I think I'll do that. We'll give it to the Captain of the Guard. Either that or the Dungeon Master. Let's go with the Dungeon Master, actually. Dungeon Master, you can have the gold mace. The aluminum mace goes to the aluminum mace goes to the hammerer. Whatever that is goes to the Captain of the Guard. Dungeon Master gets the gold mace. The Monarch gets the silver mace. Is this thing gonna absolutely wreck house? Yeah, it's probably better than your average silver hammer, that's for sure. They also, artifact weapons get a massive accuracy bonus, which I learned about recently thanks to Putnam. I can just, like, use closest one because they're all the same material. Oh, shit! It's a gold statue of a bronze colossus. It's a bit redundant, but... Everyone gets a shiny mace. You get a shiny mace, and you get a shiny mace, and everybody gets a shiny mace. You know, actually, I'm going to sell all of this ammunition. Everything but most of the... Well, we'll keep some of the iron bolts. We'll keep some of the iron bolts. Everything else can be sold. I don't know. They keep the hammer or insists on just simply strapping it to their back and using a silver one. So I actually haven't seen them use the silver mace or the aluminum mace yet. They just run around with a silver hammer and say fuck it, from what I can tell. This is the worst day per year for streaming. I hate it. Korikis, Hella Victa, what kind of dwarf would you like? Oh, probably. Usually they just impact their skull through their brain. Speaking of, since we're talking about it, Outpost Liaison's available. A Baron's available. Or Baroness is available. Dungeon Master's available. Hammerer is available. Manager is available. Chief Medical Dwarf is available. You want one that works with plants? Beard or no beard? Beard doesn't matter? Okay. Happy planter. Looks like you're getting Mebsith. You are the dwarf that literally just made that artifact, by the way. You just made that golden mace. So good for you. Snooze an ad in a couple minutes. Let's see. You're married to Unib, who doesn't live here. Your son is Moral, and your only daughter is Doodletones, who is older than your child. She never becomes angry, and she can get caught up after internal deliberations when action is necessary. She can be very happy and optimistic, and she is confident under pressure. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and she is troubled by this since she values romance, and she doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she tends to avoid crowds. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she often feels envious of others. And she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she has a greedy streak. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and often bites her nails when she's trying to remember something, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized, and personally finds the whole idea of friendship disgusting, believes that little is better in life than a good party, and views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, thinks romance is fairly important in life, and does not care about family one way or another. And likes marcasite brass and blue garnet and cacti bone and the color sea green and beds and buckets and sheep for their tendency to flock, and coyotes for their howling, and the words of the style of lace and the sound of the meandering mother, and when possible prefers to consume wine and dwarven milk. I'm imagining some sort of cursed white Russian right there. And absolutely hates muscles. She has a broad body, made broader still by no shortage of surrounding lard. Her slightly large irised cobalt eyes are very, very round. Her hair is light brown with flecks of gray. Also, I completely forgot the other thing I was working on, the water in the basement, so let's go check on that. You know, I could just farm down here. This is just straight up not flowing fast enough, eh? I mean, it's getting there. This heavy aquifer sucks. Turns out.
Thanks for what you're doing. Keep it up.
Well, thanks for watching. Be vigilant. Yeah, I could just make this into a, like, probably more efficient farming area. Yeah, I guess we'll just do it this way. I wasn't planning on doing it this way, but so what I'm going to do actually is we're going to jump up to here. I'm going to deconstruct this, deconstruct this, deconstruct this, deconstruct this, deconstruct these, and remove this. You're going to bed? We'll see you when we see you, dude. Thanks for swinging by and hanging out today. All right, let's go over here. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to, well, build a square tile right about here. Oh, I see the problem here. We can't actually get down here right now. Duh. Well, that's going to cause problems. Moving the farm, yep. Moving the farm to a method that is far more more efficient. On the DF interface for me, having to swap between nearest and burrows not being as immediate as they used to be. That's about it. I don't really think it's that tedious, to be honest. I think it's fine, but I'm also used to playing, like, janky as fuck roguelikes, so. I don't know if I'm necessarily the best person to ask about what I think is tedious. What about you? You can't keep up with the stream. Oh no! Keep getting lag? Weird stutters? Well, that sucks. I'm sorry. Well, hopefully it cools off quickly. I usually just try restarting PC if you can't make it get any better. Because usually I find it just means that, you know, something is, what's the word? Downloading in the background or updating in the background. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that screen bothers me, and not because it's not an annoying screen. It's kind of it's a rather annoying screen. The reason that screen doesn't bother me is because I'm usually thinking about who I want to be my Baron before I've really even started playing. Like, I'll be thinking about who I want to, like, promote to Barony, like, by the time I get my first migrant wave. I'll start keeping an eye out for dwarves that might be a good fit. So, yeah, I don't know. The other thing I'm going to do down here is I'm going to make a big ol' seed stockpile. And also, you know what? I think I'm going to just put it in the middle here. There is a mosquito in my apartment. You need to die. Piece of shit. I'm not generally one to issue death threats. I don't think it's warranted in any instance, unless you're talking about a mosquito. You know, it's funny. It's like I defend wasps, I defend bees. I will like go to war for spiders, but mosquitoes, no, they can all fucking die. And no concerns there. Do not matter. No, doesn't matter. All out war against mosquitoes. Exterminate mosquito kind. I pledge my allegiance to any group focusing on exterminating the existence of mosquitoes. Ticks are fine. Ticks are easy to avoid. I mean, it flew back out that way, so there's not too much I can do about it right now, but... You like the mosquitoes that kill mosquitoes? I wonder if anybody's ever gotten tattoos of their kill counts against mosquitoes. Like, you know those guys that, like, are in PMCs that just get tattoos of the numbers of kills, or, like, weird gang members that do that sort of thing? Generally in movies. I wonder if anybody's ever done that for the number of mosquitoes they've killed. Some mosquito species are pollinators. These ain't. These are problems. They need to die. All of them. Something exterminatus. Like stars on the fighter planes of World War II? Yeah! Although I feel like most car owners would probably just have, like, extraordinarily high numbers. just from the amount that you eat with your windshield, you know? Like, orange probably wins, actually. Driving a semi-truck, like, man, you probably kill more mosquitoes every year than most people. Here come all them seeds. And we're going to make this area look all nice. We even put a tavern down here. At the very least, a dining room. Lightning bugs sound pretty electrifying to me. I don't even know what that is, to be honest. It's like I know plenty about bugs, but I don't know what a lightning bug is. I know what a lightning McQueen is. Lightning bug equals firefly? Only video game fireflies are powered by electricity, so that's a very inaccurate descriptor. Very long time ago. Might just be English second language thing. Although I will also pledge allegiance to a death squad against cabbage moths. I don't care that they have some benefits. They eat my goddamn cabbages. As far as I'm concerned, all cabbage moths are a scourge on society and should be burned. Somehow, with small blowtorches and small pitchforks, because they are tiny and moths. Their caterpillars are even worse. They are some of the worst creatures. They all need to die. I have a feeling somebody's going to take part of this out of context, and I'm going to get banned from Twitch. And this is going to be how I get canceled, chat. It's going to be the end of my streaming career. Me talking about how moths need to die. What makes a good Baron? Dwarf that is empathetic, and wants you to make items that you don't mind making is what makes a good Baron. Not if they eat my cabbage. My cabbage matters. You ever think about my cabbage, Orange? I mean, come on. Everybody loved that TV show bit where the guy went, "My cabbages!" really loudly. Just to attract the bad bugs? Oh, really? Yeah, kale are terrible for pests. You know, I don't hate cabbage. Cabbage is fine. I really like sauerkraut. So I'm all in it for the kraut. I don't actually care all that much about just the cabbage by itself. I make spicy sauerkraut and it's fantastic. And then they started eating the leaves off of one of your beanstalks? Ladybugs eat leaves of beans? Really? I've never heard about that. I thought they were strictly predators. I don't think they do that. I mean, unless it's like something about ladybugs I don't know, but that's news to me. It's also a pretty major ingredient in kimchi, which is one of the best spicy foods in the world. Yeah, cabbage is an excellent ingredient, actually. I guess that means I feel the same. Well, I will eat raw cabbage, but like just with some olive oil and vinegar on it. It's delicious, but I guess I kind of feel the same way about cabbage as I do about mayonnaise. It's a great ingredient, but maybe not necessarily the best food. Very versatile veggie, yes, that's a good way to put it. I mean, I check both. I make both kimchi and sauerkraut with my cabbage, so. But sauerkraut is good. You know, if you look at the wrong part of my apartment in the winter, it might look like I get up to some illegal drug making activities. I don't. It's for making sauerkraut. Okay? I'm not a threat to society. I'm not making drugs. All the weird tubes and jars are not for making drugs or illegal alcohol. I'm simply making sauerkraut. And assume it's meth. I mean, Volcano dos, why not both? Like, I'm sure you could probably. I mean, to be fair, if you want to make meth, you could do better with stuff you could get at a high school than like beer making equipment. Meat is like 2 ingredients too. It's like honey, yeast, jar, water. The problem is getting raw honey in large quantities for not a bajillion dollars. But if you can get large quantities of raw honey, it's easy to make. Another thing that's super easy to make that people don't realize is alcoholic seltzer. If you want to make flavorless alcoholic seltzer, just like a clear alcohol, it's super goddamn easy to make. Literally, you just need water and yeast and a little bit of sugar. That's it. You just put it in a jar and let it sit for 8 weeks. It should have higher value in DF. Yeah, it should at least be the same as other drinks, if not higher. You can get local honey cheap. I mean, I can get local honey here, but it's freaking cheap. It's one of the reasons I want to have bees. Honey ain't cheap, and screwing up a batch of meat is terrible. Yes, I believe that. An interesting and rewarding hobby? Yeah, but it requires land. And I don't work in an industry where I will have money for land, so. Or rather, ironically, you know, you guys want to know what my pivot to making lots of money doing this could have been? I could have streamed until Dwarf Fortress came out, okay? Then the second Dwarf Fortress came out, my view count spiked up to a couple thousand, taken like 4 high-paying crypto gambling sponsorships, get paid out a couple $100 grand, and then cashed out of the industry. There's a few people I know who are pissed I didn't do that. Family members. But you know, that was my way out. It's never gonna happen again. Fine pewter. But also, fuck gambling and fuck crypto. So I'd rather have this as a career for a longer period of time. What am I buying? Did they bring me any more bears? No? Man. I must have accidentally...
Crypt beer.
Thanks for the bee fund. Prismatic Flux for 20 months. Cheers. Don't really have anything that I want. Do they have books? I'll take the books. I will take all of the books and all of the scrolls. Thank you, humans.
Oh right, the bee fund. I forgot I got these for a reason today.
Uh-huh. Jazz, thank you very much for the $50. Prismatic Flux, thanks for the 20 months. You guys are very kind. Bees in no time? Well, I mean, I'll give you a 24/7 bee cam if I ever get bees, but I need land first, and I don't really see that happening. And, like, the actual kind of sad part about that dream is realistically, in order to have bees, you need a car. I can't drive, and my eyes get worse every year, and I'm still single. So, unless I land myself a partner who can drive, who's also willing to, like, transport bee shit for me, yeah, it's never happening. Drone time? I hope we never enter a reality where people actively use drones to pick stuff up, because drones are so fucking loud. That would be awful, dude. Also, if 2 people have resubs or 100 bits in your account, that would be like a level 3 hype train, like off the bat. Just saying. If you happen to have a Prime sub up, you might as well drop it now. It's a good opportunity.
Beep, beep, beep. Oops, sorry, I mean, bees.
Hey, Fight Attack. Thanks for the $5, and Orange, thanks for the $1. Train the bees to visit you. I think that's just called putting flowers in front of your house, which I've already done. Thanks for the bits, Chad. You guys are very kind. We made it back up to 900 subs, and there's a hype train. You guys are spoiling me today. Well, I'm trying to get these dwarves to do like 8 different jobs at once. Why is there a camel in the fort? Thanks for the $10, Dr. MacDaddy. Also, how's this vampire doing, by the way? Uneasy. What if I give you a no specific deity temple that is for residents only, set you to ready, and cancel your training order? Are you just going to go pray? Dr. MacDaddy, thanks for the $10, and Foul G with the 5 gift subs. Thank you so much. Means a lot. Czar Nicholas with the 5-pack as well. How you been, dude? What's up, man? How's things for the bees? It's Blind's Bee Fund. I'm also going to ask this dwarf to engrave something here. We're going to go detail this floor. Let's see what Vampy gets out of this. A suitcase full of bees. Working lots? Hell yeah, Czar Nicholas. Hopefully it's the good kind of work and not the bad kind of work. What do you guys think this vampire is going to engrave on the floor? Unless... What was... Doggo's got the zoomies. Besmer board boat just like booked it past. Tobes, thanks for the 5-pack. Maybe zombie scary. So I've lost track of what's going on, but Tobes, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Prismatic Flux, thanks for the $1. Scrolling up a little bit. Czar Nicholas, Foul G. Orange, Fight Attack, Mac Daddy, Jazz. Thanks, everybody. You guys are very kind. Is this a leech? Why is there a statue of a leech? It's a gold statue of a leech. It's an image of a leech. I mean, I'd rather have a statue of a guinea pig than a leech. All right, what did the vampire? Pebbles. An image of smooth pebbles.
You know what this chat is lacking? A suitcase full of bees.
Well, I mean, okay, so not a very interesting vampire. Let's see. Let's just get them to do some more of this. Stone return to Pebble? I suppose. Stibnite better than Microcline? What color's Stibnite? I'm not certain I know what Stibnite is. Sounds like an insult. We're gonna make the fanciest farm. Maybe not the fanciest farm, but a very fancy farm. It is very symbolic, yes. Maybe it's like it's a puzzle for adventurers. It's like knock down this wall to fight the final boss, the vampire of the walls. Well, chat, you made a level 4 hype train, so that's impressive. Just got to throw that out there. So thank you very much for one of the best days in the last 2 weeks. Thanks for the $1, Jerry Gordon. Appreciate you, man. Who is training in combat for 100 years? I mean, maybe we can do cool things with that dwarf. We'll find out, right? I really need to mine out all this Ulanite. It's all pink. It's great. Same with all this down here. Just do something like this and get all that mined out. Yeah, I mean, I would fear a vampire who's been training for 100 years. I feel like most people would. Dwarf Fortress has taught you the names of a lot of different types of rock. There's a couple video games that'll teach you some of that. Obviously, Minecraft is a bad example, but like, just as an example, like Astroneer has the actual mineral names and such. So there are other games out there that will teach you that stuff. Dwarf Fortress is just a particularly famous example. Well, looks like we've got water running. Stone use news good. Chat room, thank you very much for the hype train because it seems to be winding down. You guys are very kind. And anybody, if you have a resub, pop it now to jump on that train and get some emotes if you don't have them already, because Twitch hasn't given us new emotes for that in a billion years, it feels like. Yeah, we're going to have to put a tavern down here or something. At the very least, a dining hall. At the very least, a dining hall. So, you guys fucked up. You gave me $68 worth of bits. You're $1 off. I wasn't doing mental math, so it's not your fault. But thank you very much for the $68 in bits and 16 subs. You guys are extremely kind. Choo-choo, motherfucker. Silver Shadow, thank you very much for checking out a 5-pack. So close, yeah. You're very kind. Increasing that up to 21 subs in my heart. We may make it back to 1,000 subs yet, although actually I need to check something. Are we going to lose subs tomorrow? Okay, so for clarity's sake, before you guys get too excited, we're going to lose 46 subs tomorrow. So, because that's how many were gifted this time last month. It is quite the challenge to keep ahead of those sometimes. Month after a strong day? It just is what it is. Waiting on your prime? That's the responsible thing to do. Anonymous gifting a sub to Critty. That's Critty's 14th month resub. Can't seem to open and access Steam. I've had some weirdness with Steam recently. I think I probably need to restart my computer too. I need to check my uptime. I actually don't know what it is. It's probably pretty high, actually. I wonder what Vampire's been working on. Vampire, what have you been working on? Okay, so an image of pebbles. Engraved is an Einod rendition of the exalted town, an image of a hatch cover. The image is a symbol of the tufted urns, a dwarven civilization. All right, so he drew his flag. An image of Itor the Lyrical, the deity of beauty, depicted as a female dwarf, and 3 dwarves. Led by Einod. The Lyrical is striking a triumphant pose. Itor the Lyrical is surrounded by the 3 dwarves. God of Beauty. Over here is Einod, as an Einod rendition of the exalted town, an image of a hatch cover. Okay, so another flag. What'd you draw up here? An image of a hide root. Do you like hide roots? Personality, values, preferences. No, but she likes tin, malachite, gems, and hoary marmot men for their whistles. In the words of the Gloss Smiling, and prefers to consume lettuces and cassava beer and absolutely hates moon snails. Down here is the image of the mechanical virtue, an image of dwarves, a high boot, a dragon. The dwarves are praying to the high boot. The high boot is devouring the dragon. The dwarves are laughing. The high boot is screaming. The dragon is dead. The image is the symbol of the armored boots, a local dwarven government. You can tell which ones I designed, yeah? It's definitely the ones that I designed. Oh yeah, true. It's Tuesday. It might just be maintenance time. Also, I just gotta comment for a second. You know, the fire alarm testing day, guy walks into your apartment, pushes a button in your apartment, leaves the apartment. Every year, half of the building almost goes into like a full-on riot that somebody is going to enter their apartment, because they always put up a sign that says, yo, we will, if you're not available, we will pick your lock and let ourselves in, check the thing, and then the locksmith will relock your door. I always do that every year. And every single year, there's always like people saying, we're going to like beat up the firemen. It's like, what, why? You love the so-and-so is screaming? Yeah, it's a good addition. I always try and make my local dwarven government symbols as overly complicated as humanly possible. Okay, let's see what you did here. It's that thing. Yep. Oh, he's just doing the same thing over and over. I guess that's why it's taking him so long. Or her so long, rather. Yep, it's a fire alarm, all right. Still works. Mm-hmm. When you are embarking carefully, you can design your own images, yeah. But you have to prepare carefully, otherwise you don't get to do it. Here's a picture of a fireman and a Karen. The Karen is screaming. Ironically, it's not ladies that complain. It's the older dudes that hang out outside. They're cool guys. I hang out with them, but like it is quite amusing to me to hear them complain about I don't know, crushing their rights because like a fireman is going to like unlock the door or get a locksmith to unlock the door to check the fire alarm once a year if you can't be home. Yeah, those dudes, yeah. They always complain every year. And one of them always threatens he's going to beat up the fireman. And it's like, why would you do that, dude? Like, just, they're trying to do their job. They don't like going into your apartment. Do you think they want to go into random people's apartments to check fire alarms? That's got to be, like, the worst part of the job. We'll just go with boomers. I don't know if I'd quite call them libertarians. That's maybe a little unfair. Boomers is what I would say. But those two things kind of go hand in hand. Hand in hand, a little bit. It is a bit odd, but like the idea is that they won't have to because you'll just be home so that you can let them in. Beats them breaking in to save you during a fire. Yep. You disable your fire alarms? But yeah, what Prismatic Flux said? Why? Annoying? What are you doing to constantly set off your fire alarm? Like, genuinely, what are you doing to set off your fire alarm? Are you just really bad at cooking or something? Also, it is illegal to turn off your fire alarm. At least if you live in a public building. I don't know about, like, if you live in an apartment building, it's illegal. I don't know about houses. Assuming there's other people in their building, they might live alone. If you live alone in a house, then fucking more power to you. Making Cajun blackened chicken. That really costs that much? You should do that in a barbecue on a patio. Plenty of people are boomers. I mean, I got called a Zoomer the other day, LG. So, like, if that makes you feel any better. Like, legitimately, I got called a Zoomer the other day. It's like, I was born in 94. Like, Zoomers aren't for a while after me. What the hell? Why are you, why? I don't even. Using, like, generation names as insults is something that I will never fully understand the logic of. It just seems kind of immature and kind of stupid to me. Definitely being called a Zoomer. Yeah, borderline millennial gang, I suppose. I don't think anybody ever does Phillies, so that's kind of a silly thing to say, but it's also one of those things where it's like, if you want to get criticized, then mention that you unplug your fire alarm. Because it is a really dumb thing to do. Yeah, no, I had to like take my cousins aside during Christmas before the pandemic, who kept calling my dad a boomer. I was like, fucking don't you disrespect my dad like that. Because they were just like constantly referring to him as okay boomer whenever he said anything, regardless of what it was about. And that was like at the peak of that. But then again, I don't like getting dismissed at all. Dismissing somebody's opinions because of their age is fucking ludicrous. It's like, oh no, you got born. Nobody remembers Gen X, don't worry. You're fine. If you're Gen X, you won because nobody remembers that Gen X even happened. So the result is you never get insulted. What's Gen X? Exactly. Gen X is the awkward like category between millennial and boomer, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I think my parents are technically Gen X. Actually, what year does Gen X start? Okay, no, my parents are not quite Gen X. They're almost Gen X. Yeah, my parents missed Gen X by about the same level that I missed being a Zoomer. Actually, no, hold on. No, my parents are Gen X. No, my math was off by 1 year. Or my mom is. Gen Alpha for current kids? Wait, hold on a second. So we went from beta back into alpha? Or are these the alpha generation for the next generation, which are going to be the beta generation? Man, I can't wait to get to the release generation. It's been a long development cycle. Please tell me you've referred to that as Gen... Oh god, why? Before. Alpha or 2012 onwards? Really? Betas need more, Gen Beta needs more patch. I mean, if Gen Beta needs more patching, then Gen Alpha absolutely needs more patches. This is such a stupid conversation, chat. Generation Alpha. Well, I'm very happy that I'm not part of a generation that's still in Alpha. Imagine always being stuck in Alpha. It's like most early access games. I'm waiting for Gen Thunderbolt cable, frankly. You made the joke first. 7 Days to Die. I mean, hold on a second. What year did 7 Days to Die launch into early access? Genuine question. I need to look this up. When did 7 Days to Die? 2013. Well, damn it. They launched December 13, 2013. If only they launched a year earlier, it would have been perfect. Although, I would like to start a petition, chat, to rename Generation Alpha to Generation Star Citizen. Because I'm pretty sure that's how old Star Citizen is, yeah? Right? I'm actually mostly certain that is when Star Citizen was kickstarted. Straight to jail. I mean, probably, yeah. But, like, also, come on. Pretty sure I'm right. Generation Vaporware. Well, I mean, it is the generation of vaping, so it's not too far off. I think you misspelled avoid us, Baron. Well, I mean, the only reason it's a keen observation is because I know a streamer whose kid is like I guess 11 now, who was born whose kid was born 6 weeks after he backed Star Citizen on Kickstarter. Vividly remember this. Like, he backed Star Citizen on Kickstarter, and so, like, he has this constant super stark reminder of how old Star Citizen is because he backed it, like, very short period of time before his kid was born. On what generation will adventure mode be delivered? I don't know. Generation 50.50.010, maybe? I don't know. I'd need to look at Dwarf Fortress version numbers. Do some math. Because version 50.09 will be out soon. Maybe version 51? The griftiest thing in gaming. You know what's funny? Like, it's not Star Citizen, but what's funny is that you think that's the griftiest thing in gaming when they have the exact same business model as Dwarf Fortress. Give us money, and we'll keep developing this video game. Dwarf Fortress has had the exact same business model for a very long time. Dwarf's been missing for a week. Odd. Metalsmith, eh? I wonder if that was one of the two dwarves that went insane a while back. Went off and died somewhere. Fallout 76 is, like, apparently a good game now, though. Like, I have no interest in ever playing it, but from people that I know who have played it, mostly, like, tortured relationships with that game, are like, actually, it's, like, kind of okay now. Apparently, they made it okay. It took them years, but... So is Dwarf Fortress. Virtual Spaceman. You know, like, the thing is, like, I don't like Star Citizen. I don't think their business model is particularly genuine. I think it's kind of a shitty business model. I'm not a big fan of, like, constantly, like, coming up with new things to sell so that you can make more money. But there's a big but there, which is the business model is literally identical to Dwarf Fortress. Zack and Tarn promise cool, lofty, over-the-top things that won't be achievable for a very long time. But if we keep buying the game or donating money to Bay 12, they will eventually get to them. And as somebody who's been giving Bay 12, you know, between $2 and $10 a month for the past, I don't know, 5 years or so, it's very difficult for me to look at Dwarf Fortress and then look at Star Citizen and not be like, oh, it's literally the exact same business model on a different scale. It's an identical business model, just on a different scale. If Dwarf Fort had 200 million in development, Dwarf Fort wouldn't have released on Steam. It would probably actually still just be an ASCII game, and they probably would have hired Putnam earlier. I would love Dwarf Fortress to have that much funding. Love it. That'd be fantastic. The difference is simply scale, right? Dwarf Fortress is 2 guys with some helpers around the edges in volunteer work, and a bunch of modders, and some forum modders, and, you know, Star Citizen is one crazy guy that made a bunch of games that people liked back in the like 90s and early 2000s, I think. Bay 12, not 13. No, but whatever. Crowdfunding does not equal grift. It's not a grift. That game is perfectly playable. You can go play it right now. Is it complete? No. Is Dwarf Fortress complete? No. It's very far from complete, in fact. In fact, I would argue up until very recently, Star Citizen has been more playable than Dwarf Fortress for most people. Certainly more accessible, easier to get into. I mean, like, if you're going to call something a grift, go after Raid Shadow Legends. Like, honestly, Star Citizen to me at this point, like, if you're going to call Star Citizen a grift, you might as well also call this a grift. You want to see an expensive video game? Try to play iRacing without spending $500, I dare you. This is also a perfectly legitimate product, right? To me, Star Citizen is iRacing for space games. The people who love that game literally only play that. You have a good night and fragrance. Like, the people who like Star Citizen just play Star Citizen. Like, that is they might also play Elite Dangerous, but that's probably just the game that they play generally. What would I consider complete then? Not Dwarf Fortress. Doesn't matter what I consider complete, right? But if we're talking about enthusiast games for a specific niche market that is filling that niche market and funding it, this is the exact same thing, right? This is a super niche product for a specific kind of person. Yeah, the Payday 2 is a different thing, right? Because that's not an enthusiast product where you don't need to buy the DLC to play that game, right? Like, in iRacing, you have to pay monthly. It's a subscription game that you also have to pay to enter tournaments, and you have to buy cars and tracks to play in the tournaments. Like, it's like, just go look into the business model for iRacing for a bit. Like, these games aren't grifts. They're just specific products for niche communities. It's not... That's all I have to say to pay to win on iRacing. But, like, I mean, it's pay to play, that's for sure. But pay to win, well, I mean, you have to be good at racing to win. So yeah, to me, it's really, really strange that people call Star Citizen a grift, because to me, it's no different than iRacing. Which, shocker, isn't a grift. Oh, I mean, I hate Star Citizen. I think that their business model is disgusting. But it's not a scam, and it's not a grift. It's a shitty business model to perpetuate a business that will actively lose money when they release their game. Like, it's a bad business model. I completely agree with you there. I just simply disagree with your term grift, because it is not theft. They're not stealing anything. They are selling a product and a service of entertainment, of developing this product, to an audience that wants it. Let that audience have it. Like, you can dislike something and let it exist, right? There's plenty of games out there I don't like that have shitty developers that personally I feel shouldn't exist. But I don't care. Like, it's not hurting me. Like, the existence of Star Citizen doesn't hurt me. And the business model of Star Citizen is virtually identical to Dwarf Fort, except on a much smaller scale. It's just a crowdfunded AAA game instead of a crowdfunded indie game. So, I just don't like the word grift being used, because it's not. It's just a shitty business model. You want to talk about grifts, you can talk about Raid Shadow Legends or, you know, kick.com. That's a grift. You can talk about crypto gambling. That's a grift. You can talk about most crypto exchanges. That's also a grift. You can talk about Dogecoin. That's a grift. But now Star Citizen's just a niche product for a specific audience that tried to sell itself to a mainstream audience, had a shitty Kickstarter, which probably shouldn't have succeeded. But I don't know. You haven't looked into Raid Shadow Legends because the gameplay sends you to sleep just to look by looking at it? I mean, it's just a gacha focused hero collection RPG thing. That's all it is. It's really nothing special. I need to get some farmer shops in here. That's what we're doing next. Bored Ape Yacht Club and CryptoPunks. Those are grifts. Although you could also argue, you could use my same argument of like, they are developing a niche product for a specific community, but I would disagree with with my own argument there for CryptoPunks with CryptoPunks and Bored Ape Yacht Club, purely because those two grifts, if you want to use that word, those two grifts tried to sell themselves to the mainstream on multiple occasions. This is a vile force of darkness which has arrived, and it appears to just be a collection of thieves. Yes. All right, military, do your bestest. Developing a niche product for easily scammed morons. Which is also actually really sad if you think about it. Like selling selling a niche product like that to somebody who is easily manipulated into parting with large portions of money really sucks. Let's follow one of these dwarves that's going to go kill goblins. Like Zeroy Jenkins. Although that's a human, technically. We'll follow Ficod, the Mace Dwarf. But are you going to take it, Jazz? Anymore. Fighting with giant cave swallows, apparently. You know, see, here's the thing. I was raised extremely Christian. I think a lot of that stuff can be a scam, but there is one benefit to religion, and that is some people desperately need community. And sometimes it's very hard to get community in your life, and that is one massive benefit of religion. And it's definitely saved some people's lives. But let's see. Van Ori is fighting with goblins and stabs a goblin crosswoman in the right lower leg with her steel spear, fracturing the bone through the beak dog leather high boot. And an artery has been opened by the attack, and a ligament has been torn. See what else is going on. Avuz, Spear Dwarf, stabs a goblin crosswoman in the left foot with her steel spear, shattering the bone through the beak dog leather high boot. Take out the last one. Something went flying. I didn't even see what that was. Oh my god. Hold on. How high did this arm fly? 1, 2, 3, 4. So if each Z level's 2 meters up, that's 8 meters in the air. That arm went high up. Oh my god. There goes a hand. Oh, Lord. Well, I mean, at least they landed close to their target. Let's just station them all right here. Off in an arc. Yep. All right, well, siege is done. They did get a little bit of Goblinite. The actual Goblinite's over here, though. Well, I mean, I've already cleaned it all up, apparently. But the actual Goblinite ends up in, like, this hallway. Also, for clarity's sake, chat, you don't need to agree with anything I say. It's not the law. You're more than welcome to disagree with me and have differing opinions. However, it's generally pretty unlikely that you'll change my mind on something. Also got another artifact starting. We should all be a mindless hive mind. All right, have fun with that. I love the look of this alunite. Look at it. It's so pink. Me and my pink farms. I think this fort looks awful. How dare you disagree with me, Bee Village? Doing all right, Alex, and yourself? I can't hive mind. I'm allergic to bees. Why don't you be mindful about that? Anonymous Gifter, thanks for chucking a sub at Philly's Odd. That was a directed one. Someone directly gifted you a sub. I'll have you know. So shout outs to that person. And thank you. You know, I kind of always imagined cave wheat being yellow. And the fact that it's white throws me off. Plants. Pigtails. That's it. Just pigtails. Barrels can go there. Well, maybe. That actually would make a degree of sense. Tech. Hadn't thought about it that way. Cool, Dan. What kind of dwarf would you like? Welp. The most expendable one I have. Attis the Very Angy Hammerlord. Dead Dan, aka I am cool Dan, is in a constant state of internal rage, is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings, doesn't generally think before acting, is stingy with resources, and refuses to expand any extra effort, is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she's open to changing her mind, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she is slow to trust others, and she does not mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she could be considered rude. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she's conflicted by this, and she values artwork and its creation. It's too fucking hot in here. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, personally values independence and values tranquility and a peaceful day, and values peace over war, and is put off by family, and values good craftsmanship, and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. She likes brimstone, electrum, and turquoise and naff paper, and the color violet, and rhubarbs for their taste, in the words of the amethyst of deserts, and the sight of the glimmer of glistening, and when possible prefers to consume lobster and bilberry wine, and absolutely hates leeches. Her very long hair is neatly combed, her copper eyes are slightly rounded, her somewhat short ears are free-lobed, and her eyebrows are quite dense, her hair is ecru, and her skin is cinnamon. And relations-wise, her mom is dead, who was also a mace dwarf. She has two uncles, which are both dead, and a cousin who's alive in the fort. And has no friends, just passing acquaintances. I mean, hold on a second. Let me just scroll down to this wheat, and let me click on it. It might actually just state that it's white in its description. Cave wheat. This is cave wheat. Well, I tried. Thanks, game. Well, I guess not everything gets a super complicated description in Dwarf. Well, I mean, it's certainly not pod racing, so it better be cave wheat. Hi, cave wheat. I'm Bob. I don't know why. For some reason, I thought it would have like an explanation as to what color cave wheat was. Let's see what the wiki has to say about cave wheat, shall we? Food, prepared meals, and drinks. This can just be a dining hall. And let's unpause the game. And so dwarffortresswiki.org. Cave wheat. It's an underground crop that can be milled into dwarven wheat and flour or brewed into dwarven beer. Cave wheat seeds can be brought into the Imbark and is imported from dwarven caravans. They are planted in the summer and autumn seasons. They require about 42 days to grow. Some dwarves like cave wheat for its stalks. I guess it was like this symbol in ASCII. Like that. In powder format, they're turned into flour. It's edible. It's not edible and not cookable. It's only made for alcohol and flour. Cave wheat in Dwarfish is Azkill. In Elvish, it's Garitho Yafa. In Goblin, it's Omo Snasm. And in Human, it's Negathic Athra. Negathic Athra. Yep. Do I request pigtail seeds? No, because you don't need to. When you process it into what's it called? Thread, like this, it gets you get the seeds back from them. Under plants and seeds, you only see plump helmets. Like when you're importing them, they'll be in seed bags. And also when you brew them, you get the alcohol back too. You know, we streamed Conquest of Elysium yesterday as the Monday stream. Kind of tempted to do that for the evening stream today. That game's fun. Stuck in my brain again. That might be evening game tonight, chat. As a plant, it doesn't need color, you suppose, being underground and all? I suppose. Yeah. I don't know, it's just, I always imagined it as yellow in my brain. Goblet. Goblins, no. I need goblets. Made out of all types of metal. Not a bad little farming district we're getting down here, eh? What do you think, chat? I think it's got a nice look to it. Yeah, I have no idea, Lanix. Is anybody else getting any kind of buffering today? Or is it just Lanix? I really want to know what's up with that. Stream fine. You had to refresh the stream a few times, not bad. I mean, that's just gonna happen with any live stream, but doesn't matter what site you're watching on. We're going to make this over here into kind of a weaving section. One other thing I kind of want to say about disagreeing. It's like, if we can't disagree, then we aren't human. Like, genuinely. We have to be able to disagree and discuss. If we can't amicably disagree and discuss, we aren't human. Losing the only thing we have left. Let's just do all of this. Especially when we're talking about trivially important things like video games. Imagine video games being so important that people issue people death threats. It's video games, guys. Calm down. I agree that we should disagree. Disagreement Circle Jerk subreddit is here. Yeah, I've had pretty consistent ghosts for a bit. I saw that. Excuse me? Oh, I see. It's because I spelled their name wrong. O'Neill. There we go. Is following IDEN. Typed the wrong name in. Video games are trivial? In the greater realms of importance of society, yeah, they're pretty trivial. As an art format, very important. As a form of media, extraordinarily important. In the grand scheme of things, pretty trivial. So Karens aren't human? You know, there's a quote flying around the internet right now that I see a lot, and I wish I knew who said it first so I could credit them. But it's the statement of any format of evening the playing field and adding in fairness in life when you are extremely privileged feels like you are being prosecuted. And that's what I feel about Karens. And also generally, you know, people who get really mad when bike lanes get built. If you are used to everything bending to your specific needs, the second something doesn't, you feel like you're being attacked. I mean, sure, not in my backyard is not a bad example of that. Man, I wish I could sell these large cut gems because I got so many of them. Right, I'm going to sell all weapons I don't immediately need. Iron spears, we're going to sell those. Crossbow, we're going to sell that. Crossbows, we can sell those. Keep the pick. Sell the bows. Sell the copper bows. Sell the pikes. Sell the halberds. I realize I can melt these down before somebody points it out. Great axe is that. Yep. Let's sell these trap components because frankly I don't need them. I don't even know if all those trap components can make it here. They might not be able to. I'd sell those gold statues, but like they're kind of heavy, so I don't know if they could actually make it off the map with them. Actually, just gonna sell all of these pants. Sell those. And that should be plenty. Are you just sitting there? Yep. What do you need here, kiddo? Cloth thread, leather skin. We got both of those. Rough color. Okay. I think I might actually need to mine out some gems. Bones, yes. Okay, so I'm gonna slaughter an animal. Slaughter a beak dog. Then we got gems. It's okay, I have no mind, and I'm gonna be 40 in a quarter of my life, so don't ever intend on gaining one. Your son played Heroes of the Storm for a year on a pro team? Really? Swatting doesn't generally happen that much anymore because there's a lot more protections for it. I'm not sure why there's an anvil there. I was just wondering this. I'm like, why is there an anvil there? Keep getting more and more liberal. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's tell that to most of my family. And Baron, I know that you're just trying to be sarcastic, but I don't think you're being particularly funny at this exact moment. For the abs workout. Sure. Oh, true. It might have actually been knocked over. Whatever. Not gonna worry about it. I definitely saw a dwarf that was carrying like 45 plants once, trip and fall, and then it like exploded and went everywhere. Oh, I'm sure it's a saying, but I'm just saying it. I think it's a saying that might upset some people. Is all. That or just make some people's eyes roll. Certainly made mine roll. Waiting for 2 more items. Okay, well, they don't generally happen against streamers anymore. Whatever that's worth. I have no idea what's going on with schools where you live, Delanartha. That sucks, though. Remember how I said the first time you said that essentially wasn't funny? It's also not funny the second time. it's just not funny, dude. So, just move on. New subject. Makes you want to dig through your foundation? What do you mean? Why don't you? It's Dwarf Fortress. The land is your oyster. So make some seafood. Unless you mean like in your house, in which case I wouldn't recommend that. Oh, okay. See, here, I thought you were talking about, like, the game foundation, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's fine. Or like, you know, just in the game of Dwarf Fortress, just digging through your fort's foundation. Like, yeah, it's fine. But then when I like actually think about it, I'm like, maybe, yeah, definitely don't do that in real life. As far as hell, so I'm just gonna throw this out there, Claiborne. I dare you to try that. Go to your backyard, grab a shovel, and start digging. And see how long it takes for wherever you live, like the local city, to show up and just like publicly execute you. Because Jesus Christ, dude. If you were to just start digging on your front lawn, yeah, like your homeowners association would kill you. Naturally, yes, they would probably like hire the fucking Pinkertons to come beat you up or something. Call me for you. Also that! You might just hit a gas line and blow your ass up. Or be like my dad, like the 6 months he worked in concrete laying and construction where they were like replacing pipes. And they were drilling down through some concrete and they hit a water line. Stop before the river Styx. Yeah, easy peasy. Just stop before the river Styx. No problem. That story is gonna, you know, honestly, that might be the most public press in the games industry that Pinkertons have ever gotten, aside from the time that they sued Rockstar for including the word the Pinkertons in a Wild West game. Red Dead Redemption 2. Does anybody else remember that? Like they went after Rockstar. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. It's like, imagine suing Rockstar. Hitting a main line of anything while digging is always fun. Yeah, my dad said that the geyser went like 4 stories high. Come sail away. It is a great band. I need to get that on cassette because I used to have Styx on cassette. A couple Styx cassettes. But they got lost in moving, and I haven't found one for under $10, so. What was the conclusion? I think they had to change some wording of some things in Red Dead Redemption, but that was about it. Long story short, the Pinkertons like to be consulted if you're going to use their name. And I remember when that story broke and a bunch of, like, you know, games news media people were talking about it. And I, myself, along with everybody else in the games news media, was just surprised that the Pinkertons still existed. So, frankly, it's probably more press than they've ever got, at least in the modern world. Where in the hell is Pandasaurus Rex? It's MMO Junkies. Oh, also, I can get rid of these. Oh, no. Why are you walking so slowly? All right, so I need a new broker. That isn't Panda. Panda can't walk, apparently. So we'll give it to Merlin Buff. Because turns out, Panda's time as the captain of the guard has, like, done a number on her. No longer captain of the guard. Hasn't been for a while. You know, I would rather have Styx as my hometown heroes instead of Nickelback. Although, I think closer to my hometown would be Carly Rae Jepsen, and you know what? Frankly, I can roll with her as a hometown hero. Call Me Maybe still slaps. It would save you so much monies. I mean, constructing it would probably cost you a lot of monies, but what do I really know? You would pick Carly Rae over to go back to? I mean, yeah. Come on. It's one of the most parodyable songs in existence. It's great. You don't like Call Me Maybe, Orange? What do you got against Carly Rae Jepsen? She literally went to high school with some people that I grew up with. Like, she was in the class above a bunch of kids I knew. It was really funny when that song came out. One of my friends was like, dude, I know her. Like, what the fuck? Fortunately, you don't need to take Bieber. We already got him, so don't worry about trying to compensate for Bieber. He's just kind of here, and he's not going anywhere. Same with Nickelback. And like I've said many times, I've seen Nickelback live twice, and I didn't pay for either of those shows. And I didn't know I would be seeing them until I saw them on stage both times. Oop. We have a representative. Rara Trap Mansion. The Trap Mansion is a level in a video game, not a last name. You're a criminal. Great. An outcast of the random steps. I kind of just want to, like, kill this person. Hold on. Do I have any open... Yes, I do. I do have open crimes. I want to interrogate you. Yeah, there you are. Let's see what you are. Obviously, we need to wait for the interrogation to actually happen. Wow, they only brought one book? What a bunch of cheapskates. Oh, fine, I'll trade. Although there's the one thing that I always say about Nickelback, which is generally their music is meme-worthy at best and terrible at worst, but Gotta Be Somebody is actually kind of a good song. I will give them that much credit. Gotta Be Somebody is kind of okay. Like, that's a pretty okay song. Like, when we're talking about generic butt rock bands that write the same song a billion times, that song is pretty good. And it just sounds like every single one of their other songs, but I don't know. It's just a nice, chill song that's very uplifting that came out at a time when I needed it when I was a small kid. Maybe not a small kid. Angsty preteen, I suppose. Too dangerous with you fish-looking guy. I mean, I want to see what this fish-looking... Hold on a second. Can I just throw out what is wrong with this picture, chat? The fish person is a fish cleaner. I don't like this. I don't trust this. Nothing about this is right. They're a legendary fish cleaner. Dear screenshot function Windows, please work. Okay, fine. I will do this the other way then. Fish gotta get cleaned. He's obviously not bathing the fish. Actually, gas. Is gas a good thing? Well, anyway, we're about to go interrogate him. Bathes other fish? Not what fish cleaning means. I like to think that this cave fish person is actually just like... This is the muscle. Because they're part of a criminal group, right? They're a criminal. They're part of the League of Shingles. And a representative of the Lives of Bolting, which is an outcast group. And a former overlord of the Random Steps. Meaning that they are like members of multiple criminal organizations. So I like to think that this is the muscle. He's a legendary fish cleaner because he's very good at slitting the like from, you know, throat all the way down to groin regions. League of Singles. Was that shingles or singles? Shingles, not singles. Shingles, yes. Does sound painful. Feels pleasure near a fine door. Well, he likes the door. Oh. Got good taste in doors, I suppose. Let's see. What did you get up to, Rara? We attempted to make flattering remarks in order to elicit information. The subject was unaffected by the comments and refused. In retrospect, the interrogator may have completely misjudged the subject's character. So I hear that you're good at cleaning fish, fish. Well, let's see if I can interrogate him again. This is good practice. I'm also going to interrogate Jerry Gord. Stares unblinking. He'll never talk. Well, you just did, Jerry Gord. Hate to break it to you. I don't trust this fish, though. Also, they're blinking gray and in color, which means they're a nemesis, which means they are not friendly with my faction. Also, they're leaving the map now. Well, I mean, fish eat fish, right? Like, you can buy fish to feed to your fish. It's a fish eat fish world. We know this, but... Speaking of, what else has our vampire done? Our vampire over here, who's a competent mace dwarf. Engraved on the wall is an image of figurines. Okay. Engraved is an image, is a rendition of the exalted town, an image of a hatch cover. The image is the symbol of the tufted urns, the dwarven civilization. Right. Is image of a moon snail. Okay. We've got an image of beds. I think he's missing his bed. And an image of a cabbage. Well, she's missing her bed, that's for sure. How do you feel? She's given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. Dreams of mastering a skill. Personally views the pursuit of knowledge deeply important and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Can I just say that the hatch covers on the ground is a really funny concept? It's like, what are you doing? Drawing doors on the walls? Wishing I could walk through them? I mean, have you never just like sketched an image of a cabbage on the floor? Is it just a me thing? Where we unleash the vampire? I mean, it'll happen one day. Is cleaning fish a slang for murder? I would say yes. You know, it's like, you know, the mafia would bring in the butcher if they need to get rid of somebody, right? Like they'd have like all these kind of cute pet names for like the various crimes they would commit. I bet that a fish cleaner's like slang term, a fish cleaner for a fish person is a slang term for just killing somebody. Like that has to be. I mean, Serial Cleaners is a video game about cleaning up after crime scenes. So if that exists, then, like, come on. It has to be a thing. I'm really tempted to just make a dumb, pointless, non-argument of like, they don't have to eat other fish, though. They could be vegan. It's just like those people who are just like, my dog is vegan. You like the narrative of an underwater mafia? I feel like that's the sequel to Shark Tale that never got made. Probably for the best, because Shark Tale was a horrible movie. But it's probably that sequel to Shark Tale that never got made. Yeah, there we go. This has fixed my cloth industry. Let's make cloth tunics. Let's just do 120. fish is vegan. You might be, but your fish sure ain't. I would like to complain, though. Why is the gold statue of a pig significantly more gold-looking than the rest of the gold statues? Like, look at this. This thing's like a bright yellow, whereas this is like a muted brown. And this duck is also like a muted brown. And this slug, we got... Why is there 2 slug statues by the garden? Doors, of all of the images we could have put right next to the garden, I realized I was just using closest statue, so it was up to you as to what we put there. Ward off real slugs. It's like a scarecrow for slugs. It's just scaring away the slugs with the images of slugs. I'm gonna put a big stockpile right here for cloth. Maybe over here as well. Actually, no, for thread. Pigtail thread specifically, but pigtail thread. True, like an image of like an ocean would probably be pretty scary to a slug. Like, look, water that you can't drink. Oh no, I'm a slug. No need for a thread stockpile? It happens sometimes. But yes, I do in fact have auto thread. Still putting the stockpile there, though. Every now and again, it does outnumber the amount. I'm also going to make more of these farmer shops. Whoops. Need to make 2 bucklers. But yes, you are correct. I don't actually need that, but I'm going to do it anyway. Then down here, we're going to make more farmer shops. Very pink farmer shops.
Cool fortress. You do nice work.
Thank Azrael. Thank much. And also thank you very much for the 5th month. Welcome back. Enjoy the ad-free viewing and the good emotes and stuff. Check and I get a round of beers for that resub. First resub, or first subscription, actually, because the last one was a gift, in 37 minutes. Very kind. Helping keep this weird show funded, whatever it is. Just glad that people still watch, you know? And now we begin the long wait for adventure mode. Have I ever tried to plan your own game or maybe have an idea for one? What, are you talking about developing games? Well, I have absolutely zero interest in developing a game. I know what goes into developing games because I've watched other people do it. I have no interest in making my own game, no. But do I have ideas for games? Maybe. But telling you them would be kind of counterproductive, no? There's also like this fun question that people like to ask, which is, what's your dream video game? It's like, I'm playing it right now. It's called Dwarf Fortress. But why do you want to know? Be vigilant. I 've 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 I think the only way that I personally would ever get into the games industry is on like a consulting kind of thing. Or if I had more money than brains, investments. But I don't have unlimited money, unfortunately. Definitely couldn't invest and start a game studio. But me personally, I think you're more likely to see me doing live shows as part of a podcast than you are to see me make a game. It is very unlikely I will ever make a game. Especially because the types of games that I like generally fail. Some good ideas? Well, I would recommend go trolling around in some game jams. Asking streamer Blind IRL, who largely has no interest in making a game because he's aware of how, you know, insane this industry can be. And how destructive this industry can be. But my question to you is, your album? What kind of music? I'm much more likely to write an album, actually. Much more likely to do that. In fact, I've done that before. It's been years, though. I lost all of my creativity when I stopped being a teenager and went and worked full-time for a couple of people. After a couple of full-time jobs, I had no creativity left and stopped writing music entirely. So. But yeah, then you know exactly why I wouldn't tell you, even if I did have ideas. It's because people steal them. Trying to write songs material. So you're trying to write songs and you're trying to develop a video game. I would recommend trying to do one thing or the other. Trying to just do everything tends to just lead to a confuddled mess of not much. But, you know, you live your life. You do what you gotta do. And whatever works for you. Work killed your creative energies? I think if I went another 4 years without having a full-time job and just getting to be a creative teenager, I certainly would have put out an album instead of just like, you know, fiddling around and messing with it and trying to write stuff and not being happy with any of it. I would have actually written an album. I mean, at this point, streaming kills my energy to do anything outside of work, so I think work just kind of does that. Act Daddy. Work just kind of does that. Doesn't really matter what your work is. If you're working, it makes it hard to do other things. Do I have a millstone lying around? No, I don't. This idea of a Metroidvania-style game where you play as a janitor fighting off hordes of Lovecraftian horrors. You know, I was about to say, I think they made that, and then then you got to the Lovecraftian horrors part. I mean, I played a game that was as part of an album. Let me see if I can find it. It was like a black metal album that had a game that went with it. Hold on. Not getting what I want to find. Not the thing I was thinking of. Turns out, it's really hard to find this game if you don't remember the name of it. Steam really wants to just give me Metal Hellsinger, which is... Yeah, I give up. Can't find it. But there was one. It was a free thing. It's designed to promote an album. There's also a few for various, like, EDM artists. School did that to you. In middle school, you loved reading and creative writing, and by the time you left high school, all the love of reading and writing was dead, and I can't tell you about the last time you read a book. Yeah, I can't read fiction anymore, thanks to school. Like, at all. Like, period. Like, my interest / love in fiction is, like, null at this point. Also, I think I'm also going to add pigtail cloth. No, I don't want to. Actually, where's my... Because I have another clothing industry. Where is it? I might just move my whole clothing industry. Okay, it's right here. Well, we are slowly still making clothing, apparently. Nerds Half-Life, thank you much for the raid. How was your stream today? Mods, can I get a shout out for Nerds Half-Life? Please and thank you. Let's go down to there and leave that top bit. Yeah, Telenarthos probably the best person to talk to on that subject, actually. I'm quite happy with simply reading weird books about programming and game design. But yeah, I don't know. What is it? Was it Dust Force? Was that the name of that game? Yeah, Dust Force DX is the platforming janitor game. That's real. I know this isn't technically a Metroidvania, but this is the closest thing I can think of to you saying a game where you play as a janitor. Dust Force. But this is more of a precision platformer than anything else. I wonder if Hitbox Team did anything past that. Nope, not really. Okay, well. 2012. This is the closest thing I can think of to like game where you play as janitor and platform. Was a pretty common speedrunner game back in the day. Space Quest is your favorite. There's also like a space game where you play as a janitor and like have to go around and solve mysteries about things. How was your stream, nerds? Hope things was good. Like in Space Quest. I never played Space Quest, but that was a bit before my time, I think. Actually, I know for a fact it was before my time. I'm just trying to be polite. PD Lorne. PY Lorne. Hello. Doing lots better than the previous fort? Hell yeah, dude. This fort's a little stupidly stable at this point. We're playing on hard, and we have hard economy turned on as well. But, you know, the amount of stuff I've been able to build in this fort is a little bit silly. Also, I now have 100% confirmation that you don't need to worry about buying Dwarf Fortress merch right now if you can't afford it, because they have lots of stock and will resupply if they run out. So, don't worry about getting that Dwarf Fort mug if you really, 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 really want it and can't afford it right now. Don't buy it. Just wait. Not a limited run merch cycle. Because a couple people were worried earlier, so. I didn't think it was, but. Drink all the way down to the end. Where moose came by to say hello? Well, certainly not a Y moose, just a where moose. Well, cheers. I mean, I stream 4 days a week at this point, I guess. A wild Canadian representative came by to say hello. Although I guess that would be like a were beaver. Would be a Canadian representative. Gray languors are stealing random crap from the surface. That's fine. Tomorrow. Orange. Favorite platform of all time is Commander Keen. I played Commander Keen at a friend's house growing up. Now Moose. There is. Just wildly busy. All right, we all get busy sometimes. It's part of life. I love how like half the chat has the snowflake badge right now. It's such a good badge. The direct relief charity thing that Twitch did. Wish they do stuff like that again. I have that badge. It's just I have a check mark, so I usually just use that. Time to take on toe thieves. No, I need both my squads to be stacked first. I attacked toe thieves once, and we lost half of our soldiers, so there's a demon living there. I need to be more... Well, actually, I need to completely gut their entire economy. I mean, like, these are all spots that... these are all my hillixes. This is a spot I took over, and all these, like, no longer dark-colored ones are ones we've killed. We could go attack another one. These guys were attacking us earlier, so we could go attack them. Go attempt to raise them. Might as well. Is the steel creature? Yep, he lives in the muddy caverns, and we ignore him. He just lives there. It's fine. We also have a vampire who lives in the walls, who we spotted very quickly and told to go train because they wanted martial training. Anyway, they live here now and just train. So at some point, I will have a very highly trained mace dwarf vampire that can just, you know, go kill things. And also hasn't slept in my... I love how this dwarf... My goals are important to me. She felt fondness remembering making a friend. You poor bastard. It's just, you know, locked in here, lives in here permanently. You poor, poor bastard. I remember making a friend once. They immortal? Yeah, they're a vampire. Oh, the vampire is on a training montage. Very much so, yeah. I mean, she is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction. But she has 0 kill. Confirm. Not lying. 0 kill. Worships a lot of gods. Stuck in a room, you'd pray? I'd probably do push-ups. And then nap. And then do push-ups. And then nap. And then, I mean, I'd do more than just push-ups, but... It would probably be like a combination of like attempting to learn to meditate, screaming and crying profusely, and doing push-ups. If I was like in solitary, that would be the, or whatever kind of working out I could do in that space. Would probably be the majority of my time spent. Yeah, and also like try and draw on the walls. That's absolutely something I would do. Well, they've probably made those millstones. So, is there a particular reason why the unbuilt texture for a millstone is 2 water textures? Anybody? Because I'm pretty sure I just found a bug. You guys see that? That ain't no millstone. That's 2 waters, actually. And it turns into a millstone when I build it. Anyway, found a bug. Milling is thirsty work? I guess so. What does that mean? No, it's definitely supposed to be a millstone image. Like, you know, when you construct anything, right? You get a little kind of image of the thing that you're going to be building. No, not really. Cord or Corydmus. Not really. She's also not depressed. Like, the vampire is, like, actually kind of doing okay. Generally, my vampires do horrible work very quickly because they're usually quite depressed when they show up or, like, very prone to that. That dwarf's doing okay, though. Can't really tell when something is supposed to or not supposed to be because you only started playing recently. Yeah, no, I mean that's totally fine. Or Fortress is just like tons of dumb, old, pointless, obtuse bullshit that doesn't matter. Yep. It'll just take a few years. Dwarves train way faster when they're training with somebody who's better at the skill than them. Which is actually like the change that was made to the game so that danger rooms were completely negated with their point, right? So the whole reason why people used danger rooms was because it trained faster than them training. But Tarn changed it so that if one dwarf is, say, higher skill level at, like, say one of them is like an expert mace dwarf and one of them is a novice mace dwarf, then the novice mace dwarf will train up to expert mace dwarf way faster. Then the vamp can train the other soldiers there right now. What if I name him Baron Grimswald and give him the most upset soldier? Then maybe then maybe we'll think about it. That's why you split your military every so often. Yeah, no, you want to do that. You want to train up like one squad to like super high skill, and then like make 5 squads out of that one squad, right? That's really what you want to do. What the heck? Jerry Gore, did you just murder a fool? Nope. Tavern Brawl, maybe? KVAC 666 has been found dead. There appears to have been a cavern brawl. Well then. That is something. make 50 more copper sarcophagus. And throw you over there. See how many of these have already been claimed? Not? Okay. Quite, and then most of them. Help. Turns out I've needed to make more coffins for a while and haven't. Well, time to dig out more tombs. Only had a stockpile of corpses? I mean, yeah. I guess that does explain why the ghosts keep popping up. It's hot in here, and my brain is only functioning at like 40% capacity because it's very hot in here. But today's supposed to be like the last really hot day before it's supposed to cool down for a bit, so I don't want to set up my air conditioning until I need to, because once I've set up my air conditioning, I'm not going to unset it up for the rest of the year, basically. And setting up my air conditioning makes my power bill go from about $30 a month to about $180 a month. So I'd rather save that money as long as possible. Yeah, I'm in West Coast, Vancouver, Canada, and it was fucking 36 yesterday. 36 Celsius. For reference, 2 weeks ago, it was like 15 degrees. So, yeah, no, it got very hot all of a sudden. And because of where I live, unless you live in a brand new, extremely fancy building, you don't have central air. So, nobody here has air conditioning in their unit. I've literally never lived in a building with air conditioning my entire life, so. I have a portable AC unit, which is extraordinarily expensive, and my building does not allow window units because it's not compatible with our windows, and would probably fall out of the windows if people tried to. I mean, don't seed grass. Seed clover. Seed something bees can eat. Seed something useful. Or at least native grasses, yeah. Or flowering grasses or something. Annoy those neighbors. Plant clover. I mean, I've bragged about my eco-terrorism many times. I am a openly released and dangerous eco-terrorist. Every year I buy 3 kilograms of clover seed and I go around and distribute it on city property around me. And you know what? It's very effective. They haven't gotten rid of any of my clover patches yet. Get wrecked. There's like whole abandoned lots now that are just completely covered in clover because of my shenanigans. Literally this. I buy the 1.2 kilogram bags when they're in the stock once a year. Since the city literally doesn't care about nature in the first place. Well, I mean, I haven't been fined yet, so. I just fill up a little medicine bottle with seeds and I just walk around and sprinkle them. What's the kind that grows where you're at? Yeah. Well, Dutch white clover is like pretty commonly found everywhere. Were you expecting pink clover? Dutch white clover only grows about this tall, and the flowers are very small. Versus like pink clover, which is almost a shrub. Like they grow like this tall and have big flowers. The very small ones, like they blend in with grass a lot better, and bees don't give a shit. And Dutch white clover is quite common here. It's more common than pink clover. I have a dwarf in a strange mood, don't I? Okay, you are hauling cloth still. God damn it. I mean, Dutch white clover is like 3-leaf clovers. I mean, you know that clovers are a flower, right? the leaves are just the leaves. So they have 3 and 4 leaves. You really hate your gloves. This dwarf has a very tattered glove. Oh, really? Huh, that's interesting, Fleas. I had no idea. Thirsty drowsy, possessed by unknown forces. You know, I ate some Lucky Charms in granola bar format recently. Why do people like edible styrofoam? Like, it's kind of a genuine question. It's just styrofoam. Has about the same texture as styrofoam. It squeaks when you bite it, just like styrofoam. Just go to Google, Gristeth, and type in clover flower. Yes, clovers have flowers. Well, I'm not complaining. I just want to know why people like edible styrofoam. You're saying because of pot. Dude, I smoke weed like 6 times a week. You know what the best thing to eat when you're stoned is? Fruit. There's nothing better than just like a bowl of strawberries when you're high. Like, screw fucking Lucky's Charm. Yeah, a mango. It's like a project to like cut it apart. So you're like a little stoned and you're like, you just sit there and enjoy like chopping up the mango. And then you get to like peel the mango and then you get to eat the mango. Watermelon's also real good, yeah. Dried mango is safer? What are you gonna do? Chop your dick off? Come on. Nothing could go wrong there. Styrofoam is great mouthfeel. No. Disagree. Yes, that's a different variety of white clover. Baron. Some humans like styrofoam for the squeaky texture. Some humans like sugary cereal for the taste. Oxalis is the taller clovers that are super invasive. I wouldn't surprise me if they're both invasive, but I know that bees like white clovers, so that's the one that I buy. Don't walk behind cows. I mean, cows are like horses. Just don't walk behind them. It's just not a good idea. Not wise. Just realizing I forgot to put chairs in the rest of these. Oh, I believe that. I've had clover honey on. I've had it on toast. I've never had clover honey mead. Also for mead, if you're ever in Vancouver, okay? If you're ever in Vancouver, Canada, and you want mead, this is your place. But apparently they're moving to a new location. Interesting. But you can still order their stuff online. Apparently they have a black tea and ginger mead, which I haven't tried before. Interesting. Need to try that. This one's probably my favorite. Wizard of Loneliness. It's just like my general love life and also delicious. It's like neon pink. Like neon pink. It's like something that, I don't know, Barbie would drink. It's absurdly pink. But yeah, no, it's literally just two dudes, and they just make mead. But apparently they're moving to a new location, which is interesting. Curious as to where they're moving to. The only issue I have with it is that it's expensive. Seeds are generally very cheap. Knifey Spoony. Yeah, Knifey Spoony's great. I bought that in a 48 pack once. For a party I got invited to. I literally like walked out of there with a pallet. If you like drinking, you would drink. If you liked drinking, you would drink Knifey Spoony. I will tell you, like, that stuff tastes like, it tastes like honey, right? Like, it's very sweet. But the thing that I really like about that particular meadery's mead is, unlike most mead, they don't make fortified mead, which is what most places make. Most places make fortified mead, which is just like, it's wine, right? It's like 15 to 16% alcohol, super strong. You kind of want a small glass, sip it. That place, Humblebee, they make brat mead, which is much more similar to beer brewing style. So the result is a like 5.5 to 6% alcohol, which is fantastic. Alcohol hurts your stomach, but mead doesn't, so that's why you love it. Wow. Well, gotta get yourself more mead then. But it's like you can get light beer levels of mead, which is fantastic. So you like they have a couple that are like 4.5% too, which are great. Elfie Bean, thanks for the beanie raid. I have a new raid message for you. It's time for beanie raidies. Wait, no, that sounds too much like rabies. Maybe not. Actually, throw that window out. We'll workshop it. Ghost Bat, Fire Witch, hello. Elfie Bean, hi. Welcome, Raiders. Moderators, can I get a shout out for the Raiders? Were you playing the Succession for today? Holy oh no. Uh-oh. 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 I only just realized we've got a problem. Houston, we have a problem. We have a problem. Child is claiming all of the alpaca wool cloth. I don't have any animals I can shear for more wool. So it's just whatever we got. It's a parachute fort. It's certainly close to that. I'm gonna eat that full. Where's the baby horsey? There he is. Boink. And you had no clue how to use it? Oh, did you drown the fort? You have any fun clips? I mean, she's trying to. I mean, her clothing is literally falling apart as she's making this thing. This is Casualty and Big Sparn's kid, by the way. I love the fact that they lose their clothes when they die, so it's just like there's a picture of a naked man in here. It's like, grandfather, grandmother, older sister, aunt. What's the agenda today? Apparently watching this kid collect every single piece of llama wool cloth and alpaca wool cloth in the entire fort is apparently on the docket for today. But we're playing Dwarf Fort. We'll probably do a little bit. We'll do a little bit more Dwarf Fort, and then I was thinking about playing some more Conquest of Elysium. Yeah. Just a game that looks like it came out in 1992, that came out in 2021, that nobody plays anymore. I'm gonna play some of that because that game's fun. So, I'm going to try and finish this artifact. Uh-oh, looks like my soldiers arrived. So we went and raised this location. Ryo Shinkat led the attack, and the defenders were led by the Goblin Nako. Ryo Shinkat outmatched the Goblin Nako with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage in Horror Dove. Chat, I have a question. Is a Horror Dove a pigeon? Because it's a horrible... Anyway. They're basically the same bird. We struck down a couple... We struck down a dwarf. We struck down a dwarf. Wow, this place is full of dwarves. We struck down an elf. We struck down another elf. Another goblin. A goblin. A goblin. A human. Another dwarf. Another goblin, another elf, another dwarf, looted stuff, rampage throughout. Oh, wow, we got a bunch of stuff. We rampaged throughout Horde of Horses of the Tin Boots searched Horde of. It was right there. It's still there. Okay, so it is still there, but they lost 10 population. We're going to go hit them again. We're going to attempt to raise. What did we get for stuff from it? A bunch of random crap. Okay. Biggins? Biggins? He didn't drown the fort, but there was so many body parts and corpses it took 2 seasons to clear the mess. Oh. Well then. You know, now that you mentioned it, I've never actually seen a baron and a pigeon. I've never actually seen a dove and a pigeon in the same space. So, you know. I think this is a known bug. Celesty. I'm pretty sure this is a known bug. Like, I remember seeing a screenshot of somebody who had a dwarf that just started collecting silk and literally required every single cobweb from an entire cavern layer. So yeah, no, this is I'm pretty sure this is a known bug. Baby dwarf goes bananas. I mean, okay, so this is an artifact this child is making, right? And so far for this artifact, they have claimed microcline, rough morions, beak dog bone, alpaca wool cloth, one-humped camel leather, llama wool cloth, rough rock crystals, alpaca wool cloth and donkey leather and sheep's wool cloth and alpaca wool cloth and llama wool cloth and alpaca wool cloth and sheep's wool cloth and alpaca wool cloth and llama wool cloth and alpaca wool cloth, llama wool cloth and alpaca wool cloth, llama wool cloth and alpaca wool cloth, llama wool cloth, alpaca wool cloth, llama alpaca, llama alpaca, alpaca, llama sheep. All for one artifact. And she's still going. Llama dig things pretty much. Like, Best I can do is $3.50 and $50 in store credit. Assuming she's able to complete it. Good Lord. Imagine the blanket she's making. Oh boy, yeah, no kidding. I didn't even think about that. All right, well, we'll check in on her in a minute. I got some stuff I got to do up here. I just got to get all these coffins placed. On this image is, yeah, and it's going to self-reference itself like 50 times. Uh-oh, I ran out of doors. Let's make obsidian doors and just do 100. All right, we're all caught up though. You ran out of dwarves. I mean, I ran some of my dwarves out of town to go invade goblins. Does that count? Kiddo, you still stuck in a loop? Beep, 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 beep. Okay, currently she's hauling nothing, but she decided to go for bones. Okay, she's got horse bones. Well, she's getting something that isn't llama wool, so... Oh, probably, but I don't care to. Corey Diamonds. It's not game breaking. She dies, she dies. Otherwise, she makes a very heavy artifact. Or a very woolly artifact, I suppose. Just try to throw you off the set. True. Yes. Thirsty and drowsy? Me too. Are you not? You thought she was going towards the body? Nope. Let's see. If she begins a mysterious construction, I will be very happy. Why is she so slow? Because she's 7 years old and she's carrying half a horse worth of horse bones. Also, she's drowsy and thirsty. God damn. Wow. Game, please. Oh, man. I wonder if they can do that. I think they might just bring her a bucket of water. This is riveting. Is it though? Oh my gosh, she's going for more llama cloth. Son of a bitch. More alpaca wool cloth. I mean, she's definitely persevering. She's in a constant state of internal rage. After seeing Udil's dead body in 295, she is bashful, and she has a strong tendency towards privacy. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. She isn't particularly ambitious. Right. I call BS on that. She is quick to form negative views about things. Okay. She tries to keep her things orderly. Well, at least she's stacking things nicely then. And she can handle stress, clearly. And she is little interest in joking around. And she's sitting still. Yes! How much? Hold on. How many things did she make? One. Okay, so hold up. How many pieces of cloth? One, or just how many items? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41 items. It's going to be a mug. Chat, what do you think she's going to make? Any bets? It's going to be worth so much. I bet it's going to be worth like nothing. Llama toy axe. Damn, fake beard. God, I wish they could make a fake beard. That would actually be kind of fantastic. Well, I mean, 14 units of bone, yes. Let's see what this kid makes. Craft Dwarf shop, yep. Horse effigy. It's like, can they even make artifact totems? She didn't grab a skull, so it can be a totem. World's most... No mugs are useless. They hold hot liquids. Don't... I cannot accept mug slander here by my mugs. I cannot accept mug slander here. This anti-mug propaganda is going to be the death of possible sales for my business. Oh, jeez. Brains were operating at the wrong speed. Mugs are people too. Yeah, see, look at these beautiful people on this mug. I mean, come on. This mug is person. You could purchase this mug if you want. Come on, kiddo, make a mug. Make us proud. Hammerer is fighting with a woodcutter. Well, I hope the Hammerer won. Well, I convict some people. Jerry Gord, go to prison again. It's fine, you like it. I guess. You like the implication the gremlin is Jesus? You know, I kind of want to give that mug to my mom for Christmas, but I think she might find it kind of offensive. The best part about that mug is Cooler didn't even... I didn't even ask Cooler to make it. He just drew it. Drinking, brewing, and brawling and repeating? I read that as drinking, brewing, and repenting the first time. Is it normal to have a friend chill with them? A microcline amulet. Zuglar, the dwarven child, has created Lero Monorang, a microcline amulet, and offers it to the armored boots. This is a microcline amulet. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular microcline cabochons and pear-cut opals. This is very expensive considering its material. It is decorated with beak dog bone and alpaca wool and sheep's wool and llama wool, and it's circled with bands of llama wool, sheep wool, alpaca wool, and horse bone. This object is adorned with hanging rings of alpaca wool and menaces with spikes of rock crystal and donkey leather. On the item is an image sorry, hold on a second. On the item is an image of Nith letter waxed the dwarf in one-humped camel leather. Nish letter waxed is making a plaintive gesture. The artwork relates to the mortal wounding of the dwarf Nish letter waxed in Heatstone in the early spring of 296. On the item is an image of dwarves in alpaca wool. On the item is an image of Flangsnarls, the dwarf, as Flangsnarls, the dwarf, and dwarves in llama wool. Flangsnarls is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf the artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf as Flangsnarls to the position of king. That's me, of the tufted urns in 268. That's literally our king in this fort. On the item is an image of Kulet mirror mobbed, the dwarf, and in alpaca wool. On the item is an image of a pipe section in llama wool. On the item is an image of dwarves in llama wool. It keeps going. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Heatstone by the armored boots of the tufted urns in the early spring of 282. But wait, there's more. The item is an image of Kulet, mirror mobbed the dwarf in alpaca wool. On the item is an image of dwarves in llama wool. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Heatstone by the armored boots and the tufted urns in the early spring of 282. Okay, continue to scroll down. On the item is an image of Shortass stroke leather, the dwarf, and dwarves in alpaca wool. Shortass stroke leather is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Shortass stroke leather to the position of king of the tufted urns. In 195. On the item is an image of a citron tree in llama wool. On the item is an image of two giant black bears in llama wool. On the item is an image of bushmasters in llama wool. On the item is an image of Ilana Hollowvine the dingo, of course, in sheep's wool. On the item is Ilana Hollowvine is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the dingo Ilana Hollowvine in the true dune in year 7. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast in llama wool. On the item is an image of a ballista arrowhead in alpaca wool. On the item is an image of dwarves in alpaca wool. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Heatstone by the armored boots of the tufted urns in the early spring of 282. All right, I'm giving that to the king. Best artifact. Fantastic. No complaints. Definitely nothing wrong here. It's an amulet, Leroy. It's an amulet. It's like a necklace. It's like a pendant. All right, I think it's time to say goodbye, YouTube chat. I think it's time to swap games for the evening. That was fantastic. Also, the reason this dwarf was hanging out, for those of you wondering, is because this is the Crafts Dwarfs Guild Hall. So this dwarf was hanging out, just socializing while this kid was dying of thirst. Are you gonna make it to the tavern? You got a long way to walk, dude. Imagine she just, like, dies on the way there. Oh, come on. Oh, wait, no, you're good. There's stuff right there. Okay. You're not going to the close one. Not dehydrated yet? Oh, yeah, true, you're right. Just thirsty. There you go. All right, well. Spoilers, chat. That's going to be a highlight video on YouTube.